Chapter 2047. Gu Qiheng sounded as if he was praising Li Qie to the students, but this was certainly not the case. There were only 100 students inside versus the tens of thousands outside. How could one describe this scene as the students eager to learn? It was a blatant mockery. Right? We can't wait to hear the lecture and learn. Another student sarcastically shouted. Ha ha ha. Blaring laughter erupted. It wasn't that the students here hated Li Qie, but rather Gu Qiheng was too popular and well-liked among the student body. If they had to pick one between the two, the majority wouldn't hesitate at all before picking Qiheng since they didn't know Li Qie at all. Brother Qiheng, don't worry. Even the elders are willing to wait for young noble Li's lecture. A woman rapidly floated through the sky just like a goddess. No one would be able to stay calm before her. Teacher Qianxian is here too. She naturally attracted the attention of the students, so one of them shouted. Qianxian said after arriving. Great. Not late for the young noble's lecture. She then took her seat. Everyone was stunned to see this since Qianxian was definitely on the same level as Qiheng among the young teachers. She didn't come to support Qiheng but came early for Li Qie's. Qiheng's expression naturally shifted a bit, but he quickly smiled and kept his cool style. At this moment, 2 more people were entering the valley. They seemed a bit unfamiliar with the layout. One was a burly man with a divine saber, while the beautiful woman was more delicate and slender with a long sword on her back. They hid their auras and power, so no one could read their cultivation at all. It's been a while. This is the right place? The middle-aged man looked at the courtyard and asked, Husband, where are you looking at? That's the Dao wall over there, and the Dao flowers. Where else has these flowers at the academy but the Dao courtyard? The beautiful woman smiled and said, True, then we're at the right place. The middle-aged man scratched his head. The appearance of this couple surprised the students. They wondered where these two popped up from since they didn't seem to be teachers at the academy. They look so familiar. I'm sure I've seen them before. A student found this quite strange. You're right. I see that too, but can't seem to recall. Another student agreed. Let's go. Stop messing around. It's so rare that teacher would actually do a lecture. The woman told the man. Right. It's good that we're not late, or I would have to slap myself. The middle-aged man smiled back. The 2 of them walked hand in hand to the courtyard. The students inside naturally stared at them. Seniors, please excuse my late reception. Qianxian quickly stood up and went to greet them. Oh, you're so big now. No need to be so polite. We're closer than that. The woman smilingly said. The man joked, This little girl is about to be stronger than us. Seems like the future waves will keep growing stronger and better. Uncle Yang, you always tease me like this. Your sword and saber combination is unbeatable in the present. Qianxian smiled freely, like a little girl. I know who they are now. An Emperor Mansion student suddenly blurted out, but he realized that this was too disrespectful. He quickly lowered his voice. That's the guardians of our academy, Harmony Immortal Monarchs. Yes, that's them. I've seen their portraits before in literature. A different student quietly agreed. Everyone finally realized why this couple looked so familiar, since they have seen their gigantic statues at the entrance of literature. Of course, they also became slack-jawed. Even 2 immortal monarchs were coming to listen to this lecture? How astonishing. These 2 monarchs have slain a grand emperor with 8 wills before with their sword and saber. They were well respected as older monarchs, but who would have thought that they would come here in person? Good, I'm not late, or it would be a great crime. A burst of free laughter echoed in the sky as another person entered the courtyard. South Emperor, a student cried out. He had just become an immortal monarch 2 days ago with 4 wills. The guy was quite famous right now, so the students were stunned again by his presence. The young generation will surpass us. Little brother, you will shoulder 12 wills in the future and become the pride of our academy just like immortal monarch Ye. Yang Jinwei, the husband, patted South Emperor's shoulder and laughed. Dao brother, thank you. South Emperor cupped his fist in response. Your sword and saber are invincible. A junior like me have a lot to learn from you too. Who is the junior here? Xueqi smiled charmingly and said, Seniority isn't determined by age, you two were first on the Tao path, so I am the junior. South Emperor smiled back. The husband and wife smiled before getting into their spot. At this moment, Yao Ting and her peers were scared out of their mind with a tinge of excitement. There was no way to describe their feelings right now. Remember, it was impossible for them to meet these legendary characters normally. But now, they could hear them chat casually. Sitting with an emperor was a fortune in and of itself. They could feel the emperor's radiance. This would be a conversational topic lasting for a lifetime. Even if they couldn't become big shots in the future, but they could still tell their juniors in the future that they have sat and talked with Harmony Monarch and South Emperor before. Their chest would be arched forward as they tell their descendants with pride about the event, that your ancestors have seen some big shots before. Damned old men. Hurry up or we'll be late. You're so old now, but still tardy like a student? Have you no shame? An old voice disrupted the frozen atmosphere. An old man with a cane walked as if he was flying inside. His spirit was still high, with bright silvery eyes. The previous headmaster, a student, stammered after recognizing him. Geezer, sure, think you're cool because you can still go fast. Someone behind him shouted. Next, a group of old people happily walked into the valley, all with gray hair. Am I seeing things? They're all ancestors from the academy. Why are they here? For the lecture? All the students became petrified after seeing this group. These were the strongest characters at the academy. Normally, they didn't bother giving a lecture at all unless they were in the mood. Thus, attending one of these classrooms would be the blessing of 3 lifetimes. But now, they were coming in droves just to hear Li Qia's lecture. Teachers, Yao Ting and the others couldn't believe that they were attending a lecture with these ancestors. No one would ever believe this if told. Harmony, the 2 of you are here too. One ancestor laughed after South Emperor, and the 2 monarchs stood up to greet the old group. Famous monarchs they might be, some of the ancestors have taught them before. Teacher, if you lecture again, we'll certainly be there. Yang Jinwei laughed. After the quick exchange, these ancestors sat down. Yao Ting's group finally became relieved, and sat down as well. They didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment, and were secretly jubilating. If they didn't come in early, they wouldn't have been in a position to walk in after these big shots were already around. It was an issue of seniority and showing respect. They weren't qualified to sit down with the ancestors and emperors. Some students outside were regretting their decision. If they had done what Yao Ting's group did, they could be sitting just fine in the courtyard now without breaking any formality. Oh, all of you didn't even bother letting me know, and just sneak here? Think I'm too slow and would drag everyone down? Another old voice came about. An ordinary-looking old man slowly wandered into the courtyard. However, all the ancestors and emperors immediately stood up. Harmony immortal monarchs rushed ahead and held the old man up, one to his left and right. They were as obedient as students before this old man. This one can be interpreted in 2 ways. The first could be that she saw through his real age. The second is that she believes he'll be more powerful / is more powerful right now too. This one can be headmaster, respectful, or ex-headmaster. I can't tell without further context or the presence of the current headmaster, just one of those things. But the previous headmaster has been mentioned before, so I'm guessing that this is the case here. Chapter 2048. The students outside took a deep breath after seeing this, not knowing the identity of this old man shaking after each step. Nevertheless, just seeing the respectful treatment from the monarchs showed just how incredible the identity of this old man must be. Grandpa Mo, sit here. All the elders stood up while the old headmaster personally brought a chair for the old man. All of these ancestors were the longest tenured teachers of the academy, acting as the pillars with the strongest fighting force. The old headmaster was even more unfathomable with a high seniority. Alas, he still looked like a junior before this old man. Grandpa Mo. The students were shocked after hearing this all too familiar name. Even the young teachers were amazed. That's Grandpa Mo. Everyone understood why the 2 monarchs acted so respectfully after figuring this out. Only one person was called this at the academy, Mo Qianjun, the oldest teacher here with plenty of high gods and emperors who used to be his alumni. Just imagine, who could surpass him at teaching at the academy. At the 13 continents? He wasn't actually that strong in terms of cultivation, weaker than many emperors and even high gods. However, this didn't deter him from being an amazing teacher. The most prideful and arrogant emperor around would still call him Grandpa Mo. With his presence, the rowdy crowd of ancestors and emperors became quiet and obedient. Thus, Yao Ting's group was even more nervous. This event was like a dream and would no doubt become the most honorable and prestigious memory later on for them. The ones outside were no longer in a position to enter. Even the young teachers couldn't do so without looking insolent and arrogant. Previously, only Yao Ting's group was there, so it was fine for anyone to join in. But now all of these big shots rendered this impossible. The crowd ended up staying outside and kept quiet, not wanting to disturb the ancestors. Nevertheless, a tempest of questions was raging in their mind. Just a lecture from Li Qie was enough for Harmony monarchs to travel a long distance? The reclusive ancestors also came out just to listen as students this time around. In the end, even Grandpa Mo has come out. This was someone who left a 12-petal grand Dao flower on the cliff. Who in this world was qualified to lecture him on the Dao? Gu Qiheng was completely taken aback now. The smile looked rather forced on his face, his expression no longer as free and elegant as before. His lecture was quite exceptional since he had prepared very well. Confident he was in being the most gifted, powerful, and versed as teaching among the young teachers. He believed that this lecture could go down in history. In fact, he really did quite well. The majority of the students came to listen, and he even left behind a 6-petal flower. In his mind, this should be more than enough to crush Li Qie. He assumed that not many students would even come to listen to Li Qie's lecture. Alas, the abrupt development slapped him without any mercy. Li Qie didn't need to do anything, and was already crushing him. The big shots here in person have proven Li Qie's worth. They stood here, waiting patiently while the young students became more nervous by the minute. The ones outside who mocked Li Qie before were pale, with quivering knees, because of their ignorance. If the higher-ups were to investigate this, they would have no place to stay at the academy or arrogance. The moment the ancestors made a statement, the imperial lineages and great power would no longer entertain them. Finally, Li Qie has arrived. He strolled leisurely towards the stage and was completely calm to see his audience. It was as if this was how it should be for one of his lectures. After he made it on the stage, the ancestors, emperors, and even a shaking old man like Grandpa Mo all stood up. Yao Ting's group naturally copied them despite their trembling legs. This show of respect naturally stunned everyone outside. "Sit." Li Qie nodded and said. The ancestors finally sat down, finishing this domineering and unbelievable scene. As we look up, just how boundless is the sky and vast is this world. Does our journey truly end at the imperial level? Does our limit stop at 12 wills and 12 totems? Li Qie began while looking at the students. All the ancestors became spirited with flashing eyes. The near-death aura was nowhere to be found, as if they had just become much younger. What is there at the end of the world? Will we be able to reach that place and find out? No one can answer this question, so we must try our best to find the answer. Many have traveled quite far on this path. Origin Heaven Emperor, Deep South Divine Emperor, Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, all of these wise sages have embarked on this journey. Of course, waves of sages have done so in even older eras. But is strength the most important thing on this journey? Is it about possessing heaven's wills, treasures, and techniques? He stared implicatively at the students and continued, "There's no doubt that power can propel us further, but only towards the darkness if we do not have a firm Tao heart." Chapter 2049. The lecture thus far attracted everyone in the audience and those standing outside. Numerous have asked me, "Teacher, are there immortals in this world?" Li Qie spoke with a solemn expression. "I often dodge this question because there is no way of truly knowing. Further deliberation would only leave a shadow in their mind. Today, I think it is safe to say that our realm, in the 9 worlds and 10th world, does not have immortals. But this doesn't mean they do not exist. However, they are not like in your imagination. Look up and use your imagination. Perhaps you think that these immortals can live forever. But, on the contrary, what looms above could also be devils or unfathomable darkness. Immortals or devils? Devils or immortals? No one knows. But what determines their very being? Their origin? Their race? Or life experiences? None of the above. The heart dictates that one of the Tao. Your Tao heart will determine your future path and whether you become an immortal or devil. That's the main decider, not your cultivation, your clan, or the long years. The Tao path is endless, and so is a journey. Cultivation is crucial to a certain extent, but your ultimate fate will be up to your Tao heart. The heart needs to be vast in order to truly utilize one's talents and see the true immensity of the world. His voice sounded like an immortal hymn. He took his time without focusing on the peerless merit laws or ways of cultivation, only about the Tao heart. This simple topic mesmerized the crowd. Even the emperors and ancestors were basking in the content and forgetting everything else. Only his words remained in their mind. Even Xueqi was immersed in this experience. The content was completely foreign to him since he didn't care about the Tao heart in the past. What was more important than supreme talents for a genius like him? In fact, Mo Qianjun was also listening attentively. This lecture had a different effect on people. The untalented decided to focus on perseverance. The geniuses wanted to focus on their goal. The truly strong, such as emperors, became wary of the future. The emperors were musing on the subject of immortals. What were these beings like if they truly exist? They also thought about how to stay on track on the path towards becoming a true immortal. However, there was no Tao resonation or laws appearing. The cliff itself seemed especially quiet. It was as if the laws and even the supreme grand Tao were quietly listening to him. All along, people judged a lecture based on the Tao resonation. However, they forgot about everything else at this moment. No one cared for the Tao resonation or how much they were benefiting. The future is still far away, and one's destination depends on themselves and their Tao heart. Let it illuminate the way for you. We'll end the lecture here with this. Li Qie finally concluded. Everyone here was still in a daze from this brilliant lecture. As he was walking down the stage, the group finally regained their wits and started clapping like crazy. Clap, clap, clap. The upper echelon stood up and clapped with the greatest reverence while staring at Li Qie. The lecture was colorful and extraordinary. Even beings of their level greatly benefited from gaining new knowledge. A new door had been opened for them. From start to finish, Li Qie was concise and didn't waste a single word. He didn't provoke Xueqi at all or had no intent to do so in the first place. The flower is blooming. Someone shouted, so all eyes turned for the cliff. There was a clear lack of ripples and waves on the surface. A flower quietly started to blossom like an orchid in the middle of the night in serenity, unbeknownst by anyone. 1, 2, 3. The crowd quietly counted the petals. 12. A student shouted after seeing 12 petals. No, it's not over yet. There's another one. Right when people thought it would stop at 12, the flower was still blossoming. 13 petals. A grand Tao flower with 13 petals. A genius who didn't like Li Qie screamed. Everyone gasped after seeing this achievement even above Grandpa Mo and Immortal Monarchia. Remember, the monarch had 12 wills while Grandpa Mo was the best teacher at the academy. However, a young teacher like Li Qie had actually surpassed both of them in terms of Tao instruction. The third 13-petal flower is here. Teacher Zhou murmured, it has been a very long time since the last one.
No, wait.
It is still blooming. There's the 14th petal. The ones who were still looking at the flower blurted out in uncontrollable excitement.
What?
That's impossible. The highest so far is only 13. The crowd was shocked into disbelief. But this was clearly the case. This 14-petal flower was blooming above the 2, with 13 petals. So 13 petals weren't the limit. Teacher Zhou murmured in a daze. All along, The 13-petal flowers reigned supreme on the cliff, so everyone thought that this was the limit. Damn, they all took a deep breath. Gu Qiheng turned pale after seeing this. He has always been confident in his talents. In his mind, becoming an ancient god was only a matter of time. However, staring at the flower made him feel as if someone was ruthlessly hammering his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. No one could ever surpass this achievement, not even him who would one day stand at the apex of the Tao. After becoming an ancient god, would he be more amazing than immortal monarchia? Most likely not. Alas, the guy only got a 12-petal flower while Li Qia's had 14. Chapter 2050. The flower quietly blossomed in that spot without any fanfare. It alone was enough to establish Li Qia's position at the academy. The bragging geniuses earlier turned red and awkward. They wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. This feeling was more unbearable than being slapped in public. If Li Qia were to slap them, then, at the very least, they still got into his sight. But now, the guy didn't even bother glancing at them or utter words of reprimand. It meant that they weren't qualified to be yelled at by him, no different from insects. Another miracle, Mo Qianjun said emotionally. When will I be able to listen to another lecture like this? With that, he gently sighed and shook his head, then limped away. The ancestors made way for him, while Harmony monarchs supported his pace to his left and right. The hope is still bright in the future, the old headmaster said, understanding the significance behind this lecture. It also served as a warning to the powerful beings. He bowed deeply at the flower, then left. The other ancestors also did the same with a respectful expression. The students remained silent for a long time. No one dared to utter a word and break this tranquility. This moment of silence was the greatest showing of reverence towards Li Qia. Qiheng was in a terrible position. He challenged Li Qia and did quite well for being so young. Alas, it seemed so insignificant and trivial in comparison. So many students cheered for him just a moment ago, but everyone seemed to have forgotten his existence or his 6-petal flower. It was too common and ordinary compared to the 14-petal one, like a plain girl versus a supreme fairy. Everyone would look at the fairy while forgetting about the girl, letting her drift away among the clouds. His face was becoming quite hot. Li Qia didn't bother to look at him once from start to finish, as if he didn't exist. He started this whole challenge, but in the end, the stage belonged to Li Qia, the main character, while he was only an inconspicuous clown in the corner. In the end, he left noiselessly like a dog that had lost its master, while feeling that this was the most humiliating moment of his life despite a lack of retaliation coming from Li Qia. Six-Sword Young King's group wasn't faring any better. They also left clandestinely, not wanting to attract any attention. The academy found peace after the lecture. The normally arrogant geniuses played nice and trained hard without causing any trouble. Li Qia also didn't leave study room and was doing something behind closed doors. Min Yeshua and the others got no idea what he was trying to find. Alas, the ancestors knew that this was only the calm before the storm. Nevertheless, they were confident in defeating it because they have prepared enough. More importantly, Li Qia was here at the academy. This would decide the outcome of the incoming war. Because of this, they were in high spirits, knowing that they could handle the attack of a 12-will emperor. Boom. Sure enough, the tranquility didn't last long. In one night, crumbling noises came about as if something was leaving its shackles. Everyone in the academy heard it clearly. The students ran outside in order to figure out what was going on. Look. One student pointed at the sky. Something strange was happening up above. The entire space of the academy was shaking like a tsunami, while the academy was a victim ship in the very center.
Who knows how long it would last?
Clank. The source of the fluctuation came from a little pagoda made from runes, not metal. The entire thing was surrounded by Tao chains of unknown origin. Its majestic aura could suppress everything for eternity. The pagoda was trembling, wishing to escape from these chains. Each vibration was stronger and more violent than the previous. The chains retaliated by coiling even tighter as if wanting to break the pagoda to pieces. However, the pagoda was a tough one and only grew tougher as the bout went on. Just like that, space itself was affected. What the hell is going on? The students were startled and confused. Ring. The gong of the academy resounded with the voice of the headmaster imposing down on each corner of the academy. Due to the unusual occurrence, all students head for the safeguard fort right now or face the consequence. The stern warning woke up the students. They finally realized the gravity of the situation and quickly headed for the fort, not daring to come out. Of course, some bold students thought they were strong enough with protective treasures to stay outside and watch. Others had questionable motives and didn't head for the fort. The academy didn't bother telling them otherwise. This event could also serve as life or death training.
Boom.
The pagoda finally broke through the chains and created a terrible spatial eruption. This tidal wave of spatial entity engulfed the academy entirely. The entire place trembled like crazy, on the verge of collapse. The students were scared out of their mind. Eventually, everything calmed down because this spatial fluctuation couldn't harm the academy in the slightest. However, any other great power would have turned to ashes. A few students came out for a look, and they were met with a primordial aura. The outside world is gone. One of them looked up at the sky and screamed in horror. This made others come out and were astounded just like him. Though the academy was massive, one could still see the outside world from within its territories, such as other cities and countries. However, it was a primitive world as far as the eyes can see. Gigantic trees blotted out the sky, while the mountains towered through it. Monstrous beasts roaming around had the power to devour the sun and moon. They felt as if they were in a different and unknown world now, no longer inside Arrogance or any place in the 13 continents for that matter. Chapter 2051. Everything outside was replaced by a primal world with no end in sight. They were no longer within Arrogance or the 13 continents. This place was too majestic and vast. One tree alone covered 1,000 miles radius. One peak could pierce through the sky. This also seemed like the center of the universe, with stars rotating around it. Meanwhile, this spot where the academy resided was only a tiny corner of this world. The school was massive, but it was nothing compared to this world. What's going on? The students glanced nervously at each other, as if they had been abandoned by the previous world. No one knew what was up, not even some of the teachers. Clink. The gong and the sound of the headmaster continued. Return to safe areas or face the consequences. The situation felt more urgent, so the majority of the students went back. Some geniuses from Emperor Mansion were still confident enough to stay out. During this time, the three scions snuck outside to find Xueqi. Xueqi lived in a grotto all by himself in one of the safest areas of the academy. Teacher, what's going on? Xueqi didn't have an idea and asked Xueqi. A type of returning to the roots? Xueqi remained nonchalant. What? The three were still confused. Xueqi explained, the academy is returning to its own world by coming back here. The academy belongs to this world? Is that right?
How can that be?
Rumination didn't expect this answer. Xueqi simply sat there with a smile as if this was all within his expectation. Xueqi asked again, Teacher, is it true? The academy is not part of our world? Xueqi smiled, No, it is. He was willing to tell Xueqi since the guy could be considered his disciple. This is a legend hidden by the academy. Why did immortal Emperor Fei pick this place despite having Deep South Divine Emperor support? There were many amazing locations in the 13 continents. As long as he wanted to, he could pick a place like that to be the building location. Thus, the question is, why this desolate place? The three glanced at each other. They have heard of this particular rumor before, but the answer remained a mystery. The truth is that it pertains to a legend about an ancient world.
Xueqi explained.
An ancient world. Six Sword thought of something. One of the immortals? No, such a thing doesn't exist. Xueqi shook his head. To be more exact, this is an abandoned world with no one left. But who knows whether it is a complete one by itself or just a small corner. In short, according to the legend, no one was able to find this ancient world before. And immortal Emperor Fei found it later? Free Sky inquired. Qiheng agreed. Yes, he found it and thought that it had great value. It doesn't matter why it was abandoned. From the plateau, one could have the best coordinates to cut into this world. I see. So that's why the Emperor built the academy on that plateau?
Six Swords said.
That's somewhat true. Qiheng answered. Just building the academy at the entrance is not enough. Remember, immortal Emperor Fei was an apex existence and had the help of Deep South Divine Emperor. Their power is beyond your imagination. The group nodded without refuting. Everyone knew about the strength of these two emperors. The two of them worked together to pull out this particular space and built the academy in the very center. Qiheng revealed. Teacher, you mean that the academy was originally built in this world? Free Sky was smart enough to understand right away. That's right. Qiheng continued. The two of them built it in this corner, then pulled this spatial area from this world to Arrogance. Meanwhile, this world remained sealed. Qiheng's eyes slightly batted at this point. Remember, because the academy is built in a special spatial accumulation, the essence of this world would continue to pour inside, allowing it to build up resources and more. This is the true foundation of the academy. It doesn't matter how many high gods and emperors have come out, its origin in this place surpassed all of that. The young ones were startled from hearing this secret for the first time. The academy alone enjoys the essences of an entire world. Damn, no wonder why its foundation is so strong. No other lineage in the 13 continents can match this. Free Sky murmured. Why didn't immortal Emperor Fei just build it here, instead of doing this spatial manipulation to make it appear at Arrogance? Rumination wondered. No one knows the exact reason. Qiheng answered. One possible theory is that there are too many ferocious monsters here, so it's not suitable for habitation. Another believes that this is the best place to gather the essences of this world. Sounds right. Free Sky nodded. If the academy remained in this world, many people will be able to reach it, and the academy won't be able to maintain its monopoly. This spatial manipulation and sealing this world make it essential to destroy the academy first before reaching this world. No one disputed this statement. Six Sword went on to praise. Teacher, your knowledge is incredible. We have never heard of this secret before, but you know it so well. Qiheng smiled and naturally wouldn't tell them that someone else told him all of this. This was also his purpose in staying at the academy. Remember, he was a youth with boundless potential due to his talents and great background. More importantly, he was already strong enough and had a chance of becoming an ancient god in the future. The world was his for the taking. He had no need to stay at the academy. The benefits and compensation here weren't worth it, but something else interested him instead. Of course, he wasn't doing it for the students either. Information gathering was his main goal. Are you all ready for the storm?
Qiheng asked.
What kind? Six Sword anxiously asked. The academy has returned to this ancient world where the beasts roam freely. They are ferocious and will certainly attack the academy. Furthermore, something even more monstrous will assault the academy on this land. At that point, blood will run the ground, and it could even collapse. Moreover, the three races are also paying attention with fervor of wanting to join in.
Qiheng said.
The three of them glanced at each other again. Their first thought was not to fight for the academy, because they came from the great clans and imperial lineages. They were already strong and famous before joining the academy. Being here was the same as embroidering flowers on fine silk. Students like them were different from the ones with a humble beginning with loyalty for the academy. They were only loyal to their own clans and sections. This wasn't the case for the latter. The academy changed their fate, so they felt a sense of gratitude and considered the academy as a second home. Chapter 2052. Li Chia smiled at this point. The academy doesn't need to worry about this world, only the ones from ours. Jin Sheng could understand. Normally, no one would dare to attack, but a disaster was here now. As the saying goes, the best time to strike is when the prey is sick. This was indeed a heaven-sent chance to attack the academy. Those who ever had any ideas about the academy would never let go of this chance. including the top emperors. I wonder how many powerful emperors will come unannounced, 11 wills or 12 wills. Jinxing became serious since he would fall before these beings. Even the academy would face real danger at that point. That's a good thing. The more people, the merrier. The more wills, the more power and influence. Li Qie grinned. At this particular moment, Jinxing just had a ridiculous thought. Perhaps the situation wasn't that dire for the academy. Li Qie seemed to be waiting like a hunter hiding among the thickets, waiting to deliver the fatal blow to his prey. The students were naturally alarmed in this primordial world because they could see the beasts outside. Whoosh! A creature resembling a hawk crossed through the sky above the academy. Its wings could blot out the entire things with claws capable of clutching mountains. The flash of sharpness instilled chills into the spectators. Splash! The river suddenly billowed right outside the academy with mud flying everywhere, enough to create marshes in the nearby areas. Damn! People eventually realized that it was a gigantic leech. Its mouth was large enough to look like a terrible black hole, capable of swallowing the academy in whole.
Buzz. Buzz.
Another noise terrorized the academy. Everyone could see a horde of mosquito-like monsters, but only millions of times bigger, the size of a grindstone. Their needle resembled a flashing sword while they gazed at the academy with bloodthirsty eyes. What are those things? The students were scared out of their mind after seeing so many mosquitoes. They could actually suck everyone dry and still be hungry. Clink! The gong rang again with the headmaster speaking. Last warning, return to the safety fort. All available. Get ready for battle. May the riches be ours. Some students thought about it and returned to safety while the confident ones remained. There weren't that many places with this many beasts around. The younger ones were several tens of thousand years old, while some might have lived for 1,000,000 years. Just imagine, the blood and Dao bones of these creatures were amazing and precious. They couldn't ask for this good stuff normally, but now they were coming knocking on their door. Thus, powerful students couldn't let this chance go by. Remove the defensive barriers, the headmaster ordered. The academy couldn't return to arrogance right away since the timing needed to be right. At this moment, it focused on killing these attacking beasts first so that they could focus on the real disaster and the true enemies ahead. Buzz. Heavy buzzing came about as imperial barriers slowly came down, exposing the academy to these monsters. When the defensive formations were still around, the fierce beasts didn't dare to attack at all. Though they lacked intelligence, the auras of the emperors could make any creature shudder. With the disappearance of the barriers, the monsters rushed into the academy with lightning speed. The first to attack was a group of rhinoceros with lightning currents flowing on their body.
Boom.
Just one thrust of their horn could destroy an entire building. Shit, run. Some confident students immediately ran after seeing this. One person was slow and got charred and rendered immobile by a lightning bolt. Help! Help! The student screamed, aghast at the rampaging horde wishing to stomp him to a meat paste. Stop! A young teacher with a grand hammer jumped out.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
He smashed the rhinoceros flying one by one. Their blood stained everywhere. Teacher Zhou, thank you for saving me, the student excitedly said. Scram to safety now. Zhou didn't bother looking at him before yelling. Next, he roared and laughed loudly, bringing me treasure horns? Good, I've been worrying about money.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
His hammer annihilated the monsters. He then took out their horn. These horns still had lightning coursing through them and were quite precious. Next was the horde of mosquitoes blotting out the sky. The academy turned dark with many mountains disappearing from sight.
Ah!
A student who lingered around got surrounded by the mosquitoes and turned into a pile of bones. A girl landed from the sky and swung her sleeve, releasing heavenly flame. The mosquitoes were instantly incinerated and emitted a strange yet delicious smell. This was Yu Qianxian, who was finally showing her great power.
Boom.
A gigantic ape trampled over a mountain and smashed down with its palm, wishing to annihilate a radius of 1,000 miles. The students nearby naturally started running for their lives. Come. A flash illuminated the entire area as a sky piercer thrust upward. Pluff. The ape screamed, since its palm had a hole from being pierced by the halberd. South Emperor. A student shouted after seeing the emperor floating in the sky. Our immortal monarch is invincible. Rumble. The now enraged ape ran through multiple mountains in an unstoppable manner. South Emperor was not afraid at all, and exerted the power of his spear and aura. He performed a vertical slash that could cut down the galaxy above. The ape didn't even have the chance to scream before being split into two by him. Blood poured down like a waterfall along with its heavy innards. He found a Dao bone in the corpse with runes flowing everywhere, clearly a good item. Not too bad. He put it away and smiled. Chapter 2058. They were no different than ants under the stagnation domain, and couldn't resist at all. Your turn now, Lichia told Six Sword, who was still struggling. Because Rumination and Free Sky tried to stop Lichia, Six Sword had time to run farther away. Alas, he couldn't make it out of the domains, so his bones were still cracking, his body on the verge of crumbling. Lichia simply activated his physique for a bit, resulting in a faint flash. In this split second, the power of the domain surged, and the young king immediately fell down. The six swords protecting him shattered into countless pieces. His body was being crushed to a pulp with blood flowing everywhere. My father is an 11 totem, high god. The always arrogant youth felt fear, standing before death's door. I know, and Lichia leisurely said. Crack. The prince was virtually a pile of meat right now, but he was still alive. Father, save me. In this crucial moment, he thought that only his father would be able to save him. Buzz. A sacred light came out of his broken forehead. A mighty figure appeared that looked like a mountain towering behind him. The figure had 9 swords with powerful divinity belonging to the high heaven. Their murderous intents were impressive as well. People shuddered after seeing this. A high god was strong indeed. Father. 6 swords celebrated loudly. 9 sword high god. Others cried out as well. Of course, this was not the high god himself, only a blessing of protection embedded in his son. 6 sword was much luckier compared to Free Sky and Rumination in this regard. Though their sects were strong, their emperors couldn't bless them like the high god since it required great power and effort. 6 sword was the high god's son, so it didn't matter what he does. In the end, his father would still love him, so the high god gave him this protection in case of fatal danger. This protection was enough to go against a 4 or 5 totem high god. More importantly, because it came from him, most people would show some consideration and give him face. After all, even a majority of emperors would do this regardless of what his son had done. Not too many could actually take on a god with 11 totems. Fellow Taoist, everyone makes mistakes. Will you spare my child? The avatar spoke. Everyone held their breath and waited for Lichia to answer. An avatar this might be, one would still find it difficult to refuse this polite request. No mercy, Lichia answered flatly. Fellow Taoist, you leave me with no choice. The avatar could sense danger and unsheathed its 9 swords. Murderous intent oozed out with a severing sharpness and chill-inducing presence. Clink. The first slash robbed the colors of this world. Everything turned dark, as if the sky has been cut down completely. It was a magnificent display of swordsmanship and astounded the crowd. This avatar was definitely capable of killing a low-level high god. Ignorant fool. Lichia simply reached forward to unleash the explosive myriad Dao fist. His palm became resplendent and illuminated the world with the power of the indestructible diamond fist as well. The slash struck his palm, causing sparks to scatter everywhere. Alas, not even the smallest wound was left behind. Lichia closed his palm and captured both the swords and the avatar.
Die.
The avatar roared and wanted to kill its way out while holding 6 sword. Alas, everything about it was dark beneath the palm. The suppression was dimming the avatar. Boom. Eventually, the 9 swords shattered, and same with the avatar. It broke apart into a rain of light. No. At the last second, the young king screamed, but it was useless because no one else could save him if even his father's avatar had failed. Pop. He got rendered into a bloody mist. In a faraway place, an old man in isolated cultivation immediately stood up and screamed in horror. The death of his avatar told Nine Sword that his son was now dead. Son, I will avenge you regardless of who the opponent might be. I'll turn him to ashes. His fingernails were digging into his palm from rage. He still couldn't believe someone actually dared to kill the son of an 11 totem high god. Meanwhile, the academy was especially quiet. Everyone gasped after seeing this scene. The three scions were the most famous geniuses in this semester for being powerful with prestigious backgrounds. However, Xie killed all three in just a short period. Even Nine Sword couldn't save his son. This teacher was ridiculously ferocious. The ones who were disrespectful before felt their clothes wet with sweat. They finally realized they have just made a stroll through hell and luckily survived. Xie was unaffected by the killing and said, "Continue on protecting the important places now." With that, he slowly left as if nothing has happened. The students didn't have time to daze around and jumped back into the fray against the beasts. The waves of beasts were continuous, but the academy was mighty enough, leaving mountains of corpses by the perimeter. None has been able to destroy this defensive line. The number eventually lessened since they were frightened by the corpses.
Ross.
A gigantic creature fell down from the sky. The sky piercer followed right after and pierced the dragon's skull and pinned it to the ground. The mighty dragon was still not South Emperor's match. Let's go. South Emperor swung his halberd across the sky and caused torrents of blood to spill. He was simply unstoppable regardless of the beast he was facing. Eventually, all the beasts immediately ran the moment they saw him, and the trail of blood behind. So fierce. A student murmured after seeing the Emperor's rampage, "He's probably more brutal than virtuous." Chapter 2059. The Academy finally triumphed over the relentless assault of the beasts nearby. None of them dared to take half a step closer now. There were still plenty gazing at the Academy, but too many have died. Thus, the more powerful beasts became much more cautious. The place had mountains of corpses. Some of the bigger beasts were large enough to reach the sky. Their blood accumulated into rivers, a grotesque scene of sanguine. Its stench permeated the entire ancient world. Logically, this would attract even more beasts, but its thickness served as a deterrence right now. The academy began cleaning up with the students who had earlier joining in. They gasped after seeing the aftermath of the battle. However, astonishment quickly turned into excitement, especially for the students from 100 halls. There were too many corpses here, and the teachers only took the most precious parts such as the Dao bones and inner cores. The rest was left for the students. Thousands of students worked hard to clean up the place, wanting to take what's left of the beasts. Keep in mind that some of these creatures have lived for 10,000 or even more than 1,000,000 years for the older ones. Their entire body was full of coveted treasures. Damn, that giant dragon, let's go peel the scales. Some were ecstatic after seeing the corpse of a dragon as big as a mountain. South Emperor only took the most precious parts and didn't care for the rest. This beast wasn't a true dragon, but its scales, claws, and tendons were still valuable. We gotta hurry in taking the tendons out, or Emperor Mansion students will come too. The tendons on the back are the best, they rushed forward. Get these claws off so we can grill it. Hey, get the hell away, the 100 Hall found this dragon first, you sacred institution people can go find something else. A competition ensued. Of course, they were only spitting words at each other. No one would actually fight for these corpses since there were plenty of them. They rather went and find something else instead of wasting their time fighting. Is this a strange breed of the 5-colored godbird?
Wow.
A student stood before the corpse of a bird and stared at the colorful feathers. This was his first time being so close to this type of creature. You got time for this? His friend slapped the back of his head and said, "Hurry up, we'll take the feathers from its back. These are sacred feathers. We'll be able to craft 2 fans from it that can unleash 5-element flame." Go, go, or someone else will take them. The first guy calmed down and instantly ran over. All right, I got it. In just a short time, the students were in high spirits taking care of the battlefield and collecting the spoils. The teachers didn't need to worry about lacking manpower at all. It only took 2 days before all the corpses got taken away outside of a few skeletal remains. Hell, even these bones are worth something. Let's boil them. Some students broke apart the bones in order to create medicine from them. That's true. These dragon bones made into ointment can sell for a lot outside. The blood is material for medicine too. Refine them down to the essence, and they will be worth something. Another carried around a cauldron and gathered all the blood he could find. Eventually, not even the bones were left. The blood on the ground was gone as well. Some of these students took everything that could be sold, regardless of the price. The academy's peaceful appearance returned. Both the corpses and stench of blood were gone. Damn, I got so much this time. When will the beasts attack again? One satisfied student wondered. The ones from 100 Hall benefited the most from this event. They were already poor from the start. Even if their sex had anything worthwhile, and this was unlikely, it wouldn't be their turn for these items either. That's why they were the main force in the cleanup effort, since this was a rare opportunity. A monstrous amount of resources had fallen down from the sky. Of course, rewards came after hard work. All of them had their pockets and pouches filled right now, looking as if they had just eaten a full meal. The students thought that the danger was over, but little did they know that this was only the appetizer. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded from the march of cavalry in the air.
Boom.
The march crushed the sky with an incredible speed, just like a saber piercing through the vault. They made it to the outside of the academy right away. The cavalry had banners everywhere with a stern aura, just like a flood of steel. People couldn't help but shudder after seeing this and realizing that this group had experienced numerous battlefields. That's Immortal Monarch Virtuous Legion. A student recognized the symbols on the banner and shouted, "You're right, is he here to help us?" Other students agreed. This is the strongest legion in our generation, the one that ambushed Xueqi back then and even took on other Imperial legions. A human student proudly declared. Virtuous ambushed Xueqi back then and stopped him from the first wool gathering. Of course, he lost his own chance because the Heaveners got their revenge, but he still became famous after this. Many from the previous generation viewed him highly. They felt that he could uphold the banner of the 100 races and take on the Grand Emperors from the 3 races. In terms of the Grand Dao, Xueqi was above him, but in terms of fame, Virtuous had the upper hand by a large margin. One was the leader of the races, while the other was rather uninvolved. All of this contributed to him being the pride in the heart of people and arrogance, especially humans.
Bam.
A heavenly stallion rushed to the front of the legion and landed right outside of the academy. This stallion was peerless, with a large frame full of power. One could instantly tell that they could easily traverse through any distance. The rider was even more exceptional, a youth with brows like the crescent moon and starry eyes. His brilliance would attract everyone, especially his eyes. They were the stars that could lead the way in times of darkness. A son of an immortal wouldn't look different from this. Each of his gestures contained boundless charisma, causing others to believe and trust in him with full admiration, even without hearing him speak. Virtuous. Oh God. It is really Virtuous. I'm actually seeing Virtuous in person. A few female students screamed. Chapter 2060. Some in arrogance believed that Virtuous was matchless among the young generation. Not even Xueqi could compare to him. His status was at the very top of the 100 races. The academy even had more fans of this alumni. They felt nothing but respect for this monarch with 4 wills and one of the 2 ancient bloodlines of the human race. Virtuous looks 100 times more handsome than I thought. Another female fan said in bewilderment. This was the general atmosphere in the academy right now. Zhongjingtua, what do you want? The headmaster appeared. Everyone knew of his title, Virtuous, but few were aware of his real name. Plus, they didn't dare to use it anyway. Nevertheless, this was the academy, and he was an alumnus. The headmaster, in particular, was qualified to call out his real name. Virtuous, only another student among many. Virtuous got down from his stallion and bowed his head towards the headmaster. "Greetings, headmaster. I am here to help after hearing about the academy's trouble." His demeanor so far only boosted his popularity, especially towards the female students. "That's virtuous for you, still so polite and magnanimous after becoming a monarch. The first to come and help us, both moralistic and know how to repay his debt. It would be so nice to marry a man like him," one girl said, completely lost in her infatuation. The headmaster nodded, seemingly unmoved. "Very well, you guys can camp outside." For millions of years now, the Academy had produced many emperors, including immortal monarch Ea. Virtuous was famous right now, but he wasn't considered that exceptional out of all the alumni. "Teacher, just let me know if you need me to do anything." Virtuous bowed again. The headmaster nodded again. This wasn't out of arrogance, but because he was not weaker than Virtuous. Plus, the guy used to be his student. "Teacher, may I ask something?" Virtuous asked with a serious tone. "Go for it," the headmaster said while looking at him. "Teacher, you know that Senior Kong was my Tao protector. A few days ago, his son, six-sword young king, died at the academy. Senior Kong has not left his isolated cultivation, so I want to know what happened in his stead. Please inform me, teacher."
He cupped his fist and asked.
Senior Kong was naturally nine-sword high god. The headmaster gently waved his hand and said slowly, "Don't ask about this matter." The sudden inquiry suffocated the crowd. Everyone knew that the young king was killed by Li Chia, a teacher here. Nine-sword would not let his son's death go easily. Meanwhile, which side would Virtuous take? His Tao protector or the academy? Virtuous contemplated before answering in a serious tone. "Teacher, please excuse me for being nosy, but I know that the victims also include the successors from Rumination and Free Sky. They are exemplary prodigies in our time, so it does look bad for the academy, given a lack of a reasonable explanation. Let this matter go. It's best that you don't pry any further." The headmaster was helping Virtuous by saying this. He knew better than anyone about who Li Chia was. Virtuous couldn't afford to provoke a character of this level since the guy was no stranger to killing emperors. Virtuous was surprised at the headmaster's outlook and attitude on this matter. The students here were curious as well. Just who the hell was Li Chia? Why was the academy so protective of him? Remember, the three scions all had an amazing background. Free Sky was from a sect with 5 monarchs, Rumination had 4 emperors, and Six Sword had a powerful father. Regardless of right and wrong, the academy was facing great pressure because these sects weren't so easily bullied. Leaving this unresolved might turn them into enemies. But now, the headmaster had no intention of elaborating on the issue or give a clear verdict. Perhaps the academy had no intention of talking to the victim sections. "Teacher, I believe that we need a statement on who was in the right and wrong. Senior Kong's son can't rest in this manner. I'm in a difficult position right now." The headmaster slightly frowned after hearing this. "I killed them, so go ahead and talk to me." The headmaster was thinking about how to convince Virtuous to drop this, but a leisure voice interrupted him. After hearing this, the headmaster no longer gave a damn and would let Virtuous deal with his own fate. "Teacher Li?" The students quietly whispered after seeing the person. Li Chia floated above study room while Jin Xing flew up with a chair for him to sit down on. Virtuous' eyes became serious after seeing Li Chia's attitude. He flew toward study room and instantly appeared before Li Chia. This Li Chia is too arrogant. First, he opposed teacher Qiheng and now Virtuous? Is it a sin to be a bit humble? Causing trouble everywhere, looks like he can't get along with anyone. A female fan scowled, annoyed at Li Chia. So the hell what? He can do whatever he wants after creating a 14-petal Tao flower. I'm not even exaggerating. With that achievement, the academy will treat him like a god. One monarch is nothing. If he stays at the academy, so many more emperors and gods will come out under his tutelage. Thus, he can flip the sky over, and the academy will still have his back. An insightful teacher knew Li Chia's worth and said flatly. Virtuous looked at Li Qie but failed to see through him. He cupped his fist and asked, "May I ask for your name, Dao brother?" "Just a nobody, not worth mentioning," Li Qie answered. This was the difference between Virtuous and Lu Jinsheng. Jinsheng didn't know who Li Qie was, but he could tell that the guy was too much for him. "You killed Six-Sword Young King? May I ask what he had done to deserve such a cruel death?" Virtuous didn't use his imperial prestige to pressure Li Qie. Of course, acting imperiously at the academy was not necessarily useful. The teachers at the academy were quite fierce. A few of them were stronger than ordinary emperors. "It's just murder, simple as that. I don't need justification to kill someone. Go now. Don't make a mistake during this perilous period," Li Qie calmly said. The students took a deep breath after hearing this. It was as if Li Qie didn't give a damn about this four-will emperor with an ancient bloodline at all. So damn fierce, they thought. Virtuous grimaced at the blatant showing of disdain in public. Alas, calling him arrogant or prideful would be unreasonable. A character of his level simply wasn't used to getting this type of treatment. "Dao brother, I am sincerely asking. This might be celestial, but one still can't kill for no reason." "A reason is required," Virtuous said. Li Qie smiled and said, "So, what if you want to know?" "You think you would let this go if I give you a good reason for killing them? That this would be enough to absolve the grievances? What are you going to do to stop Nine Sword from having revenge?"
1.
So Run Sheng is a title, not his real name. This title would be literally translated to human/mortal saint. I would do saint for this, but saint is already taken. Changing Ren Sheng to Virtuous. All the previous chapters should be fixed now. Chapter 2061. Virtuous slightly raised his brows. This was indeed the case because Nine Sword wouldn't let his only son die like this without doing anything. There was no way he would forgive the killer. Li Qie continued, "Don't worry about this, just back off. But if you must demand justice, then just know that my will is justice." Is that good enough of a reason? Virtuous did not like this contemptuous response. It was pretty much a challenge. The headmaster shook his head and didn't want to interfere. This was a crucial moment for the academy, so this matter was insignificant. Virtuous took a deep breath and said, "Dao brother, you are too unreasonable. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong right now, but I wish to see if you are qualified to act so domineeringly." This was a tough response. As an emperor, he couldn't back down after just a few sentences from the guy. "Challenging me?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile. "Yes, overestimating myself I might be. I still wish to try. If I lose, I'll leave and stop asking about this matter," Virtuous said. "You are indeed overestimating yourself." Li Qie nodded. "Your power right now is insignificant. Forget it, because you are a human. I won't make it too difficult for you. Return from whence you came. You're not ready to participate in this muddled water." Does he think everyone is beneath him? A student was indignant and stood up for Virtuous. Who does he think he is, a 12-will emperor? No one can take this sitting down. Virtuous wasn't ready for this verbal slap either. He was still an emperor and demanded more respect. "If that's the case, let me witness your invincible arts. I have a bad habit of not giving up until seeing it for myself." His expression turned cold. Buzz. Strands of imperial light oozed out from his body. Each ray seemed to be opening a new world and carried boundless power. His aura engulfed the entire academy. Every student could sense this direction suppression, causing them to tremble. "A fight is about to break out," one murmured. "Virtuous hasn't fought anyone after becoming a monarch, so I'm looking forward to this." A student licked his lips and said with anticipation. Li Qie simply chuckled and didn't really mind. Perhaps he had no intention of starting. Only a four-will monarch, no need for young noble to personally fight. "I'm more than enough." Jinsheng behind Li Qie stepped up and calmly challenged. This old man was completely unnoticeable standing behind Li Qie. But now, he didn't give Virtuous any face either to the crowd's astonishment. Li Qie being arrogant was one thing, but now a student from study room was also the same way? Was this a case of teacher like student? Who is he, daring to speak to Virtuous like that? A student wondered. Another became unhappy. Does he think he can act like that with a teacher backing him up? He needs to weigh himself first. Virtuous immediately turned his attention towards Jinsheng. In the beginning, he really didn't notice this old man and thought that he was only Li Qia's servant. It was already an impressive showing of self-restraint for an emperor to not slap the old man for being disrespectful. However, his eyes eventually became serious. Though Jinsheng was hiding his power, he still had an aura capable of taking in everything, as if he could devour any force. Virtuous had seen something similar on Nine Sword. Virtuous had associated with top experts, so he was perceptive in detecting them. Thus, his heart naturally skipped a beat. May I ask for your name? He took a deep breath to calm his fiery mood and asked. I'm senile now, don't remember my name, but if you wish to fight, I'll play with you for a bit. Jinsheng answered. Let Jinsheng play with you, for several moves then. My temperament has been bad recently, so I don't want to kill you by accident. Li Qia chuckled. So be it. Virtuous, endless vitality erupted like a tsunami and rushed into the sky. Relentless bloodline. It has been well trained, all right, let's go. Jinsheng nodded and said. Having said that, he slowly raised his right hand and shook it. In the blink of an eye, an indiscernible shadow danced around his hand. It looked like a dog that could swallow the entire world. This shadow made others feel as if their very soul was being devoured, a sensation akin to falling into a pit of ice. Virtuous shuddered after seeing this and thought about a legend that Nine Sword used to bring up quite often. Senior, do people refer to you as Nether Lunatic? Virtuous quickly cupped his fist and said with a solemn expression. Jinsheng sighed and said with a tinge of disappointment, I've forgotten this nickname and stopped using it after losing to mortal reversion ancient god back then. He was sentimental to hear this title. The scenes of his arrogant youth replayed in his mind. Nether Lunatic. Many students jolted in shock and fear. One from Emperor Mansion murmured, the most gifted student in the academy, a high god with 11 totems. This name resounded thunderously among the student body. They all knew who he was despite never seeing him in person before. His tales were still passed down to this day. He was perhaps one of the first students who dared to boldly challenge a teacher. Back then, he defeated 5 teachers in a row and became a legend. At the same time, the academy let this legend pass down without any limitation. The guy was only one step away from the peak. Unfortunately, he disappeared after challenging mortal reversion back then. Many believed that he had been killed by the ancient god. No one expected to see him still here at the academy. This inconspicuous student from study room was the famous Nether Lunatic. The students were naturally shocked, but Li Qia was still nonchalant. Same with the headmaster. It was as if he had known this already. The young ones were amazed. An 11 totem, high god was right before them. After confirming this, even Virtuous was astonished and staggered several paces backward. Chapter 2062. Nether Lunatic was considered a fierce character, one of the strongest high gods in arrogance. Virtuous was no coward, but only top-level emperors were on the same level as Nether Lunatic. Others naturally would back down in fear. The students felt their hair standing on ends. No one has seen him in action before, but he was qualified to challenge mortal reversion and survived at that. This was more than enough to prove his power. So it is Senior Nether, I've long heard of your fame. Virtuous took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I have eyes, but without sight. Please excuse me for not recognizing you. He spoke well and maintained a respectable attitude befitting of a monarch. Old and different from before, unlike the young with their fearless heart, able to traverse through the world with a proud smile. Nether Lunatic said insipidly, Very well, I haven't exercised in a long time now. It will be nice seeing the supreme talents of the future generation that will overcome us in time, as long as I don't break my bones. He was much more amicable than before compared to his past self. If someone like Virtuous dared to challenge him back then, he would start with a slap before speaking. Now, He lacked the fiery temper of old and rarely fought, akin to a friendly grandpa and a neighbor. Of course, this was relative to how he was back then. Virtuous turned slightly red, stuck in a difficult position. Fighting was a bad move, but simply leaving was not an option either. He had 4 wills, but this was not enough to fight against Nether Lunatic even if he were to use all of his power, even if he experienced an unreasonable boost in power. Lunatic would certainly strike him down. Thus, fighting was futile, but accepting defeat was humiliating for a famous emperor, not to mention this would be his first battle. His fame and imperial prestige would go down the drain after this. Go now. The headmaster decided to help him out. This is an abnormal period. Don't follow your emotions. Stay outside, and stop causing trouble for the academy. It sounded like a scolding, but in fact, the headmaster was giving him a way to leave without losing face. Virtuous was simply not qualified to challenge Nether Lunatic right now. Ultimately, Virtuous was still his student, so because of this, he saved his student this one time. It was a commendable act of showing love towards the juniors. Virtuous knew that this was a good chance as well, and one wouldn't present itself again if he were to refuse. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Your reprimand is correct, teacher. I was out of line and wrong for causing trouble at the academy. My apology." With that, he cupped his fist towards Nether Lunatic. "Excuse me this time, senior. We'll meet again." He bowed, then left the academy. Nether Lunatic didn't say anything and turned back towards Xueqi. Xueqi smiled and didn't give a new order, so the old man refrained from taking action. He quietly retreated behind Xueqi. Xueqi then decided to go back to study room after making a mess of the atmosphere. The students glanced in confusion at each other while trembling inside. If someone like Nether Lunatic was only a servant, then who the hell was Xueqi? Just how powerful was he exactly? Of course, they could sympathize and understand while Virtuous decided to back off. No one else would dare to challenge an 11 totem high god either. Despite being situated back in this ancient world, the academy enjoyed several days of peace. No other monsters tried to invade it any longer, so the students heaved a sigh of relief. They figured that the disaster was over and it was time to try and return to arrogance. The ancient world itself was also extraordinarily serene. One couldn't hear a single sound of the creature. The students didn't notice this. Unlike the powerful teachers, the beasts were retreating. Even the colossal beings were backing off. These monsters were very sensitive and could tell that a storm was approaching. Something even more terrorizing than them was coming, so they stopped coveting the academy and decided to run. Ancestors in the academy began looking around with their heavenly gaze. They have noticed that others have entered this ancient world somehow. These newcomers were lurking in the crevices of the sky. Perhaps this group included emperors and invincible high gods. All in all, they were quietly watching at each and every move of the academy the minute changes. These beings were hiding their aura and everything else. They concealed their breath and real faces, using a supreme technique for a monumental change in order to keep their identity a secret. Ultimately, they found prudence to be the best course of action. The academy was still unfathomable. If it were to survive this disaster, those who have maneuvered against it would certainly face retribution if their identity were known. This would cause trouble for their sex as well. The prying ones had members from the 100 races, or even alumni of the academy. Thus, it was even more crucial that their identity remained a secret or others would chastise them for such betrayal. As this group increased in number, the ancestors felt a greater pressure and became serious. Despite their ample resources and foundation, they still couldn't underestimate the enemies. This was an existential crisis. Clang! The crisis gong sounded again and interrupted the serenity. All students, return to the fort or face the consequence. Last warning, the headmaster announced. The students were rightfully confused because they thought everything was over. The majority returned to safety, but of course, some were bold and confident enough to deal with the trouble. Others had nefarious intent because they were aware of the situation and wished to benefit from it. Nevertheless, a few powerful beings couldn't escape from Jinqing's gaze. He was a bit surprised. There are a lot of them. The academy might not be able to face against so many. When an elephant falls down, the ants will come running for a bite. Li Qie was unperturbed, of course. The elephant might not stay down forever to be a meal. The last one smiling is yet to be decided. Will a 12-will emperor come? Jinsheng said with a tinge of apprehension. Who in this world wouldn't fear these beings at the apex? They were the deciding force of many conflicts.
Yes.
Li Qie smiled. The question is who? It won't be fun if one doesn't come, though. Jinsheng was shocked to hear this comment. Chapter 2063. Rumbles. Blaring blasts detonated all over the academy, resulting in numerous earthquakes. What's going on? The suddenness of the situation startled the students. Certain mountains and buildings began to collapse. Keep in mind that this land has been fortified by monarchs, so it was immensely tough. Normal earthquakes couldn't do any damage, but this wasn't the case this time around. Our place is not breaking, just the actual space around it. An Emperor Mansion genius noticed this.
Buzz.
Lines of coordinates appeared in the sky after the ancient world lit up. They wove together into a net and covered everything, the academy included. This net was unreasonably large. The academy only took up a tiny portion at the very center. One could imagine just how vast the ancient world was then, but in the end, it was still abandoned. These are the coordinates refined by Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor. A teacher murmured in astonishment. Crack. The ground and their coordinates began to crack in multiple places like a crystal glass slowly unraveling. Just the slightest touch, and everything would crumble. More and more appeared with time, scaring everyone with the sound. It was tough to walk anywhere in this crack-laden land. Many students realized that something akin to an invisible hand was trying to pull the academy away. It's a spatial trap. The power of the ancient world is dragging us in. A genius regained his wits and stated his conjecture. Everyone looked towards the net of coordinates in the sky. Something monstrous was dragging the academy out of its own space, so the lines were cutting the land apart. Why is this happening? Confusion ensued. The day has finally come. Let's go. An ancestor gently sighed and told his peers and lower-ranking teachers. The collapse traced back to the very origin of the academy. Back then, the two emperors refined the ancient world and suppressed it under the academy. As time went on, the power of this world became increasingly stronger. Eventually, the suppression failed, so the world began to expand once more. The academy was pulled back and suffered this fragmentation. If the academy couldn't stop this suction, it would certainly be destroyed. Boom! A pagoda appeared, resembling the one that had emerged several days ago. The previous was locked by Tao laws, but this one was freed from constraint. Buzz! Luminous light appeared everywhere, signaling the emergence of an ancient platform with corners occupied by gray-haired old men. They were the reclusive ancestors of the academy, rarely showing their face normally. Alas, they had no choice but to preside over this situation. Light oozed out of them as they chanted and performed their Tao laws. Their boundless vitality and power flowed to this platform in order to activate the engraved chaos stones. The power of chaos surged and permeated the entire place. It seemed as if a world of chaos was being created. In this split second, majestic figures walked out of this chaos expanse. They were too faint to see, but under their might, both gods and devils would shudder. Even emperors would feel the same way. This power belonged to the very peak of this world, not something ordinary emperors could grasp. Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor? A keen student murmured. Looks like Immortal Monarch Ye too. There were more than just a few figures in the light. They began fortifying the area by directly pouring out chaos light into the pagoda floating in the sky. The light fused with the pagoda, instilling power in it with haste. In the blink of an eye, the ancestors, emperors within the brilliance, and the pagoda were connected together through the platform. This combination allowed them to exert their power to the limit. Endless Tao runes oozed out of the pagoda like a tsunami and reached all the nooks and corners of the ancient world. Because of this, they made contact with the lines of coordinates and locked onto the individual ones. Buzz. The runes then turned into chains and locked the space. They tightened and stabilized the expanding world. Just like that, the entire place trembled once, just like a carriage going fast, and the driver suddenly reined it in. Everyone shook back and forth. Some even fell to the ground. It was a success. The ancestors have finally stabilized the academy. Though the expansion had stopped, sealing it and bringing the academy back to arrogance were still difficult and required a greater power. Because of this, the ancestors remained on the platform, seemingly meditating. They continuously poured their power and vitality into the platform in order to accumulate more chaos energy. These ancestors weren't a match for their founders, so they couldn't push the academy out of this place right away. Thus, their first step was to stabilize the expansion of the ancient world. Now, it was a matter of time and accumulate before the final eruption to seal this place. Of course, this required a long period and all of their focus. They couldn't do anything else or even have the slightest distraction. Alas, they didn't have clones to deal with a potential attack from the enemies right now. Chapter 2064. The ancestors were occupied with sealing the ancient world, so this was the best time to invade the academy at its weakest. At this moment, a few teachers realized the incoming danger. A few students didn't recognize the delicate situation and heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like we're saved. Boom. The void suddenly broke apart by someone above the academy. The majestic yet terrifying aura of a grand emperor descended all over the academy. The guy had no intention of hiding his might and let it roam free. Many were startled by this sudden intrusion and looked up in the sky. They saw a figure with fluttering black hair. It was an invincible devil emperor with a Dao portal right behind him. One could instantly use it to get here. Fellow Daoist Winged Oblivion. Why are you here? The hoarse voice of the previous headmaster answered this appearance. Oblivion, that's the progenitor of the Oblivion clan. A student gasped in horror. That's him all right. 12 fate palaces and 10 wills. A student from Emperor Mansion nodded with a solemn expression. A 10-will Grand Emperor is here. Some naturally turned pale. Arrogance was the world of the 100 races right now. However, it didn't mean that the 3 races lacked footholds here. The Oblivion clan was one example. This ancient clan had 4 emperors on top of a great foundation. That's the reason why they could stand strong at arrogance. Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor wasn't here in person, but with that portal, the real body could come at any moment. When a whale is about to die, the bloodthirsty shark will come running to have their fill. The shadow of the emperor spoke, and that's what the academy is, a delicious whale, while I'm a shark. The stench of blood is here, and I am ready to feast. Oblivion stated his intention and ambition in a straightforward manner. This was a world where the strong prey on the weak. There was nothing shameful about this, so he had no need to be a pretentious gentleman. The students shuddered after hearing this. They realized that the progenitor's words also represented his clan. It meant that as long as Oblivion took action, it meant that the other 3 emperors would be on his side as well. There was no doubt that there were 4 emperors preying on the academy right now. Your ambition is quite grand, the old headmaster declared sonorously. The academy has stood strong for generations. It won't fall down now. Let go of this thought and leave in order to avoid a costly mistake. The old headmaster was still as confident as ever against a 10-will Grand Emperor and the ones behind him. We'll just see about that, fellow Daoist. I am patient and will wait for the whale to be exhausted. That's how the sharks hunt their prey, waiting for the weakest moment and go together. The headmaster didn't respond. There was no point in wasting words. They were powerful enough to speak with their fists. Nevertheless, his words still struck the student's mind. These ancestors of the academy were occupied right now, so this was the best opportunity for the emperors. Oblivion wasn't the first nor the last to covet the academy in the 13 continents. So many were ready to pounce on it at the moment. Though it had produced many high gods and monarchs, these people might not be able to help the academy in time. In fact, to be perfectly frank, A few of them would already be considered kind not to backstab the enemies right now. The truth was that the academy was too tempting with its treasures.
Poof.
A while after, a very faint noise popped in the sky, like a hatching seedling coming out of the ground. Strangely enough, everyone could hear it. This was indeed the case. A green vine was growing in the sky, one branch, then one leaf at the start before taking roots everywhere. It wasn't slowing that quickly, but all eyes were on it since it was harmonizing with the Grand Tao, more than enough to open another world. Lush it was then, withering was next, as if it was experiencing multiple cycles. The leaves on the branches turned yellow and fluttered away with the winds. Nevertheless, it has taken roots into the voids. The old branches had barks as tough as iron scales now. Suddenly, it ignited in entirety. A figure appeared in this flame, seemingly coming from a thicket of an ancient past, and had an aura of vicissitudes. With his appearance, the branches became all-encompassing, capable of understanding all locations in the 13 continents. Fellow Taoist Bai Lian, excuse me for a lack of reception. The old headmaster greeted the fiery figure. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian. People were shaken to hear this name, including those hiding in the shadows. They realized some of the big shots were coming now. An immortal emperor from the 9 worlds, the students were still nervous, not knowing whether he was here to help or to destroy the academy. This was a rather famous emperor, because he was a top alchemist. His peers would often ask him for help in pill-making. He came from the stone medicine world, and was the progenitor of the Bai Lian clan. Rumor has it that he used to be 100 refinement vine tree. It eventually found the Tao and became the emperor. He could experience numerous cycles without dying, but this was without verification. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. The emperor said, I am here with several friends, wanting to make a deal with the academy. Are you interested? These fellow Taoists were naturally on the same level as him and should be emperors. It showed that he wasn't alone this time. What kind of deal? The old headmaster asked. I heard your academy has a high heaven scroll considered to be the greatest of all time. We don't want much, just this artifact alone. Of course, we won't be so inconsiderate. Give the scroll to us, and we shall aid you in this crisis. What do you think? Everyone was startled to hear this because it was taking advantage of the situation, forcing the seller to bend to their whim. Meanwhile, the hidden masters were talking to their own group about this particular artifact. There have been rumors about it for a long time now, that this particular artifact was the strongest out of all the High Heaven Scroll in the 13 continents. It was the defining item of the academy. No one could give a definite answer to this particular rumor, but many emperors were certain that there was a scroll here. They just weren't sure whether it was the strongest or not. Chapter 2065. Numerous held their breath after hearing the emperor. The students, the hiding emperors, and everyone else was waiting for an answer and verification from the old headmaster. I'm afraid you are misinformed. The academy has no such thing. The old man answered. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled. Fellow Taoist, people at our level have no need to hide or act righteously. A few things can't be hidden forever, and our information is certainly correct. Yes or no, it is up to you now. The second demand only intensified the anticipation. Let the future generation decide whether it is real or fake. The old man answered calmly, not to mention that we don't have it. Even if we did, we still wouldn't deal with you. Go back now, fellow Taoist. The decisive refusal left others pondering. Was it that the academy was strong enough to stop a horde of emperors, or was it out of principle? Brother, we won't come back empty-handed. The emperor said, if you won't make the deal, then we'll have to forcefully take it. When the stars crowd the sky, that's when we will attack. Please excuse us for the rudeness at that point. The crowd trembled after hearing this. The group has made up its mind in attacking for the treasure. Prior to this, Oblivion and his group included 4 emperors, and now, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian's group had joined in. A careless move could end in destruction for the academy. No one could really blame Immortal Emperor Bai Lian. The academy was facing a crisis and had too many resources. He came here and declared his intention in a straightforward manner. This was in accordance to the harsh rules of the cultivation world. In fact, if he didn't do it, others would come for the treasures anyway. Brother Bai Lian, you think your group can take the #1 scrolls? Oblivion looked at Bai Lian and smiled. You can come and see whether we can take it or not. Bai Lian smiled back. We immortal emperors have been itching to fight against the grand emperors. This might be a good chance to start. I want nothing more than to hear that, but let's wait for another day. Oblivion laughed and said, I'm ready any time. Bai Lian didn't hesitate at all, but right now, your clan's emperors alone are not enough to take on my group. Don't you worry, we'll invite several more brothers to join that battlefield just to see how invincible the emperors from the 9 worlds are. Oblivion retorted, Deal. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian laughed and said, Wait till we're done here, then we'll gather to see how strong the 12-will emperors from your 3 races are. One could smell the scent of gunpowder right now between the 2 sides, but it wasn't surprising at all. The Grand Emperors certainly didn't like the Immortal Emperors and vice versa. Most of their meetings would end like this. Oh, a gathering of emperors? A metallic voice resounded as another person walked on the sky. Each step was creating a mark. It was an old man with an indifferent expression who keeps himself aloof from the world. Everyone is salivating at our academy. Do they think we have no one? He instantly appeared at the entrance. Your student, Stoneraiser, is here to help. My apology for being late. The old man bowed with a natural and respectful expression. Stoneraiser, Immortal Monarch, an alumnus. A student shouted after seeing the old man and made many of his peers emotional. In this perilous moment, the academy was surrounded by ravenous wolves. The students were worried, but now a monarch was finally here to help and repay the debt. Stoneraiser was from Clearing Flow and went to the academy. He eventually went on to become a monarch with 8 wills. Clearing Flow was an imperial lineage at arrogance created by Immortal Emperor Yenwu. There were 2 more immortal monarchs after him. It was a simple place with few disciples compared to similar sects, less than 10 each generation. Because of this, it wasn't famous in arrogance, but its power was certainly formidable. Come in. The old headmaster allowed entry for Stoneraiser. This was a boost of morale for the students. It showed that not all emperors were after their treasures. Some still remembered their roots and the debt they owed to the academy. He stepped inside and turned back to smile. Gentlemen, you're here already, so might as well show yourselves. An emperor can steal and kill, but do it in the open. Don't be like a rat and throw away our fame. I agree with Brother Stoneraiser. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled. Hiding is unbecoming of us. If you dare to come here to rob, don't be afraid of future repercussion. Correct. Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor cheerfully added, We're no heroes, more like murderers, but we don't hide like thieves and shoot arrows in the dark. People glanced at each other after hearing this. Even the students found these 2 interesting. Though they were taking advantage of the situation, they still did it in an open manner, lacking nefarious intents. This actually made it easier for others to accept because this was the way of the cultivation world. Cultivators have robbed each other since the start of time. Of course, the ones in the shadow were still spectating. They didn't show themselves, at least for now. After Stoneraiser went in, the ancient world became tenser. Just like Oblivion had said, the academy was a weakened whale surrounded by a group of sharks that was increasing in numbers.
Boom.
A gigantic figure appeared in the sky to join the fun. It had the head of a lion and a human body, the size of a mountain. The thing said, Fellow Taoists at the academy, keep in mind that we will attack when the stars fill the sky. Be ready, and do not blame us for being cruel at your destruction. The fierce declaration certainly stole the crowd's attention. Fellow Taoist, might as well show yourself since you're here already. Oblivion looked at the beast and smiled. I agree. You also want to attack at the same time, so show yourself or people will think we're on the same side. Immortal Emperor, Bai Lian said. The thing ignored these 2 and continued to glare at the academy with a profound pair of eyes. What's your title, fellow Taoist? The old headmaster said with a friendly tone. This person was hiding everything so no one could calculate his origin and identity. That's not important. No need for names on the battlefield. So secretive. Must be an immortal monarch then. Someone mocked with a pleasant voice. This was Xueqi, one of the two Harmony immortal monarchs. The two of them have been here the whole time and couldn't leave during this crucial moment. More than that, in my opinion, probably an alumnus of the academy. Her husband also appeared and uttered coldly. The thing ignored the monarchs as well and announced in an emotionless manner, "I've said my part. Get ready for a life-or-death battle." With that, it turned and left. Chapter 2066. The students clamored and wanted to know who the person was. Maybe it really is an immortal monarch. One speculated. Many agreed with the statement because members of the three races wouldn't need to hide their appearance like this. Everyone knew about the racial conflict between the two sides. For example, Oblivion Devil Emperor didn't need to hide at all even when his clan was situated in arrogance. On the contrary, this lion-headed figure didn't dare to show their identity. Only someone from the 100 races would hesitate like this. After all, the academy was the cradle of prosperity for this faction. If an immortal monarch dared to attack, future descendants would certainly spit on their name. All signs pointed to this being a traitor. It might be a monarch from our academy too. Goddamn ungrateful bastard. Not remembering how the academy groomed them. It's one thing that they're not helping, but to backstab us too? So shameless. One student angrily exclaimed. Numerous believed in this as well, but they didn't dare to say it out loud, unlike Harmony monarchs. Watch your mouth. This is related to the reputation of a monarch. No need to say anything without evidence. An older student prudently warned. This was a reasonable take because one could easily count the alumni monarchs from the academy. Thus, all the ones who didn't come to help could be the suspects. That's why this senior reminded the guy to watch his words. A matter relating to the reputation of the emperors was a big deal. Despite the warning, the other student was still feeling indignant and snorted. Not just the students, even the other emperors were curious about this individual's identity. Ultimately, they were competitors for the academy, so it was best to have more information. Unfortunately, the guy didn't reveal much about him. Even Oblivion and Bai Lian nearby couldn't figure anything out. Nevertheless, more were coming for the academy. Rumble. A Dao portal forcefully appeared above. A majestic shadow emerged with a power crushing the firmaments. Behind him was a divine hall with many gods sitting proudly. This seemed to be a world of the gods. Anyone would shudder and back down before them. God's halls. Someone shouted after seeing this. Students were lost in a daze after hearing this name. Even God's hall is here? 100 more God is here. Even this power is getting involved. A few hiding gods were surprised to see him. Fellow Taoist, why are you here? The old headmaster asked. We are only here for one thing. The majestic shadow spoke. I hope that Academy can forgive us for this transgression. We will apologize later. Such politeness made people look around at each other. It was a clear robbery, yet he put it so nicely. What is it that you want? Fellow Taoist. The old headmaster inquired again. A very simple item. Just gather the desolate scripture for us. This shadow was 100 more God. Let us borrow this, and we will leave instantly. After we finish reading it later, we will return it to you. Desolate scripture? Even the masters didn't know what it was. It is amazing. A scripture left behind by Deep South Divine Emperor's branch. Even Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor became interested with a flash in his eyes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed, the old headmaster said. It was the Imperial Queen's dowry, so we cannot lend it to outsiders. But if you join our academy with sincerity, you will eventually be able to see it. This scripture used to be one of Deep South Divine Emperor's prized possessions. He gave it to his daughter before marrying her off to immortal Emperor Fei, so it was considered a dowry of sorts. It eventually became one of the most important scriptures at the academy. Though the majority of these scriptures were available for students, this one wasn't until one reaches a certain tenured position in the teaching staff. Then excuse us, we'll have to forcefully take it then, 100 Arm declared. People shuddered because this wasn't only an empty threat. God's Hall was considered one of the strongest in the 13 continents. It didn't have emperors, but more than enough high gods to make up for it. The majority of high gods from the 3 races were part of this sect. Their power could overwhelm many imperial lineages. Even Heaven Authority would need to give them some face. 100 Arm himself was quite mighty, with 11 totems and an impressive battle record. Right now, he represented God's Hall. If the Academy didn't hand over the scripture, they would definitely not let this go. So many lineages would dread the idea of having a monster like God's Hall as an enemy, but the old headmaster was unperturbed. We welcome God's Hall to come at any time, doesn't matter how strong it is. This is just how it is being the Academy. Very well, I admire such determination. 100 Arm laughed and said, if that's the case, we'll come for your scripture when the stars fill the sky. We'll never retreat until it is ours. With that, the high god turned and left. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. It sounded like a challenge to the death. Of course, some hiding emperors were glancing at each other. That declaration was also aimed at everyone else present. He was warning people that the scripture was theirs. Thinking about it was the same as opposing God's Hall. Henceforth, those who wanted the scripture before gave up on this idea. After all, there were countless good items at the Academy. No need to fight God's Hall to the death for it. Plus, this scripture wasn't necessarily suitable anyway. People became increasingly nervous after the war god's departure, especially the students. They knew a disaster was coming. Meanwhile, the only calm person was Xueqi. He sat in the main hall and only chuckled while staring at the sky. Young noble, you want to start? How about this? I will be your vanguard. Jinsheng immediately asked, after seeing Xueqi opening his eyes. My Jinsheng, don't be so hasty, or you will scare away the snakes. A feast like this doesn't come easy, one in a million years even. Be patient and wait. Xueqi smiled. Who are you waiting for? Jinsheng asked. A 12-will emperor. It will only be fun when a character of that level comes. Xueqi smirked and scared Jinsheng with his comment. Chapter 2067. Oblivion Clan, Immortal Emperor by Lien, the mysterious lion-headed figure, and God's Hall. All of these enemies intensified the tense atmosphere at the Academy. Everyone wondered if they had any reinforcement coming. They were only aware of Harmony Monarchs and Stone Razor, Immortal Monarch. Just these 3 alone weren't enough to save the Academy. However, this was only the beginning. These foes were nothing compared to the real danger. 2 days after, the Grand Tao in the sky began to burn. This concluded with an explosion and the emergence of an imperial decree. Buzz. A scepter as white as jade was inside this decree and emitted an immense pressure. Even emperors shuddered after seeing this. It was a matter of instinct, a fear against an unopposable power. Heaven Authority, they knew this wouldn't end well. It is time for the emperors of the Heaveners, Devils, and Diviners to band together to destroy the Academy. May our 3 races prosper for an eternity. The mantras from this decree echoed in the mind of the Grand Emperors. This was clearly an order of an apex emperor. Not to mention the students of the Academy, even the teachers lost their colors. This name was a demon in everyone's mind, pressing down on their sanity. It was the pride of the Heaveners, but also the shadow of the 100 races. It was the oldest and strongest lineage of the Heaveners. Only Grand Emperors with 10 wills or more could join. It has been steering the political wheel while controlling the Heaveners. The current leader was a notorious individual, World Emperor. It didn't matter who and how strong they were, everyone needed to be afraid of Heaven Authority. All were insignificant ants before this behemoth. Though no one knew who exactly issued the decree, it was definitely from Heaven Authority, enough to represent this power. Everyone fell into a state of quiet contemplation after seeing this. The decree had seemingly sealed the fate of the Academy. Even if others wanted to help, they needed to weigh themselves first. Any reinforcement would be opposing Heaven Authority, and no one would do that recklessly. Heaven Authority is going all out. A hiding high god murmured. I think Celestial is done for this time, unless it has someone like Immortal Monarch E backing it up. Others won't be able to. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian shook his head and said with regrets. It seemed that the outcome was obvious now with the involvement of Heaven Authority. The end of a legend. Another stealthy Immortal Monarch lamented with a sigh. Is this the end for our academies? The students turned pale. Young and inexperienced they might be, they still understood the significance of Heaven Authority. Maybe it's time to leave. A scared student wanted to leave. Prior to this, many students remained hopeful because the academy was unfathomable and had overcome great dangers before. But now, this decree was an order for the 3 races to attack and split up the academy. Despair was understandable under such circumstances. Alas, these students who wanted to run were facing another problem. Where? They were inside the ancient world right now. Heaven Authority is coming. Jinxing's expression changed. This development was exerting immense pressure on everyone. That's good. All visitors will be our dear guests. Li Qie calmly smiled without any surprise. The 13 continents are sealed, but now, so many emperors are coming? This might not be a coincidence. Jinxing spoke with a serious expression. This particular trouble of the academy isn't a new phenomenon. I'm sure some emperors have calculated and waited for this day. But ultimately, this might not be a bad thing. It will show you who are really your friends and enemies. Li Qie said. Jinxing nodded in a sour mood. Normally, the academy had such a prestigious status in the 100 races. So many immortal monarchs and high gods gave them face. Everyone wanted to do this when the academy was prosperous. It was the opposite now. It was nice of these emperors not to backstab the academy, no need to even think about them lending a hand in times of trouble. The academy did not respond to the decree from Heaven Authority. The atmosphere here was tense and somber. Time passed by, torturing the people there. Night came quickly, and the stars showed up. It was an especially peaceful night with bright lights everywhere contributing to the beauty of this ancient world. Perhaps tonight was going to be different. The serenity eventually turned into a scene of horror. Not even the howl of the wolves was around, same with the chirping of insects. It was as if they knew that something was going to happen tonight, so they escaped ahead of time. At this moment, all eyes were on the sky. Some were waiting with a heavy heart while others couldn't wait any longer. Zzz, the stars began to light up after a series of faint noises. They were initially bright but were much clearer now, like cressets being lit up, and became much more beautiful. It was a scene of flashing diamonds engraved in the night sky. The light began to flow within the ancient world. Rumble. Explosions came about, followed by cracking sounds. The ancient world was widening again after being empowered by the stars. The laws locking this space was being assaulted and stretching to the limit, on the verge of breaking at any moment. The academy and its space were cracking once more. Once the stabilizing laws crumbled, so would it. The students finally understood why the others waited until this moment to attack. So they knew something like this would happen. Stabilize. The ancestors of the academy roared. Boom. A second platform actually flew out from the academy. Another group of ancestors got on and poured their energy inside. Boundless chaos energy rushed into the pagoda. Clink. With this second platform, the pagoda poured out endless Dao runes to turn into more chain-like Dao laws in order to stabilize the region. It was another successful attempt. Let's go now. People finally lost their patience after seeing most of the ancestors occupied with this spatial task. Earlier, the coveting ones still didn't attack because they knew the academy had far more ancestors in reserve. However, with this second platform, it was sorely lacking in manpower. Chapter 2068. Boom. The stabilization was interrupted by a great hand stretching down from above. It aimed straight for a peak farther inside the academy. It seemed to be carved out of golden jade with the leaves and branches made of the same materials. They fluttered in the wind and issued metallic and pleasant ringing. Crack. It ripped out the peak. One could say that it wasn't too greedy if this was its only target.
Halt!
The warning gong resounded again at the academy. One ancestor soared upward and unleashed a waterfall-like slash at the hand. Pluff. Blood gushed out so the hand let go of the peak.
Boom.
It fell back into the initial position. Celestial, it's time to hand over your natural heavenly treasures. The master of the hand appeared. It was a high god with 7 more appearing behind him. Their divinity engulfed the entire place, wishing to drown the academy in entirety. Luo Wensong, Ing Chinyu. The old headmaster glared sharply at the 8 high gods and sneered. 8 Pillar Society, the ones who kneeled outside the academy back then. Numerous students were frightened after hearing this. This was one of the strongest groups in arrogance. At the same time, they felt rage because some of these high gods were alumni of the academy. Headmaster, it's all in the past. One of the high gods standing in the back became a bit awkward and coughed. The academy will be history tonight and divided people. Your student will just be taking my part. After all, rather me than the outsiders, right? His name was Luo Wensong, a previous student here.
So shameless.
One student scorned. Sai, your 100 races always complicate matters. Being evil, yet wanting to justify it? So troublesome. Want something?
How about just take it?
Oblivion laughed and said. He became resplendent, and his real body materialized. Boom. His gigantic foot stomped down with an annihilative might. Buzz. Defensive barriers took form in a dazzling manner. Imperial runes and power oozed out. They covered the entire academy.
Boom.
The barriers managed to stop this first stomp. Their 2 main progenitors left such a great foundation behind for the academy. Even Oblivion was stopped in his track. Don't just stand there and wait. All courteous pretenses are broken now. No need to act like saints anymore. Oblivion told the 8 high gods. Having said that, he roared and gathered his energy. 10 wills hovered in the sky and devastated the entire place. You will open. His weapon of choice was a colossal hammer filled with exploding laws on the surface. The first smash caused the entire academy to quake. Everyone inside could feel their chest being pulverized by the hammer and turned pale. The students were naturally affected to a higher degree. This was a 10-will Grand Emperor. His attacks were capable of burning the sky and ocean. Break. 8 Pillar Society all attacked at the same time. There was no need to put up an act any longer, since they wanted to seize their desired items first. Maintain your positions. The headmaster shouted. All of the defensive lines have been activated with Imperial runes erupting like volcanoes. The academy was luminous just like a great formation. Majestic figures came into being. Immortal Emperor Fei, Deep South Divine Emperor, Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Qizhen, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Mortal Reversion Ancient God, Immortal Monarch Yi. These beings have blessed the academy before with their impressive power. So much fun. Count me in. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian laughed and took out a divine cauldron.
Poof.
Ceaseless flame poured down from the sky and began to assault the barriers. Of course, no point in hiding anymore. Another person popped up, completely shrouded in fog. There was something indistinct about him. It was as if he didn't exist in this world despite clearly standing there. Brother Airshur, you're here too? Welcome. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled after seeing him. How could I miss this feast? I need more resources, and once enough, I might be able to repeat another generation. Airshur, the second emperor from all Era's ancient kingdom, smiled back at him. His smile didn't mean that he was friendly. He took out a spinning wheel and threw it down at the academy, as if it was a planet. Immortal Emperor Airshur, a high god lurking in the shadows, shuddered. Can this person really reincarnate like the legends? It might be true. His friend became serious and said, according to the tales, his previous life was also an immortal emperor named Ishur. However, he got hunted down after coming to the 10th world and was the first emperor to be killed. Next, in his next generation, he called himself Heir Sure. But who knows if this is the truth or not? Break. The lion-headed figure also appeared. A maelstrom materialized behind him. He raised his hands like raising two mountain ranges and slammed down mercilessly. Sparks splattered everywhere on the barrier, resulting in an apocalyptic scene. Would be a shame if I don't have a piece in this feast. A voice from an indiscernible location came about, from the east then the west. Another figure emerged, with a loose cloak. The thing that attracted others was not his imperial aura, but a golden horn on his forehead. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a horn at all, but something akin to a wiggling tumor. It was as if there were countless insects inside trying to break out of his skin. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang. The scariest one is here, an invisible murderer. A spectating high god noted. Many people shuddered after hearing this name. He came from the nether sacred world and had created the insect king lineage there. His insect mastery was the most dreadful thing about him. This allowed him to kill people in an undetectable manner. He spewed out countless ferocious insects that could devour steel and metals to the horror of the spectators. They began chipping away at the barriers. Fellow Daoist, allow me to help. Another shadow flashed into existence behind Immortal Emperor Heir Sure. It was another Immortal Emperor. The moment he opened his eyes, one could see the sun within.
Boom.
Two rays shot out and penetrated the barrier. You're here too, Brother Yin Yang. Immortal Emperor Heir Sure smiled at him and continued to attack the barrier with his wheel. There are a lot of Immortal Emperors coming this time around, a high god said. This is arrogance, so there are plenty of immortal monarchs and immortal emperors from the 100 races hiding. They are so close to the academy, there's no way they would miss this chance. His friend smiled. There were plenty of high gods just waiting on the sideline for the best opportunity to divide the academy. They were weaker, so they couldn't grab the good stuff, but just a little bit of soup wasn't too bad. My turn. God's Hall didn't attack in full force just yet, but Hundred Arm began with a divine weapon and unleashed a serious blow on the barrier. Rumble. The entire academy was trembling, ravaged by the power of these emperors, a tiny ship ready to capsize at any moment among the raging tempest. Cracks began to form. It was only a matter of time before a complete collapse. Though the ancestors of the Academy were extremely powerful, they were occupied with stabilizing the expanding world, or the result would also be the same. This severely weakened the Academy's actual barriers. It's not looking good. Lu Jinsheng was worried. No rush, the real legions aren't here yet. The danger will actually come when a 12-will emperor appears. Li Qie remained patient. Chapter 2069, Rumbles. The academy swayed back and forth to the dismay of the students. They were forced down on the ground by the terrible suppression, with no chance of getting up. Despite the barriers being empowered by the strongest beings, they still couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught. Time to take what belongs to us. Oblivion Devil Emperor and the others laughed before entering the academy with a dominating presence. Fight! The old headmaster cried out and rushed forward with the remaining ancestors. A light came from the deepest area of the academy and shined upon them, adorning them with powerful regalias. This was another part of the academy's defensive measures. Take it. The 8-Pillar Society still wanted the particular divine peak and rushed for it. Luo Wensong. Don't even think about it. Even Mo Qianjun had joined this battle. Old they might be, they were as ferocious as dragons and tigers on the battlefield. The old headmaster led some ancestors to take on these high gods. This tree is mine. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang jumped into the academy, his sight fixated on a tree spewing and absorbing immortal flame. Chong Huang, ask us first if you want the treasure. Harmony Monarchs blocked his way and coldly uttered, so be it. The emperor exuded a cold glare, ordering numerous insects to attack the husband and wife. They completely blotted out the sun and surrounded the two.
Clank, clank.
The wondrous saber and resonating sword left their sheath, ready for a combination attack. Both the monarchs disappeared, leaving behind only the gales of their weapons. A rain of heavenly swords descended from the sky, while an endless tsunami of sabers came from the side. The torrential edges swung by and instantly made mincemeat out of the insects. Let's go. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang didn't only rely on his insects. He took out a large bell and swung forward, releasing a gigantic sound wave. Buzz. In a different location, Immortal Emperor Airshur kept on moving like a phantom. It didn't take long before he emerged before an ancient palace. So this is the rumor palace that contains the scrolls of Fei. Airshur had a goal long ago in the academy. Fellow Taoist Airshur, return now. Don't wait until it is too late. A person stood by the door and stopped him. Stoneraiser, Immortal Monarch. Fellow Taoist Stoneraiser, the academy will fall. Why risk your life for something so meaningless? How about we share these scrolls? Airshur smiled and said, I will never be a despicable monarch and shame the regal prestige. Stoneraiser coldly refused. As if emperors aren't brutal and cruel in nature. Airshur laughed and aimed for Stoneraiser's head with his wheel. Break. Stoneraiser retaliated with his iron rod. Gentlemen, excuse my offense. Oblivion jumped into the academy. Teachers, and even some ancestors couldn't stop him at all, so he made his way into a valley. He swept away several ancestors guarding the valley with an unstoppable momentum by just waving his hand. The Imperial Barrier didn't stop him at all. The true body of a 10-will Grand Emperor was no joke. As he was making preparation to shift the entire valley away, a ray, with incomparable sharpness, pierced his natural mighty defense. He had to take several steps back in order to dodge it. He looked over and saw an old man standing in the way. Brother Azura, long time no see. He cupped his fist. Despite being an invader, he remained cool and free. Long time no see. Oblivion, you are betting on my academy's destruction. This was one of the academy's strongest ancestors, Azura. Brother, this is the reality, not a gamble. Oblivion revealed a faint smile. You may not know this, but the legions of our 3 races are approaching. Thus, I have no choice but to take the initiative, or when Heaven Authority gets here, I'll be left with scraps. Azura calmly said, even Heaven Authority won't be able to destroy my academy. Heed my advice and leave now, or not just you, but even your clan won't be able to survive. Thank you, brother, but one must seek fortune amidst peril. I'm sure you know that your treasures here are worthy of this risk. I have no grievances against your group, and am only doing this for the items. If you don't block my path, I won't trouble you either. All the students and teachers can leave freely. As a 10-will emperor, he was in the position to make this suggestion. Then we have nothing else to say. A fight to the death it is. Azura's eyes turned cold and attacked with his disc. So be it. Oblivion laughed heartily and prepared for battle.
Boom.
The 2 sides began their amazing battle. In the interim, many high gods were making their way in. The majority of them was hiding their identity, especially the weaker ones. They followed right behind the emperors and wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Of course, some of them went straight in. For example, 100 Arm from God's Hall. He defeated the teachers here and split a peak apart, revealing the treasures inside. Stop him. The teachers rallied once more. Scram. 100 Arms shouted, and suddenly, numerous arms as big as mountains unleashed devastating strikes. All of the teachers were blown flying. Who can stop me? He wanted to take the entire treasury with him. 100 Arm, don't be arrogant at the academy. A furious cry resounded. 3 monstrous figures made way into the academy. Zhang Trinity is here to help. One of them announced. Zhang Ruoliai, Zhang Ruofeng, and Zhang Ruoyu. A high god was astonished to see these 3. The 2 men and 1 woman ahead were famous high gods in arrogance, alumni of the academy. The most special thing about them was that they could combine their individual totems into a set, a total of 10. They didn't forget about the past and came to help the academy. Zhang Trinity, I have 11 totems, more than your 10. So, what We'll still kill you all the same. The sister, Zhang Ruoyu, had the fiercest temper among the three siblings. She gathered a sun above her head and threw it at Hundred Arm. Her brothers didn't waste words either and commenced their offense. Come, I'll see just how strong the three of you are. Hundred Arm was not afraid at all. He grasped another sun to counter the sister while using all-penetrating power against the two brothers. Chapter 2070. Chaos ravaged the academy. The gong rang time and time again while the thieves took their treasures and ran with haste. The strongest might be the lion-headed person heading straight for the depth of the academy. It was where the academy stored their manuals and scrolls, including the ones from top emperors. This being left destruction in his wake. No barriers and ancestors could slow him down at all. A high god gasped after seeing his speed. Is that a top emperor? But they quickly dispelled this notion. A top emperor like world wouldn't need to hide their identity like this. Hold it right there. A real challenger finally came forward, an old man adorned in an imperial robe. Clank. The soaring immortal sword formation sleeping in the academy woke up instantly with a wave of his hand. The sword formation slashed vertically at the intruder. The lion-headed being raised both hands to block the slash, causing sparks to go flying everywhere. These sparks flew all the way up to the sky and destroyed the stars. Damn, that's insane. People gasped after seeing the being capable of stopping the sword formation with his bare hands. Try this. The old man casually unleashed another strike. A divine bell of Deep South Divine Emperor flew mercilessly forward.
Boom, boom, boom.
The guy was struck several times and staggered backward, but he was still fine, showing others just how monstrous he was. Reveal yourself, the old man demanded, and used an imperial mirror to shine a scorching ray at the lion-headed being. However, one could only see a vast expanse with 14 heavens' wills floating there. How can this be? There's someone with 14 wills in this world? The crowd was shocked. The more naive ones were horrified. No wonder why you're hiding. So it is 14 immortal monarchs working together, each with one will, the old man said. Everyone became startled at this revelation. So 14 monarchs from the 100 races actually teamed up together to attack the academy. They must have truly wanted to destroy the academy, but this wasn't surprising at all. It had taken the deepest roots in arrogance with a plethora of resources. Just dividing this up was enough for their sect to reach the next level. Imperial Prince, the academy is done for, so its scrolls should be kept by the 100 races, away from the 3 races. The lion-headed being finally spoke. That's Immortal Emperor Fei's son. A high god finally realized the old man's identity. Soaring Immortal Prince. People naturally reacted emotionally after finding this out. Some even started bowing. Don't even dream about it. The prince had a stately and oppressive temperament. The outcome has been decided. The lion-headed man said, even your coming into being won't do anything. We have 14 wills here, so you won't be able to stop us, and if we come with our real body, you will die here. Among them were some terrifying monarchs. One even had 11 wills. This was the reason why they were so confident. All right, I shall break your wills so that you won't be able to hide any longer. The prince was also confident. Buzz. His vitality erupted, resulting in him seemingly traveling back in time all the way to the primordial chaos. This granted him the power of the source. Eternal bloodline. A diviner immediately recognized it and took a deep breath. One of the 4 immortal bloodlines, and the only one from our race. No one was surprised to see this. His father might be from the 100 races, but his mother was the prettiest diviner during that generation, and his grandfather, Deep South Divine Emperor. This was the noblest of bloodlines.
Die.
The lion-headed being roared and instantly attacked. Though it had 14 wills, it was only a temporary combination. These wills weren't able to exert their real power. Your punishment is death. The prince waved his sleeve to control the sword formation for another slash. Rumble. Battles waged everywhere inside the academy. The entire place was filled with activated Imperial runes, resulting in isolated battlefields. Nevertheless, the Academy was still suffering the shockwaves from the battles. We're here to join the fun. The sky suddenly turned dark with a gigantic dragon and tiger appearing above. Golden dragon and tyrant tiger? People didn't know which side these two beasts were on. How shameful. A high god acting like a thief. The tiger laughed and smashed a high god who was carrying an old well into a pulp. So much fun. We haven't gone all out in a long time. The dragon roared and joined in. These two were no other than the ones who came up to the 10th world with Xie. Of course, this was their original home. The two beasts began to terrorize the high gods who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Not everyone was trying to jump into the academy right away after the barrier's collapse. For example, Immortal Emperor Yin Yang and Immortal Emperor Bai Lian weren't in a hurry. They were only here for one thing, the High Heaven Palace. Yin Yang opened his eyes. One was Yin and the other Yang. The two cycled and illuminated the entire academy during his search. Must be there. He finally became fixated on study room. The guy was indeed capable enough to see a few clues, so he headed there. Return from whence you came. Xie was sitting in the main hall and nonchalantly told him, "Who are you?" The emperor was cautious against this young man. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Xie was still relaxed. Buzz. The emperor activated his gaze again in order to see through Xie. Alas, all he saw was a muddled mess, something impossible to fathom. "Who the hell are you?" He didn't expect this at all. "That doesn't matter, but if you are foolish enough to linger around, this place will be your burial." Xie continued. "I have climbed out of piles of corpses time and time again, so I'm very interested to see what kind of person will be able to kill me." Yin Yang smiled and said. This was someone who had experienced tribulations and near-death countless times, so he wasn't scared that easily. Plus, even if the guy was unfathomable, he still needed to try once. Buzz. His shining eyes shot out a ray straight for Xie. However, a river of time appeared and trapped the ray completely before it could make contact with Xie. A woman descended from the sky just like a goddess. All eyes had to be on her now. Chapter 2071. This woman wouldn't be called a goddess because of her beauty. In fact, she was no match for Mei Suyao and Yu Qianqian in terms of appearance. Nevertheless, her features were extraordinarily pleasing to the eyes, just like a perfect masterpiece. The other two were certainly incredible, but they would be overshadowed by this woman who seemed to be pure at birth with the temperament of an immortal. She emitted a faint glow as if there was a river of time flowing through her, granting her a unique and eternal aura. Teacher. She landed with an intimate smile after seeing Xie, the most beautiful smile in the world. Others wouldn't be able to resist the urge to hug her. Little girl. Xie smiled brightly, one coming from his heart. This was the first time Jinsheng saw the guy smile in this manner. Who else could it be but Magu? She came with the two beasts to aid the academy. Eternal physique. Someone has actually done it. Immortal Emperor Yin Yang was astonished. His vision was impeccable and instantly realized that the woman before her had a grand completion eternal physique, something that has never been done before despite numerous attempts. This miracle of the ages was a marvel to behold. It could even be said that cultivating this physique was countless times harder than becoming an immortal emperor. Alas, such a being was standing before them, something even more amazing than seeing a 12-will emperor. You are that person from the Heavenly Tao Academy. The emperor stared at her, astounded. He had heard of such a person who was rumored to be immortal back in the 9 worlds, but there was no meeting between them. He finally understood what this immortality was now. Yes. Get ready now. Magu didn't waste time and took one step forward. Time began to flow and engulfed the emperor. Buzz. The flesh on his body immediately withered despite his mighty vitality. Boom. His wills appeared with its majestic power to restore his flesh. He took one step forward, one that could travel billions of miles, but Magu also did the same, one encompassing billions of years. His agility was not enough to escape the temporal river. Back in pure samsara, and Li Qie had researched the river of time, but this was not the same. The two of them were looking at the actual thing. Magu's river was a creation. 1 second in the real world was billions of years there. The two were fundamentally different. Of course, immortal Emperor Yin Yang was not on the same level as samsara. Because of this, his step couldn't catch up to her. Now, he shouted and placed his palms together. A yin-yang portal appeared, transporting him from one world to another. He instantly made it to Magu's position at the source of the river. She remained calm and casually pointed forward. Time oozed out like a flood and continued its withering devastation. Yin-yang's expression changed after seeing this temporal current. Emperors were still afraid of this particular affinity. Being touched meant turning to ashes. Break. His eyes turned into the yin and yang and poured out this power. It turned into a karmic shield and blocked before him. The karmic cycle in the form of this shield was still slowly rotting away. Die. He bought enough time to take another step forward and lunge for Magu. There was no fear in her fighting against this experienced emperor. A third eye suddenly emerged on her forehead, one containing properties from the very start of the world all the way till now. Time itself was being gestated inside this eye. Buzz. The emperor instantly disappeared after being illuminated by the light of the eye. He fell into a world with an eternal flow of time. He tested by taking one step forward, and half of his body instantly turned into a dried corpse, so he anxiously retreated. There were only two ways to escape this world of time. First, to choose the right temporal path. Alas, there were endless time paths from all the living beings. One person's path was but a bubble in the ocean. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack the size of the sea. The second method was using force to make it out of this world. However, this was simply impossible, since the strength required was tremendous. The emperor stood there with a serious expression, realizing his current predicament. Li Qie nodded approvingly after seeing this. Surpassing the limits, though not enough to open a new epoch, but this is opening a new page and adding text to the physique scripture.
You're the only one who can do it right now.
What should I name it, teacher? Magu remained calm while fighting the emperor with a tinge of happiness after being praised. Let's call it the Eye of Time. Li Qie smiled. I haven't started a new epoch yet, you have improved the scripture. Later on, when I start my epoch, I will use this new physique scripture as the original copy. Eye of Time? I like it. She found herself easily satisfied while being around Li Qie just like a cute little girl. The 9 scriptures varied depending on the epoch. Because they have lasted for an eternity till now, they took different shapes and forms. In this particular one, the physiques were based on the inner cores, but this wasn't the case in previous epochs. It probably wasn't called the physique scripture for some of them. Magu had reached the limit of the eternal physique and even broke through it before the end of the epoch. She had added a new page, an entirely new world, to the eternal physique, the Eye of Time. No one has ever reached this level before. Some have finished grand completion immortal physiques, but never able to break through the limit like Magu. This was because her whole life consisted of training the eternal physique. With her pure heart and mind, she used a rather clumsy and simple method to reach this unprecedented and unsurpassable height. Meanwhile, the emperor was racking his brains about his own temporal path. Only by going through his path would he be able to escape from this world. Must be this place. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian has arrived at this time. His branches were all over the academy, and he finally concluded that the High Heaven Scroll must be in this place. However, he was surprised to see Li Qie and the others. He tried but couldn't see through Li Qie. Bai Lian, this is not the place for you to be, scram now. Li Qie told him. A few high gods were watching and became shocked after hearing this. A youth dared to talk to the emperor like this? So damn fierce. Temporal gaze was my original choice, but I feel like I've been using temporal a lot, including the term temporal gaze itself. Eye of Time doesn't sound as good, but it's clearly a title. Chapter 2072, Immortal Emperor by Lien had all kind of questions rummaging through his mind. He could count with his fingers the number of people who dare to talk to him in this manner. Senior, may I ask who you are? He cupped his fist and said, Call me whatever you want. Li Chia waved his sleeve and said, Out of consideration that it wasn't easy to get here from the 9 worlds, I won't make it difficult for you.
Leave.
The emperor had a pensive expression, wanting to figure out Li Chia's identity, not out of fear, but out of curiosity. Clink. A sword hymn interrupted him. A terrifying sword intent ravaged the area, with the greatest bloodthirst pricking everyone all over. Boom. It was because an old man broke the void in order to enter this ancient world. He had 9 god-slaying swords hovering in the sky, each capable of cutting down planets. He didn't hide his murderous intent at all, and let it scream to let the rest of the world know. 9-sword high god. A peer said, Is he crazy? Why is he not restraining his aura? Do you not know? His only son got killed, so whoever tries to stop him right now is gonna get it. He'll take down all just for revenge. A knowledgeable god explained. Virtuous also made his appearance in order to greet 9-sword. Boom. 9-sword instantly made it to study room with fire in his eyes after seeing Li Chia. The flame spewing out could incinerate the entire world. Little animal, I'll cut off your dog head and offer it to my son. He roared and unsheathed his swords. The terrifying aura spewed out even more with incomparable sharpness. The shrines and temples began to collapse because of the aura. So noisy. Jinsheng, bring me his head. Li Chia said emotionlessly. Yes, young noble. Jinsheng bowed and took 1 step forward. He flashed into disappearance before re-emerging before 9-sword.
Boom.
He didn't waste time before releasing his vitality and a faint shadow encompassing the characteristics of 3 different beasts, dragon, serpent, and dog. It spun playfully around him and howled with a world-devouring force. Next, his 11 totems floated orderly in the sky. He was no longer a feeble old man but a master capable of looking down on all creations. That's Nether Lunatic. Who the hell is that youth? Why is Nether Lunatic obeying him? A high god was shocked to see this. Nether Lunatic, you wish to oppose me? I will kill anyone standing in my path. 9-sword uttered coldly. At his age, he only had 1 son, and adored the boy more than anything. Thus, he was willing to pay any price for revenge. 9-sword high god, I didn't mind that you were researching me for antagonistic reasons. Today, I will take your head not because of that, but because my young noble wishes to have it. May his will be done. Nether Lunatic calmly uttered. Though his temperament was mild now with old age, he was still imperious when dealing with someone on the same level as him, not giving a damn about the guy.
Die.
9-sword didn't waste time either. His 9 swords came together to form a massive slash. Jinsheng punched in retaliation, the nether shadow soared to the sky and revealed its fangs. Meanwhile, Virtuous was also in study room in order to watch or help 9-sword if necessary. 9-sword was his Tao protector and had saved him several times. You, get the hell out of the academy right now. Li Chia pointed at Virtuous and ordered. Virtuous' expression turned ugly after the public disrespect. On what basis do you chase me away? I'm a student here. The fact that you're standing here shows that you only want the treasures from study room instead of helping. Li Chia said flatly.
You.
Don't be falsely accusing people. Virtuous turned red and trembled with rage. So what? It's not like we can be friends. Li Chia retorted. Virtuous had no answer. Of course they couldn't become friends. Not to mention the previous provocations, just the fact that Li Chia had killed 6 swords cemented their foul relationship with each other. He was naturally on 9-sword's side. If we can't become friends, then I'll overestimate myself and will ask you for a duel. Virtuous was young, and this was his first time being humiliated after becoming a monarch. He couldn't let this go at all.
Boom.
His 4 wills emerged as he channeled his power. You are indeed overestimating yourself. I don't need to personally take care of someone at your level. Gugwa, slay him. Li Qie waved his sleeve again before ordering. Out of my way. South Emperor was fighting against low-level high gods. He swung his halberd and repelled all of them before leaping into the sky toward study room. South Emperor. Immortal Emperor, Bai Lian murmured. He has also heard about the existence of a slumbering genius at Mysterious Bamboo, one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. My pleasure, sacred teacher. South Emperor stood in front of Virtuous and pointed forward with his halberd. Fellow Taoist, I have heard of your great talents and wish to challenge you today. Very well. Virtuous leaped to the sky and summoned his divine weapon. He was serious at the moment because South Emperor also had 4 wills just like him. Let's go. South Emperor's halberd instantly blocked off all the space around Virtuous. Die. Virtuous' 12 palaces appeared with a loud detonation in order to stop the halberd. The 2 of them began to ravage the sky vault. Sacred teacher? Immortal Emperor Bai Lian looked as if he had just seen a ghost after hearing this title. He recalled an ancient legend he heard of during his youth. He turned pale because he had experienced enough to know that this was no legend. You are that Seer Dash, the Emperor quickly changed his tone. You are the leader of our 9 worlds. In fact, he wanted to say Crow or Dark Hand behind the curtains, but these titles were rather unflattering, a taboo subject. This existence has eliminated the invincible ancient Ming and crucified one of their emperors whose scream echoed across the 9 worlds. In the 13 continents, his tale was even more overwhelming, the starter of Emperor Hunt against the 3 races. Back at the Vern Cliff for that hero assembly, I spared you because it wasn't easy for an existence like you to reach the Tao. Later on, you indeed have successfully walked on the regal path. Unfortunately, your achievements in the 13 continents left me wanting. Li Qie said. The Emperor was drenched in cold sweat after hearing this. He could clearly recall what happened on that day. It wasn't until he became an emperor that he realized how close to death's door he was. The fact that he survived had nothing to do with his power, only that the existence decided to show mercy. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Senior, I had no clue of your arrival. Please forgive my insolence. Showing slight was unacceptable since even the unbeatable ancient Ming Emperor got killed, let alone someone like him. In fact, the guy didn't need to do anything. Just one word from him, and the Emperor would have no place to stay in the 13 continents. Chapter 2073. Go now. Consider our previous meeting a type of fate. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Senior, for sparing me back then. The Emperor bowed again. If it wasn't for Li Qie showing mercy, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Li Qie nonchalantly accepted the gesture. This would be a grand event for someone else, but it was nothing to him. The Emperor could predict the outcome of this event right now. The Academy was only a trap to lead out the greedy emperors out of their cave. He was one of these victims. After he left, Li Qie sat there calmly with no intention of helping the Academy. It's about time. He smiled while staring at the sky. Buzz. A luminous glow suddenly emerged above, with the shape of a mirror. It took in the entire situation at the Academy, reflecting it on the surface. Someone must be spying on these battlefields. However, spying was not the right word since the person was doing it so blatantly.
Who?
A high god said in astonishment. A direct mirror like this gives him a full view of this ancient world. Not many are capable of this feat. A rather mighty high god on the sideline took a deep breath. A faint figure presided in this mirror, seemingly in a different space altogether. It was ethereal and impossible to see through with any heavenly gaze. That's profound, emperors. A monarch recognized him. Everyone was naturally shocked at this revelation and felt their scalp tingling. Profound emperor wants to join in? A high god felt his mouth becoming dry. This was a 12-will grand emperor from the divine race, the 9th in history to have this achievement, and one of the 4 survivors. The other 3 members were Purewood, Yi, and World. Of course, Crimson Emperor of the Devil race was also alive. However, for some unknown reasons, he chose to destroy one will and drop down to 11. Because Purewood was an elusive individual, the other three were the top characters in the 13 continents and steered the direction. Profound had his 12 wills most recently among the four, but people didn't know much about him. His identity and everything else remained a mystery. People said that after reaching this realm, he chose to hide everything. Moreover, his grand Tao was unknown as well. His title reflected his mysterious nature. He was similar to Purewood in this sense. However, there was one distinction. Profound was still traveling across the 13 continents, while Purewood was nowhere to be found. The only time Purewood formally showed up was during the ancient Ming's assault. If it wasn't for this, others would think that this person was only a fabrication. From then on, this Grand Emperor never appeared again, as if he had evaporated from this world. The arrival of Profound naturally affected the crowd and induced anxiety. The Academy is done. Heaven authorities decree and Profound Emperor is here in person? No one can save it, not even if immortal Emperor Fei comes back to life. It will be destroyed for sure. One high god initially wanted to watch the situation develop, but time was running out. If he didn't join in now, nothing would be left of the pie.
Boom.
Another Tao portal took shape above with 5 Grand Emperors walking out from their sect. Our divine race can't miss out on this lively event. The leader was a gentleman wearing an elegant robe with 6 wills. Rain's group is here. Are the diviners mobilizing now? A spectator wondered. Profound Emperor's observation is indicative of his stance, which is why these Grand Emperors are coming here now. Perhaps they even have Profound's backing. Who is in charge of the diviners now? Yes, Profound can order them to do anything. A spectating monarch commented. Though the divine race had 2 12-will Grand Emperors right now, Purewood had disappeared. Thus, Profound had a more pivotal role at this moment. Though this emperor didn't directly rule like World with Heaven authority and kept a low profile, it didn't imply a lack of involvement or prestige. The Grand Emperors of his race would follow all of his orders. Thus, if Profound wanted to attack the Academy, the diviners would be more than happy to obey. Fellow Taoists from the Academy, please excuse us. Rain Divine Emperor spoke. We can't sit with a calm heart before this great feast. No point in being gentlemen any longer. Today, we will divide your academy. Be smart and leave. We won't kill the weak. There was nothing the teachers and ancestors from the academy could do right now. They were already occupied with many enemies and couldn't spare the force to deal with this new group. Furthermore, the figure in the sky was truly dreadful. Rain, cease your impudence. An old man with gray hair and a friendly face appeared before the 5 Grand Emperors. He had a walking stick with a peach growing on one end. So it's you, Tao Brother Life Peach. Rain laughed after seeing this old man. Mysterious Bamboo is helping us. A 10-will alumnus. A student happily shouted. Life Peach Immortal Monarch was a demon who graduated from the academy. One by one or all 5 together? Life Peach spoke in an amicable yet fierce manner. After all, he was confident in going against all 5. Tao brother, I admit that you are stronger than me, and even all 5 of us together. But there is no saving the academy now. Rain said before darting his glance towards the mirror. He was clearly saying, we have Profound Emperor on our side. Life Peach burst out in laughter. I'm not the only emperor from our 100 races, you'll see. This brought solace to the nervous hearts at the academy. True, remember, Heaven's Ender was created by immortal Emperor Bajan, so if Mysterious Bamboo is helping the academy, does that mean Heaven's Ender is also involved? A high god was pleased with himself after connecting the dots. Heaven's Ender was one of the strongest forces of the 100 races and had fought against Heaven authority before too. Chapter 2074. Rain smiled in response. Tao Brother Life Peach, Heaven's Ender is indeed unstoppable, but don't forget, Heaven authority is still around. Who in this world is capable of opposing this power and world emperor? Rain reminded everyone that Heaven Authority was also part of this ordeal. The decree showed the power's intent of destroying the Academy. Plus, if World Emperor were to join in, it would only be a matter of time before the end. Profound Emperor was also watching and might join in as well. At that point, who could save the Academy from two top emperors? Dao, Brother Life Peach, please go back. You have tried your best. Rain noticed Life Peach's silence. Life Peach naturally understood this, but he still calmly replied, "The Academy has given me everything, including a home. As long as there is one breath left in me, I will protect it." His calm and simple statement actually touched people, especially the High God alumni. They asked themselves, what did they learn from the Academy? What were they doing when the Academy is facing a crisis? That's right, fight to the death to protect the Academy. One teacher roared, "Bai Yunguan is here now. I'm sorry, I was wrong." A High God answered the call with an earth-shaking roar. He entered the Academy with his disciples and fought against the invaders. "That's White Cloud High God," someone said after seeing him floating in the air, surrounded by the clouds. "I, Hong Yi, swear to stand with the Academy till death." Another High God chimed in and entered the battle to fight alongside the ancestors. "Brother Hongye, count me in." A third High God named Jingguang couldn't sit still any longer. Heaven Authority? 12 will Grand Emperors? So what? The Academy will last forever upon the foundation of our blood. Several more High Gods decided to join the fray. In fact, they were here early but wanted to watch first. Some even wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, Life Peach's words have touched them deeply. They recalled their brilliant youths. The Academy might not have given them supreme manuals, but it certainly taught them how to survive in this cruel world of cultivation while leading them to a greater door. This firmly established a foundation for the rest of their lives, allowing them to become High Gods, tyrants of their own domains. Their descendants would prosper as a result. Because of this, they felt their blood boiling and decided to help the Academy after Life Peach gave the exemplary determination. "Let's go." Life Peach stopped wasting time and revealed his 10 wills to begin attacking Rain's group. Rain and his peers also retaliated together to take on Life Peach. This was not a foe they could afford to underestimate. The Academy is still the cradle of the 100 races. Though some have betrayed them for riches, many still felt graceful enough for personal reasons and something grander, that the Academy had propelled their race by continuously adding talents. A neutral diviner said, with emotions, "This was a world of the strong. Those who don't scheme for themselves deserved death." Alas, these people were still willing to die for the Academy, the hope of the 100 races, even though it wasn't their sect. Who will be able to stop the 12 will emperors? Despite finding more reinforcement, the situation was still as dire as before. Profound Emperor still loomed in the mirror and instilled fear into the crowd. Buzz. Suddenly, a green radiance illuminated the entire Academy. Verdant leaves fluttered downward and bathed the place in its lush life force. A sapling emerged from the ground and slowly grew into a gigantic tree. However, there was only one leaf on it. This single leaf represented the creation of a new world. All the ancestors, teachers, and supporting High Gods became spirited right away. They felt their strength returning to their body and all fatigue swept away. Even their wounds were closing at a visible pace. "Immortal Monarch Yi," an ancestor shouted. The scream wasn't that loud, but everyone heard the name clearly because of its shocking and threatening nature. "Our 12 will Emperor is here." The crowd naturally screamed like crazy. Some of the students even had tears streaming down their cheeks. "Our human monarch." This was the only 12 will Emperor of the 100 races, the pride of the humans. He was a mixed blood of a charming spirit and a human, but the humans considered him as their own. That monarch is coming. Even the spectating Grand Emperors took a deep breath. The legend of the 100 races, the only person who could stop World and Profound. Iya's existence gave hope. As long as this emperor was around, the 100 races believed that they could still contest against the 3 races. Is immortal monarch Yi entering now? A person murmured while looking at the gigantic tree. Not that easily, just like profound emperor. They are waiting for the other to act first. One high god said, "No, these 12-will emperors won't join recklessly. The heavenly execution is too terrifying. Though this is the ancient world, and not the 13 continents, reducing the chance, their probability of invoking one is far higher than regular emperors. Plus, if 2 of them fight, this probability is doubled." A low-level Grand Emperor agreed, with a nod. Meanwhile, the students of the academy found solace. At least someone can take on Profound Emperor now. Profound Emperor has been a demon in their mind so far, but the appearance of immortal monarch Yi gave them hope for a chance to reverse the tide. As an 11-totem high god, Jinxing still felt awe when looking at the tree. This wasn't the case for 9-sword high god and the attackers. It was a terrible development. It's time for the old geezer Qian to come on stage. Li Qia wasn't surprised at all. This was all within his expectation, so he waited for his old enemy, World Emperor. Buzz. Another portal appeared in the sky with blinding radiance. It was extremely powerful, crossing through one continent to another. There was a stony throne on the other side of the portal, carved in an exquisite manner, simple and unadorned, yet people couldn't help but wanting to prostrate before its imperial prestige. Chapter 2075. A man capable shouldering the high heaven presided on this throne in an awesome manner. Despite being in a different world, he instantly suppressed numerous people here, including other emperors. World Emperor. People blurted out after seeing him. This was an explosive title with the greatest deterrence. This was someone from an ancient clan with 12 wills and a true immortal armament on top of cultivating from a heavenly scripture, the leader of heaven authority and his race. He possessed plenty of glory and legends. After the end of Flame and Deep South's generations, it became the era of World Emperor. Later on, other emperors with 12 wills showed up, but were no match for World Emperor in terms of influence and authority. He could even give orders to the devils and diviners. Some considered him as the leader of all 3 races. He didn't need to say anything. Just his appearance on his throne was more resounding than anything else. World Emperor. Even the greatest geniuses were shuddering before his appearance. A few teachers were horrified as well, just when they thought the situation was getting better. Is that heaven authority? Someone wondered about the location of the throne. He was only showing his face and wasn't coming just yet. His Dao portal, only activatable by him, was connected to a different world. This generation will not be the same. Some emperors were amazed at the scale of this battle. 3 of the 4 strongest emperors were present outside of Purewood. Has there been such a magnificent spectacle before? Someone uttered in astonishment. The crowd thought about the consequence of all 3 top emperors attacking at the same time. This ancient world might get destroyed along with the academy. Buzz. 2 grand emperors came out of this portal. One had a fiery spear while the other chose a heavenly saber with massive bloodthirst. The air changed instantly, causing the crowd to shudder uncontrollably. God Edge Divine Emperor and Dragon Spear Devil Emperor. People glanced at each other because these 2 were not heaveners. Why did these 2 come out from there? Did they join heaven authority? A high god was puzzled. But this wasn't out of the question. God Edge had 9 wills while Dragon Spear had 10. The latter was definitely eligible. Not necessarily. A low-level Grand Emperor from the Devil race explained, "Don't forget about War Alliance, the organization for young Grand Emperors. These 2 are from that. Count our War Alliance in." Both the Grand Emperors laughed and readied their weapon before jumping into the battlefield. War Alliance was the newest organization for Grand Emperors. Despite its recent founding, it had great potential due to the promising members. Let's go. These 2 emperors were quite powerful, but the teachers from the academy still tried to stop them. Rumble. The battle intensified. Though the academy gained a large reinforcement, the enemy still vastly outnumbered them. It had trouble dealing with the waves of attackers. Break. Soaring Immortal Prince roared. He fought against the lion-headed figure while channeling the Grand Formation to attack Dragon Spear. He had the absolute advantage fighting against this being, but this was no longer the case when Dragon Spear joined in. Buzz. The Tao portal from Heaven Authority opened again with one emperor stepping out after another and made a line. 8 Grand Emperors. The crowd was horrified. Heaven Authority has finally decided to go all out and destroy the academy. The 8 stood there and weren't in a hurry to attack. They released their murderous breath and would show no mercy. If one were to know the situation of the ambush during Li Qia's ascension, they would know that these 8 emperors were involved, each using 2 wills to come there. However, they were here in person now. On the contrary, the 4 emperors who came in person, such as Dao Dragon, were not present. It's over. A few teachers felt despair at the moment. One even lamented. 10 Grand Emperors have joined in just now. This was truly a fatal blow to the academy.
Boom.
The central area has been broken through. One emperor successfully dragged a treasury out of the ground. Rumble. The academy was cracking again since some of the ancestors on the platforms had no choice but to join the battle. This allowed the ancient world to expand again. The place was having a hard time withstanding this pressure. Demise was certainly imminent. We gotta run now. A desperate student ran out of the academy, finding himself with no other choice. The spectating high gods became emotional. An eternal behemoth was finally about to fall. It's about time for that guy to come. World Emperor stared at the academy with a profound gaze. Time for me to join. At this exact moment, Li Qia smiled inside study room. He appeared in the sky above the academy next. World Emperor exuded a terrible ray from his eyes after seeing Li Qia.
Boom.
Li Qia took out his world seal and turned it into the dragon-subduing basket, unleashing its heavenly annihilation, immortal plucking, from the opening that was as large as a mountain now. Laws of an immortal emperor poured down in the form of gigantic hands. They aimed to capture the emperors and high gods invading the academy. Break. Some chose to run with amazing speed while others attacked the laws. The majority managed to escape outside of a few weaker high gods. These were thrown inside the basket and got refined. Li Qia's first action instantly attracted all attention from the invaders. This greatly reduced the pressure on the academy's ancestors. Chapter 2076. Time to get the hell out of the academies. Li Qia chuckled while sitting on his chair in the sky. He raised his hand, creating a buzz. Crack. Crack. Next, the buildings in study rooms suddenly assembled together to form a majestic palace. Boom. It emitted a world-destroying power that expanded towards all the invaders. Retreat. Even the emperors were shocked, not wanting to withstand this power. They instantly soared above the 9 firmaments. A few high gods were too slow and instantly turned to ashes without the chance to scream. The spectators shuddered after seeing this wondrous power. High Heaven Palace. The lion-headed figure revealed the origin of this power and reached for the palace with a gigantic palm. Ha! Li Qia sneered and turned the palace into a source emitting a blazing light, capable of murdering emperors. It was too fast, and the figure couldn't escape from being penetrated in the chest. Coward! Show yourself! Soaring Immortal Prince roared and took advantage of this moment. Laws from the academy instantly rushed out and locked the 14 wills inside the lion-headed figure. Rumble! The palace then spewed out a flame capable of refining the wills. Not good. We gotta get here now. The 11-will Immortal Monarch was astounded and commanded. Boom. 14 majestic figures emerged right away in order to regain control. Clink. The laws locking their wills were severed. This was indeed a terrorizing group. Free Sky Immortal Monarch. A spectator gasped after seeing the 11-will monarch. He's an alumnus. A high god quietly stated. God damn you. A member of the 100 races gritted their teeth. Free Sky was one of the strongest monarchs of the 100 Races, the progenitor of Free Sky sect. 5 monarchs from Free Sky sect, 3 monarchs from Rumination, and 6 more from the 100 Races. Outside of Free Sky Immortal Monarch, 3 other ones were alumni. Someone counted. Rumination had 4 monarchs, but the first one had fallen to a heavenly execution. The 100 Races want to destroy the Academy even more than us. A devil high god commented. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first, or rather, a mountain can't have 2 tigers. A grand emperor from the divine race sneered. I'm sure they have coveted the Academy for a long time now. For example, Free Sky Immortal Monarch was an alumnus, so he knew just the amount of treasures the Academy had. How could he not be tempted by this? He wasn't the only one either. Ungrateful bastard. The prince stared at them and uttered harshly. Free Sky turned slightly red. This was indeed a despicable action. Nevertheless, he said, Prince, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The prince snorted and didn't bother responding. He had indeed experienced this logic many times throughout the course of his life. We only want the High Heaven Palace. Hand it over and we'll leave right away. Free Sky's group was fixated on this artifact. A grand emperor heard this and stared at the ancient palace. That's the legendary High Heaven Scroll, rumored to be the best. Of course, no one knew whether this claim was true or not. However, after seeing its power earlier, they found it to be quite reasonable. You must be dreaming. Li Chia chuckled and gestured at the palace, causing it to shrink down to the size of a fist while floating around him. It didn't take long before people forgot about the rest of the Academy. All eyes were on this ultimate artifact. After all, what could be more precious in comparison? It was best to seize this item first before doing anything else. Dao brother, I don't know who you are, but it doesn't matter how strong you are, the situation is already settled. You won't be able to protect the Academy or keep that artifact. Hand it over. We'll protect it for the sake of the 100 Races. Free Sky stepped forward and led his group of 13 emperors. The only thing in their eyes right now was the palace. How shameless! A sneer answered him with the appearance of a blue expanse. A person was riding a bull over. He seemed free and relaxed, capable of shouldering the world and acting as its shepherd. Free Sky, a wretch like you being able to become a monarch is indeed a miracle of the ages. Immortal Emperor Mu Tian. Someone recognized this bull rider. Another emperor from the 9 worlds. One person became excited. This was an emperor from Heaven Guard and had access to some amazing techniques. Free Sky remained calm despite the shameful position he found himself in. This is just the nature of life. Fellow Taoist Mu Tian, can you honestly say you have never taken something from others? Mu Tian smiled in response. I have bullied and killed numerous who are weaker than myself. However, I was never an ungrateful traitor. Someone like that does not deserve to be an immortal monarch. Thus, I shall slay you today to rid the Academy of its vermin. Mu Tian, you think I am afraid of you? We'll see who will be the one falling. Free Sky shouted after hearing the harsh comment. Come, we'll have our battle. Mu Tian waved and challenged. I shall also rid the Academy and the 100 Races of these wretches. Soaring Immortal Prince was also itching to kill. His bloodthirst engulfed the other 13 monarchs behind Free Sky. Haha, count the 2 of us in, Imperial Prince. The tyrant tiger laughed and said. I also look down on traitor the most. Life Peach was ready to take down these monarchs with the prince. Meanwhile, the Grand Emperors from the 3 races had a sneer on their face because this was an embarrassing moment for the 100 Races. Of course, they would be willing to see the monarchs kill each other while they wait for a better opportunity. Protect the Academy first. The ancestors of the Academy were eager as well, but Li Chia told them with a smile. The ancestors finally realized this was the time. They once again took over the platform. It lit up and the Academy was stabilized with its defensive barriers strengthened. Mu Tian, no need to rush to kill these fools. Many people are still watching. Li Chia told the emperor. You are right, teacher. The emperor bowed towards Li Chia. He then turned towards Free Sky and said, "My eyes are on you." Free Sky snorted and wasn't in a hurry to attack either. He knew that the Grand Emperors were waiting to take advantage of the situation, so he remained focused on his goal, the High Heaven Palace. The Grand Emperors glanced at each other after seeing that these monarchs weren't going to fight among themselves. Chapter 2077. Free Sky and Mu Tian couldn't fight each other right now. Meanwhile, the Grand Emperors were getting impatient after looking at the palace hovering around Li Chia. After all, this was the greatest High Heaven scroll in history. Dragonspear's group of 6 was slowly coming to surround Li Chia. Everyone acted with prudence because of the current focus in this area. Li Chia smiled after seeing the group. "Oh, the 6 of you wanted to? Dao brother, you must be the domineering type since you dare to go against the tides. I'm sure you won't mind if more people join in." Oblivion said, "If the 6 of us can't take you on together, then we are the ones to be blamed for overestimating ourselves." Li Chia replied, "Such imagination. However, you all are indeed overestimating yourselves." The high gods were surprised to see this response. One person wondered, who is this guy? Daring to bluster so much. Does he not know that there are 2 10-will emperors in that group? Then I'm sure you won't mind sparring with us. Dragonspear smiled back. "If we lose, then we won't be complaining. If we win, we only want that palace. Are you willing to fight using your own strength without the palace?" Dragonspear was trying to hit Li Chia's pride. After all, they were certainly wary of that weapon. Meanwhile, the other emperors chose to watch, since if Dragonspear's group were to win, they could just steal it from them. If they were to lose, then that's even better. They could see how strong Li Chia was thanks to these cannon fodders. "Just the 6 of you, not difficult at all. I alone am enough." A ferocious voice resounded thunderously across the plains. A man in great spirit and a black robe walked over from the horizon. Each step turned the world dark, as if he was devouring everything. His devouring temperament was even more terrifying than his imperial aura. It was as if he was the biggest black hole in existence. "Immortal Emperor Tunri," a monarch shouted. People shuddered after hearing this title, especially the ones aware of Emperor Hunt. This emperor back then was tenacious and fought against several grand emperors by himself. He was one of the 5 in Soaring Immortal, and also joined the archaic repository of Immortal Emperor Minren. He wasn't just an emperor either, since he also had a grand completion Heaven Devourer evil physique. The guy wanted to fight against all 6 emperors by himself right now. Keep in mind that Oblivion and Dragonspear both had 10 wills while the others were still relatively powerful emperors. This was a dreadful force to go against. Alas, Tunri didn't give a damn, as if they were nothing in his eyes. Oblivion and Dragonspear both became serious, not daring to underestimate this new foe. Immortal Emperor Tunri walked over to Li Chia and bowed deeply. "Please excuse my tardiness, sacred teacher. It is already good that you're here. A little late is fine." Li Chia nodded while sitting on his chair. The emperor cupped his fist before looking at the 6 grand emperors and laughed. "The 6 of you right now aren't qualified to challenge the sacred teacher. I, Yi and Zhou, will take you on." The fierce tone was lost on the 6 emperors' ears because the words that shocked them were, "sacred teacher." Their expression completely changed. Even Free Sky with his 11 wills staggered several steps backward. The ones with 3 to 5 wills fared much better. They didn't know what this title represented, only feeling a bit strange that someone like Immortal Emperor Tunri was so respectful towards Li Chia. Sacred teacher. Who the hell is that? Is he a better teacher than Grandpa Mo? The powerful spectators didn't know the inside story. One of the teachers in the academy respected by emperors was Mo Qianjun. This was the reason why they called him Grandpa Mo. The weaker emperors assumed that Li Chia was also another prestigious teacher at the academy. This wasn't the case for the emperors so close to the apex. They were aware that the legendary tale of the 100 races was not only a legend. This was a real existence, the dark hand behind the curtains. He had controlled the movements of the 13 continents once, the mortal enemy of World Emperor for many generations. Just imagine, even World Emperor couldn't take this guy down. Though they have yet to experience his monstrous abilities, just his name alone was enough to instill fear upon them. He's back, a monarch trembled. This particular legend had disappeared for a long time. Some said he had fallen down to the 9 worlds. Others said that he had died in the final battle or that he was trapped in a mysterious location. Alas, the majority didn't expect for him to still be here in the 13 continents. Some of them felt that they have fallen into a pit dug by others. The academy was only a fat piece of meat to lure them into the pit. A scowl came about as another person came out from the Tao portal of Heaven Authority. This was a vigorous youth with an amazingly sharp aura. He had an ancient sword tied on his back. The two seemed to be one. Sword Emperor is here now. The Grand Emperors from the Heaven race seemed to be respectful of the guy. The 9th Emperor of the Qian clan. One high god murmured. This was one of the most gifted Grand Emperors. Some believed that he was a successful version of Wild Lad. He was born with one of the 2 ancient bloodlines from the Heaven race. This on top of his background made him destined for greatness. Of course, he didn't let people down, eventually becoming an 11-will emperor, only 1 will from catching up to his ancestor, World Emperor. For some unknown reasons, he didn't obtain all 12 wills. He was enamored with the Tao of the sword and was considered peerless in this regard, hence his title. Furthermore, people believed that he was the number 2 in Heaven Authority. This sect wanted to groom him as the successor. Outside of this prestigious position, he had also created War Alliance, the youngest and most promising group of emperors. Both Dragonspear and God Edge were invited to join by him. Chapter 2078. Sword Emperor was the most famous Grand Emperor in the last few generations. This was indicative of his clan's resources and influence, capable of producing such a great talent that nearly got 12 wills. Despite missing 1, his bloodline allowed for him to make up for this deficiency. Many believed that he would succeed World Emperor later on. Of course, a few people quietly criticized his prestigious position. World Emperor was already very important in the Celestial Court on top of leading Heaven Authority. If Sword had become a 12-will emperor, then the Qian clan would have 2 of them. This would allow them to crush any imperial lineage, or even any race in the world. Thus, the outcome was rather favorable to everyone else since the Qian didn't become as large of a threat. Sacred Teacher, I have heard of your fame. Sword Emperor came before Li Qie and remained audacious. Li Qie looked at him with a thick grin. The descendant of the Qian is indeed capable. A tiger will never birth a dog, or it would be a stain to your ancestors' reputation. Having said that, he looked over to World Emperor beyond the portal. World didn't respond and simply sat there. No one could read his thoughts. I, Sword Emperor, do not need to rely on the ancestors. Sword laughed proudly and declared, the world is afraid of you, but I wish to see if you are invincible like the rumors or not. You should be afraid of me. Li Qie shook his head and said, go back and ask your ancestor to tell you the old tales between me and him. He then shouted at the portal, hey, geezer, did you not tell him anything? Looks like you're not teaching your kids very well. Look at this one, an 11-will Grand Emperor, but is still so hot-headed. You have failed him. World Emperor calmly responded, the young ones have their own style. They are the masters of their lives. Cease your disdainful rhetoric. Sword was very displeased with Li Qie's attitude. I am me. The Qian clan is the clan. I am simply challenging you today, not representing anything else. The emperors glanced at each other after hearing this, not just because of the bold challenge. More importantly, the content was worth musing over. Sword was the 9th emperor of the Qian and was highly regarded. They groomed him to potentially be the successor of World Emperor. However, rumor has it that the 2 of them didn't have a good relationship. It escalated to the extent where they drew weapons on each other. Because of this, Sword joined Celestial Court and rarely represented his own clan. No one knew the exact reasons for the fight. Some speculated that Sword wanted to escape his ancestors' control in order to reach a greater height. If he continued to stay at the clan, he would always be under the shadow of World Emperor regardless of his actual achievements. This might be the reason why he joined Celestial Court instead of Heaven Authority. Oh, I take it back. Looks like it's a degeneration of generations. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Only an 11-will emperor can't reach the apex. Your ancestor might be able to do something before me, but an ant like you will only be able to jump once or twice. Such a big tone. Sword scowled with his eyes scarily flashing before retorting. I want to see if you actually live up to your invincible reputation. No need for that. You won't be able to handle it, and the old geezer will be sad about losing a descendant like you. Plus, I wonder what he will pay as a ransom for your life. Li Chia teased with a playful smirk. He then turned towards World Emperor. Hey, old geezer, how much is your descendant worth? If you pay this price, I'll consider sparing him. The emperors had nothing to say after hearing this. Who in this world was bold enough to talk to World Emperor like this? Even someone like Profound Emperor wouldn't dare to call World an old geezer. It was as if World was really nothing more than an old man in Li Chia's eyes. Little Sword, don't be careless, World Emperor warned. Humph, I know. Sword scowled. This response made everyone understand that the rumors were rather plausible. These two had a foul relationship, and Sword was more of a rebel. Sword raised his brows at Li Chia and uttered coldly, Sacred Teacher, do you dare to fight me? Just consider me a junior wanting a lesson. No need for Sacred Teacher to teach you. Sword Emperor, let me and you discuss the supreme Tao of the sword. A voice as clear as a jade came about. The new arrival was a middle-aged man with his fluttering cloak and a long sword as his weapon of choice. His jade-like body didn't emit an oppressive aura, but something akin to the radiance of a gentle scholar. In fact, he didn't look like an emperor at all. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian. His characteristics were unique enough for someone to recognize him with haste. Another emperor with an invincible sword Tao. This will be a fight worth watching. Another murmured. This was the 5th emperor of Soaring Immortal with a negligible amount of ancient Ming bloodline. Because of this, he endured boundless torment in order to remove it. He used actions to prove that he was part of the human race and the 9 worlds. He overcame the temptation of this bloodline and chose his own grand Tao. The guy was also enamored with the sword Tao just like Sword Emperor. Rumor has it that after arriving at the 10th world, he focused on this path and came up with something unique. Thus, Sword Emperor was still considered a junior in this aspect despite reaching an unparalleled height. Sacred Teacher, long time no see. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian bowed deeply after seeing Li Chia. Li Chia nodded approvingly. An emperor from Soaring Immortal is the pride of the 9 worlds, the jewel of the human race. Thank you for your high praise, Sacred Teacher. The emperor bowed again, understanding the implication of the latter sentence. In the past, he was definitely considered a human from a certain angle. Back then, the Dark Crow couldn't erase the ancient Ming completely because its bloodline was too powerful. Even an impure version could boost one's power and cultivation potential. Because of this, so many were unable to withstand this temptation. People tried to bring the race back or its cultivation methods. This left the Dark Crow no choice but to eradicate it again and again via large-scale massacres. Due to his faint bloodline, he gained an unbelievable level of aptitude. Though Li Chia didn't kill the emperor, he opposed his ascension. Nevertheless, the ancestors of Soaring Immortal supported him enough for him to reach the throne. For some unknown reasons, Li Chia chose to watch instead of interfering despite having legions capable of sweeping through Soaring Immortal. Furthermore, the emperor swore to never walk on the path of the ancient Ming. He carried out this promise by peeling off his own blood. He maintained a cautious attitude and outlook after ascending in order to let himself and others know that he was a human, not an ancient Ming. The younger generation will surpass us. Quite a cold and lonely sword Tao. I have the urge to fight now after seeing a potential rival. Will you entertain me? Sword Emperor? The crowd was excited right away. Sword Emperor was certainly talented enough. This was why he could create his own organization. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was long famous with his Tao of the Sword even before Sword Emperor made his debut. Though everyone came for the academy this time around, to watch two top emperors dueling with their sword was definitely a brilliant spectacle, a visual feast. 1. Looks like Sword Emperor's real name is also Jian, the character for sword. The problem here is that I don't know if I should leave it as Jian or sword since it could be his actual name now. Chapter 2079. Don't rush now. Why ruin this fun party with so many emperors here? The smiling Li Qia interrupted the tense atmosphere between Ren Xian and Sword. He got everyone's attention, especially the top emperors who were watching each and his every moves. This was someone who had killed emperors before, so naturally, the spotlight was on him. The main character should be me tonight. Even the 12 Grand Emperors better play nice right now. Li Qia asserted. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced over at Profound and World. As for Yi, he was naturally on the academy and Li Qia's side. However, Profound and World didn't respond. He glanced at the two of them and smiled. The two of you will continue to stay at your lair or come out and fight? World remained calm on his stony throne. I naturally will join when the time is right. I'm old now, I can wait a bit more. Always wily you are. How about you, Profound? If you want to fight, then come. If not, then get the hell out. Stop peeping over there. I'm not a bathing beauty. Li Qia clapped and laughed loudly before looking at the mirror. Sacred teacher, you're too funny. I haven't fought in a very long time, so my bones and techniques are stiff. I'm just here to watch the show. The 13 continents only require you and World Emperor to steer the wheel. Brother Yi, am I wrong? We have some free time right now, how about come have a match with me? I've recently come up with a new play that is usable for all situations. Everyone listened with bated breath. Profound's sudden exit caught them off guard. Nevertheless, he was wanting to take Immortal Monarch Yi away with him. How can I refuse your invitation? We'll see who will have the best moves then. The monarch resoundingly answered. All right, I'll brew some tea and wait. Profound smiled, then told World Emperor, Brother, the future is up to you. I am simply an idle passerby. Having said that, the mirror collapsed and Profound Emperor disappeared. One more explosion ensued with a force causing the entire 13 continents to quake. Even the ancient world could feel this. A boundless aura of an immortal monarch crossed through the world. Immortal Monarch Yi is coming into being. Back in the mainland, many didn't know what was going on in the ancient world. However, the aura of this great monarch forced them down to their knees. No one understood why the monarch suddenly came out. Of course, they didn't know he was going to meet Profound Emperor. Though it was only a chess match, this could also be a decider for the future of the world due to their great level. The ancient world calmed down a bit. This ended in a draw because the diviners have lost Profound and the Academy Yi. In fact, those who didn't truly know Li Qia's identity felt that the monarch was the Academy's biggest backing. Thus, the situation became worse for the Academy as a result. All right, the fun is lessened with the two of them gone, but it is still a feast, right, Geezer Qian? Li Qia smiled and said. Indeed, but people will have to rely on their skills if they want to eat. World Emperor said. Our 100 races will beat down your 3 races for the transgression today. In the future, we'll mobilize and flatten your celestial court. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri fiercely declared. Good one. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, you think our court is that easily bullied? Sword Emperor snorted. The Immortal Emperor laughed in response. It's not that strong either. Back during Emperor Hunt, Empress Hong Tian chased your court's leader, Solidarity Heaven Emperor, all around the 13 continents. In the end, she still killed him inside your court. If Sacred Teacher gives the order, we immortal emperors from the 9 worlds will certainly repeat this. The Grand Emperors present grimaced after hearing this. Alas, they did not deny the authenticity of this story. It was a humiliating moment for the court. Back then, these immortal emperors were unreasonably fierce. Even one of their strongest grand emperors and the leader of their court, Solidarity, had to run for his life against Empress Hongtian. He made it back to the court, but she still ended up killing him by the entrance. Keep in mind that Solidarity had 11 wills on top of the immortal bloodline of the Heaveners, Authority. He was one of the leading founders of the court and certainly made it prosperous. Perhaps he was not the strongest out of them all, but his influence left no room for doubts. If it wasn't for World Emperor holding the fort and more Grand Emperors from the Divine and Devil races joining in, these immortal emperors would have slaughtered so many more. The unstoppable force led by the Dark Crow forced the three races to sign an agreement absolving the control the three races had over the 100 races, true freedom. Thus, the members of the three races were glaring at immortal Emperor Tunri for bringing up this humiliating history again. They were the masters of the 13 continents once, but have lost control due to Emperor Hunt. Not convinced. Tunri was a participant of this war, so he was still as fierce as ever despite so many eyes being on him. Then let's go again. We'll see just how strong you are now after years of recuperation. Let's do it then. We'll just see who will be the last one smiling. Dragon Spear retaliated. Celestial Court also had emperors from the Devil and Divine races. Of course, the Heaveners still had the majority. We need to mercilessly cleanse the 100 races as well, the ones that dared to attack our cradle of civilization. Immortal Emperor Mu Tian added. I agree. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian nodded and had a murderous glint. Those who dared to scheme against the Academy deserve death. Same with their clans and sects. Free Sky Immortal Monarchs Group just became the target. The members of the Academy were glaring at these 14 monarchs for their treacherous deeds. Ren Xian, you immortal emperors from the 9 worlds do not speak for the 100 races. There are plenty of monarchs, so why do you think your group is in charge? Ultimately, immortal emperors are still outsiders in the 13 continents. We're the real masters of the 100 races. Free Sky Immortal Monarch coldly uttered. It seemed that in the beginning, Free Sky and his sect had some animosity against the immortal emperors. No one really knew the reason why. I think that some of you monarchs can also join our celestial court. We will take you in. Sword Emperor laughed and said. Chapter 2080. Freeski's group naturally didn't answer Sword's invitation. Ambushing the Academy is only an internal conflict between the 100 races for treasures. It was shameful, but still in accordance with the rules of this world. But if they were to join the Celestial Court, then they would become true traitors to the 100 races. Their descendants would forever live in infamy, so they couldn't go that far. Even if the immortal emperors do not represent the 100 races, neither does your group. Life Beach Immortal Monarch said, Our 100 races are humiliated to have members like you, betraying your own academy. Oh, then the leaders are your mysterious Bamboo Mountain and Archaic Repository then? Free Sky ignored the matter of the academy and said, No need to accuse each other of anything in this dog-eat-dog world. Winners will take all while losers earn the privilege of death. Our world is cruel and no one alone can speak for the 100 races, not immortal emperors, Archaic Repository, or Mysterious Bamboo. I can represent the 100 races. Li Chia interrupted him coldly. In both the 9 worlds and the 13 continents, if one must ask about the orthodox branch for our races, then my answer is Celestials. Having said that, he stared coldly at all the emperors here. Everyone held their breath without retorting due to the conviction in his voice. In fact, upon careful consideration, the Academy was indeed the right candidate to be considered the main branch of the 100 races. It had groomed many powerful beings. Some of them even left behind their legacies at the Academy. More importantly, it was essentially an educational institution, unlike the other lineages and clans. It didn't participate in power struggle and politics. This made it special and neutral in the 100 races. For millions of years now, it only focused on producing talents. not to reign over the world or steal resources. This was indeed the answer in everyone's mind. If the Academy didn't dare to claim this spot, no other sects would have the mind to do so. Celestial is the cradle and the very foundation of the 100 races. Kill all those who dare to conspire against it, for they are the enemies of the entire 100 races, no matter who they are. Li Qie declared. This statement wasn't refutable by even a 12-will emperor. Moreover, there was only one of them among the 100 races, Yi, and he was certainly on the Academy's side. Before the Great Battle, he had made it clear before everyone and re-established the Academy's status. Even World Emperor only sat there and watched. Of course, he thought that this was an internal issue of the 100 races. Quell internal chaos before dealing with external threats. Time to kill the traitors. Li Qie ordered while glaring at Xueqi, immortal monarch. Even an 11-will emperor, like himself, felt suffocated and took one step backward. It was as if the guy had declared a death sentence on him. Sacred teacher, even you can't be the arbitrator of life and death. Nevertheless, he wouldn't back down so easily and took a deep breath. Xueqi, it looks like the 100 races don't consider you as part of their group. It's not too late to work together with us now, or don't think about leaving this place alive. Just capture the Academy and subdue them all, then you'll be the orthodox branch. Sword Emperor smiled and said. Xueqi slightly raised his brows after hearing this, without being too expressive. Of course, he certainly shared this thought. This was indeed a tempting request. If he were to massacre Li Qie and the immortal emperors present on top of the Academy, then one battle would change the politics of the continents and the fate of the 100 races. This would ultimately result in a sect possessing an unreachable status in arrogance. The Academy would be no more afterward, same with mysterious bamboo and archaic repository. It would be time for Xueqi to reign. Plus, it was relatively safe because the 3 races right now required powerful allies like them as well, ones that could keep the rest of the 100 races under control. This was a bold thought due to the existing animosity between the two sides. Immortal monarchs were usually united against the 3 races, but what if working with them meant propelling one's status? Xueqi looked over at World Emperor. He was the deciding factor for that side right now, so words from him meant more than anyone else. The 100 races do need an orthodox branch. Let the winners write history. World Emperor calmly revealed his opinion. Xueqi was both excited and breathless. If they were to win, the Academy would turn to ashes and they would become the de facto rulers of the 100 races. Plus, who would know what had actually transpired in this ancient world? Certainly not the inhabitants of the 13 continents. They could make it so that they were on the side of righteousness. Furthermore, World Emperor has been fighting against the Dark Crow all this time now. He was the only one who could take on this guy and stop him from escaping this time around. Just imagining a future with him ruling the 100 races like World Emperor's group with the Heaveners made his heart beat faster. Old geezer, you're quite good at poisoning people. Just a few sentences are enough to tempt these monarchs. That's why you're the leader of the Heaveners. Li Qie laughed and said, It's not poison if it's the truth. World Emperor spoke, clearly making a promise with the hesitating monarchs. Looks like we got some real traitors around, wanting to rely on the 3 races. I'm simply astounded on how these guys became monarchs. Such an affront to the wise sages who traded their blood for the prosperity of all. From now on, Xueqi and rumination shall be erased from arrogance. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was ready to kill. His sword was emitting a terrible bloodthirst. Xueqi, for both personal and other reasons, I must take your head. Immortal Emperor Mu Tian pointed at the monarch. Xueqi was also a master, so he snorted at such disdain and laughed loudly. Mu Tian, you think too highly of yourself. I'm not afraid of you. Let's go then. Time to fight. Oblivion and the other Grand Emperors in his clan challenged Immortal Emperor Tunri. Tunri, it's a shame that you managed to survive Emperor Hunt. Let us change that today. Dragon Spear and his 5 peers surrounded Tunri. Dao brother, let us see who is better at the sword then. the young or the old generation? Sword Emperor proudly challenged Immortal Emperor Ren Xian. That's right. It is time to fight. 100 more God did not back down either. The atmosphere intensified with haste. All of the emperors were finding their target. Of course, no one was challenging Li Chia. They thought that it was best to leave this guy to World Emperor. Everyone, hear me out. Li Chia's leisure smile disturbed the tension. This was an eternal existence, so he commanded everyone's attention. Even someone as proud as Sword still looked over. Li Chia waved his sleeve at the immortal emperors, Ren Xian, Tun Ri. I'm very happy to see you guys here. Return from whence you came. Leave this to me. Chapter 2081. The immortal emperors glanced at each other after hearing Li Chia. Go back. The world and the 100 races need you all in the future. I alone am enough here today. Li Chia smiled confidently. If that's the case, teacher, I'll be going then. Immortal Emperor Mu Tian cupped his fist then bowed before leaving quietly. Sacred teacher, your victory is assured. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian bowed his head and also left. I'll wait for the news of your triumph. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri laughed and bowed before leaving. In just a short time, these emperors and even the powerful high gods all disappeared into the horizon. This astounded everyone. Only Li Chia was left to fight against more than 10 emperors and high gods from the 3 races. Is he insane? A top high god took a deep breath. Li Chia had the advantage, yet he told all of the immortal emperors to leave so that he could fight alone? How could he take on this great regiment of top emperors? This was before mentioning a true invincible existence in World Emperor. This might be an ambushing pincer? Someone even speculated that it was all a ruse and the immortal emperors would come back to flank them. Alas, they opened their heavenly gazes to illuminate the world and found these emperors to be nowhere in sight. The group that left didn't hesitate at all, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri. He was a long-time follower of the Dark Crow and understood that once the request was made, the Dark Crow had complete confidence and a reason for doing so. A massacre was about to begin. Dark Crow, what are you scheming now? World Emperor spoke with a serious expression. Nothing. I'm just getting ready to kill, and to be honest, I scare myself when I'm in that mood, so I told them to leave in order to avoid idiotic casualty. Li Chia answered with a smile. How arrogant. You think you alone can take on all of us. Free Sky snorted. He was aware of the Dark Crow's horrific abilities, but he wasn't convinced since even World Emperor was here. Free Sky, when I truly want to kill, an 11-will emperor like you can't even get into my sight. When I was massacring the top emperors, you were probably playing in the mud on a playground somewhere. 11 wills? Mere trash. Li Chia stared harshly at Free Sky. The guy turned red. Someone like him could look down on people in any generation but was only trash to the Dark Crow? Of course, I'm not aiming at just you. Li Chia glanced around at Oblivion, Sword, and the others while sitting on his throne and smirked. Everyone here is trash. The group's expression shifted for the worse. Even the most patient and calm ones couldn't endure the anger of being called trash. They were existences that could cause an entire generation to tremble with one stomp. The only nonchalant one among them was World Emperor. Of course, his mind was exercising great prudence because he understood the Dark Crow more than anyone. A terrible plan was certainly unraveling. The Dark Crow was not an emotional person who would fight a war without ample confidence. Perhaps even a 12-will emperor like him could go down from this plan. All right, I'll just see how strong you are. Sword Emperor was the first to step up. He unsheathed his sword and unleashed a ray crossing through the myriad ages. Even the devils and gods would be rendered to ashes. The crowd took a deep breath with chills running down their spine after seeing the slash. Clink. The slash didn't kill the prey as it normally would have. Li Chia's palm became as shiny as a diamond as he gripped the blade with 2 fingers. With another vibrating him, the sword seemed to be shifting from space and continued to aim for Li Qia's head despite being restrained by his fingers. Decent sword art. Li Qia shouted and focused his gaze. Little grasses began to grow and turned into countless divine swords aiming for the emperor. Each carried an unstoppable aura.
Cut.
He pulled back his sword for protection and swung it in a circular motion to cut down the rays. Not a single one could reach him. Sacred teacher, we're taking you down. Dragon Spear, God Edge, and 4 more emperors attacked at the same time. They were from War Alliance with sword, so they followed right after him.
Boom.
Li Qia's seat crumbled to pieces after he leaped up in the air. Boom. His heavens will appeared, while his 4 inner physiques turned dazzling. Both stagnation and demise domain activated and crazily expanded. Rumble. Each of his fists repelled the 6 emperors while his 2 domains supported him. The 6 didn't have any advantage due to the pressure of the area around them. Break. They were astonished at this development and began to use their wills. Dragon Spear and Oblivion with 10 each, while God Edge had 9. The insane power of dozens of wills engulfed the world. They didn't hold back at all and caused loud detonations all around.
Boom.
Sword joined in with his 11 while channeling all of his vitality. A holy power ravaged this earth. It only took the blink of an eye before his holy power turned into a domain. This power seemed to be gifted by the high heaven. It crossed through Li Qia's 2 domains and went straight for him, intending to suppress and weaken his power. Holy Authority Bloodline. The spectators were shocked to see this oppressive domain. Holy Authority was one of the 2 ancient bloodlines of the Heaveners. The immortal version was named Heaven Authority, with the power to subdue and weaken others. This ancient version also shared the same property. It could even lower a foe's cultivation by 1 realm, quite a terrifying thing to deal with. Of course, this bloodline was even scarier when used by an emperor with 11 wills. He always had an advantage when going against opponents at the same level. Buzz. Li Qia's 4 images from his Fate Palace appeared and floated around him for protection. The bloodline was completely nullified. Your so-called ancient and immortal bloodlines are useless against me. Li Qia chuckled. The 12 gods and devils jumped out of his palace and fused together with him. He seemed to have all 12 immortal physiques and instantly had an insane boost of power.
Boom.
All 13 Fate Palaces finally emerged in the sky and poured down endless chaos energy. He looked like a being that had come from the past, one that had lasted through all of these years. He was the world right now, and the world was him. The 13 palaces allowed him to exceed everything. Chapter 2082. The world lost its sound after the palaces showed themselves. The emperors here were shaken as if their soul was being dragged away. 13 palaces. How can this be? One high god was stunned with his eyes wide open in disbelief. It really is 13 palaces. That's unreal. Confirming the number only increased his astonishment. All the emperors knew that 12 palaces were the limit. They considered it as part of the truth. Even a rare supreme genius like Sword Emperor didn't think otherwise. But now, someone with 13 palaces was standing before him. Furthermore, his clan allowed him to have privileges and knowledge not offered to others, but he couldn't break through this limit. Does that mean he will have 13 wills in the future, surpassing all the other emperors? A grand emperor murmured in shock. Since the ancient age, the strongest beings were emperors with 12 wills, only 9 of them. But now, this person had a chance to surpass all of this. He would definitely become the strongest emperor out of them all. The crowd took a deep breath at this point. Profound, world, and Iya were dreadful enough. No one wanted to oppose them, let alone an emperor with 13 wills. At that point, he alone would be enough to sweep through the 13 continents in an uncontested manner. The top emperors fighting together might not be enough to stop him. That's the eternal dark hand, the everlasting dark crow, the teachers of immortal emperors. One grand emperor emotionally stated. The ones here didn't care about his real name, since his titles were too resonating. A 13-will emperor will be born, another said in a daze. Everyone felt suffocated. It was only a matter of time before Li Chia surpassed the top emperors. Only World Emperor watched nonchalantly. In his mind, the Dark Crow could create any miracle because this very being was a miracle in its creation.
Die.
Sword Emperor roared and unleashed another invincible slash empowered by his 11 wills and holy authority bloodline. Boom. Dragon Spear and the others also followed suit in order to deliver Li Chia a fatal blow. All of these attacks combined together to form an everlasting power, a sword that could sever the sky, but its target was Li Chia. Nice move. Li Chia laughed and took one step forward, creating an entire world. He was still as calm as before and raised his hand, shattering the void. His palm was surrounded by the celestials. The raising of it created a world, and the lowering was its destruction.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The two sides exchanged several moves evenly. Clank. Sword Emperor's weapons suddenly cracked into scales. These broken pieces turned into a gigantic sword and began to refine the entire area into a formation to trap Li Chia inside. That's a heaven-punishing imperial weapon. The people who recognized this formation felt a cold chill emanating down their spine. Emperors, lend me your strength. Sword cried out. Boom. Dragon Spear and the other Grand Emperors poured the power of their wills into the sword formation. The world disappeared for Li Chia. Only a realm made of murderous sword energy remained. One step forward could result in being ground to a paste.
Boom.
His 13 palaces disappeared as chaos poured out. The 3 vessels appeared and gave him an endless power of life and creation. Rumble. The entire sword formation shook crazily. The emperors were aghast and roared, "Go all out!" They poured everything into the formation. The sword turned into an everlasting scar creator. Just one slash could destroy an era, but it was more than that. With more resonating hymns, it turned into an endless cycle of swords. It meant that one would have to run or dodge these swords forever, unable to escape the revolution of edges until death. Eternal Sword Revolution. Sword Emperor roared and poured the power of his wills inside along with the other emperors. They wanted to trap Li Chia to death inside this endless cycle. A heaven-punishing weapon was terrorizing and left lasting damage. This formation created by this weapon and 7 Grand Emperors was even more incredible. An 11-will emperor would certainly die while trapped inside.
Boom.
Li Chia suddenly disappeared, seemingly melted into the boundless darkness inside the sword formation. May there be light in the first night, with the start of primordial chaos. A distant voice came about, triggering a spark of light. It flickered and ignited chaos energy, as if it was a light in the very start of the world. The Revolution sword formation aimed for this light, wishing to extinguish it. Alas, it was useless. It continued to grow stronger while feeding on primordial chaos. May there be Tao on the second night, splitting the heaven and earth apart. All the chaos energy exploded, and the endless revolution of swords got annihilated. Swords back to the dreamland. Sword recalled a cyclic attack and turned the formation into a dreamlike trance. With popping noises, bloodied immortal-slaying swords suddenly appeared everywhere. Each blade seemed to have murdered gods. As long as the victim still had flesh and life, these swords would come into being and occupy each inch of space. There was no place to escape. It was coming from one's dream and mind while breaking out to damage the actual flesh. May there be spirits on the third night for divine ascension to oppose the immortals. Gods were created in this world. Rumble. After these gods came into being, they began to suppress these immortal-slaying swords. Pluff. Of course, some of them were also destroyed by the swords coming out of their body. Chapter 2083. Suddenly, immortals were also being born. These true immortals descended from the sky and swept through everything. They broke the swords and devastated the formation. Fellow Taoist, we're coming. Xueqi and 13 other monarchs released their heaven's wills and poured their power into the sword formation. With a loud hymn, the formation's power rose to an insane level. The immortal slaying swords appeared again with incomparable sharpness drilling out of these immortals' body. Blood gushed everywhere. May there be love on the fourth night, giving birth to all creations. The 3,000 worlds finally gained countless living beings that were going through the reincarnation cycles. The gods and immortals were no longer lonely. The 13 continents seemed tiny compared to these worlds. The sword formation was certainly powerful, but it occupied such a little space. Thus, even all of their power poured inside was not enough. They couldn't create these swords in everyone's dreams for total destruction.
Boom.
This great formation finally faltered before the fourth night of Li Qia's Tao. The emperors were pushed backward by the resulting shockwaves. Anyone else would have turned into bloody mists. Heaven's suppressing fist. Under the empowerment of his 7-night Tao and Nirvana state, this fist destroyed everything. The emperors shuddered as everything turned dark. Activate. The aghast group yelled and quickly used their best attacks. They were still blown flying while vomiting blood before this world-destroying punch. Death for you. Li Qia pierced through space and time before instantly appearing in front of Xueqi, immortal monarch. His punch exceeded all limits and shackles of the world. Break. Xueqi decisively did a risky move, ignoring all defense for an all-out attack. Bam. He successfully struck Li Qia. An 11-will emperor was impressive indeed. It managed to leave a bone-bearing wound on Li Qia despite his current state. Pluff. However, Li Qia's fist pierced through his chest.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Li Qia went all out this time and did 3 eruptions inside the chest to the helpless monarch. The torrential 3 fists made the monarch explode into bits and pieces. Nevertheless, his wills were still there. They lit up and began recreating his body. Don't bother. Li Qia shouted and slammed his hand downward with unstoppable momentum, capable of suppressing the emperors. Bam! He broke through the defensive barriers from the wills and grabbed the monarch. Crack! In the next second, he ripped the guy's head and spine out of the body in a viscerally brutal manner. With that, the body was crushed into blood again. This scene was too shocking. An 11-will monarch was being ripped apart by someone. The crowd gasped in response at this torture. As long as the heavens' wills were there, the monarch couldn't die and kept on being recreated.
Boom.
He learned his lesson this time. The wills turned into a large version of himself in order to buy him time for the real body to be created. It could open its mouth and devour the stars.
Break.
Heaven's suppressing fist. Li Qia used the same unstoppable move again. The heaven and myriad ages themselves were trembling before this move. Boom. He broke through the barrier in the form of the gigantic figure. The created body inside got annihilated again. Stop. Sword Emperor and the others came over after the second torture. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder with thick lightning bolts suddenly crossed the sky. The heavenly execution? The sudden development horrified everyone, especially the emperors who instantly kept a distance. Tribulation clouds loomed above Li Qia with a destructive force of judgment. This was the primal power of heaven and earth. Sword Emperor hesitated after seeing the clouds. However, the execution didn't come down but wouldn't disperse either. It looked a decapitating sword, just waiting for its praise. Li Qia looked at the tribulation and chuckled. Villainous heaven, the tribulation is not under your command. This power doesn't belong to you. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief with conflicting emotions. They wanted the execution to kill Li Qia, but also wished to be safe from it. After all, he was a current generation immortal emperor, which meant that his chance of seeing a tribulation was much higher compared to them from the previous generations. Finish this. World Emperor got up from his throne and commanded, "Darkness, Heaven Emperor, let's go." Buzz. The Tao portal opened again, with more Grand Emperors coming out. The leader was someone with a holy glow and a massive flame behind him. He looked profound, as if he came from an ancient era with an all-piercing stare. "Darkness, the leader of Celestial Court." Someone shouted. "Looks like Celestial Court wants to take down the Dark Crow right now." A high god shuddered. "Not just the court, all the three races are coming. Look at the emperors again." A monarch felt his scalp tingling. There were 15 emperors behind Darkness, with members from all the three races. A total of 23 emperors associated with Celestial Court and Heaven Authority were present, more powerful and famous than the average emperor. "They won't let Sacred Teacher go this time," one immortal monarch said. This group was too monstrous and wouldn't be seen outside of the ultimate expeditions and the previous Emperor hunt. It looked like the three races would pay any price to take down the Dark Crow here and now. This was their plan from the start. A high god had a revelation, thinking that they weren't here for the academy from the very beginning. Chapter 2084. Darkness. Li Chia smiled after seeing this emperor. "I guess the world is small for enemies. I wanted to kill you way back then, but alas, you managed to escape." Darkness Heaven Emperor was the person in charge of Celestial Court. He was quite old and had a great status, famous way before Solidarity Heaven Emperor. He was even the first to have 11 wills after Purewood Divine Emperor. Moreover, Origin Heaven Emperor was taken care of by him in youthful days. In the older years, he was in charge of Celestial Court. This was the person who carried the banner of the three races and enjoyed great support. He had also attacked the 100 races multiple times. He eventually abdicated to the new rising star, Solidarity Heaven Emperor. Alas, Solidarity was killed by Empress Hongtian, leaving Celestial Court without a leader. During this period, rumor has it that World Emperor once took this position but eventually abdicated for some unknown reasons. Perhaps it was because he was in charge of the Qian clan and Heaven Authority already swarmed with work. Because of this, the retired Darkness had to come out again to become the next leader. Nevertheless, others still believed that the real person in charge was still World Emperor due to his current prestige. Of course, Darkness was extraordinarily famous back then too. After all, he was one of the oldest Grand Emperors and had a great relationship with Origin on top of being the leader of Celestial Court. Alas, time spared no one. Solidarity rose quickly, so Darkness left the court to him. Later on, World Emperor took over everything, and the world began to forget about Darkness until he retook the role of leader. People once again recalled this great figure who once led the Heaveners towards greatness. "Dark Crow, I can say the same thing to you," Darkness uttered coldly. When Li Chia came to the 10th world for the first time, he was fighting against Darkness all by himself. Darkness gave a must-kill order to no avail. "In your dream," Li Chia smiled. It's rare for all of us to gather here today, so we need to try our best to make it fun. Anyone else beside your group? If not, I'll start the massacre now. There won't be a good chance like this in the future." "Right, this is the time for you to die." Darkness stepped forward while the other emperors began to form the most dangerous formation. At this moment, outside of Freeski's group, even Immortal Emperor Chong Huang, Immortal Emperor Air Shi, and 100 Arms people joined in as well. Though they didn't come with a plan like Darkness, this was a formation reliant on the Heaven's wills. Most people knew how to use it. Darkness group took the most pivotal positions. They were the souls of this formation. World Emperor was standing up now and watched everything intensely as if he could join at any moment. "Let's go then. Don't hold back." Li Chia had a wide smile, but his eyes spoke otherwise. A terrible murderous glint showed that he was ready to massacre. "Kill him." Darkness signaled and unleashed his 11 wills. Rumble. All the emperors and monarchs present released their wills, while the high gods activated their totems. The resulting energy poured into the formation. The numerous wills and totems engulfed the ancient world, overfilling it to the point of near destruction. The most reliable method for emperors to work together was simply using their wills, because their grand Tao and merit laws were different. The latter choices wouldn't work without a long period of testing and training together, resulting in a weak effect and multiple openings. However, wills and totems were able to connect together, allowing these beings to truly shine in groups. Of course, a group with better teamwork and practice still had a better effect. Harmony Immortal Monarchs were the best example of this. This duo was capable of using their grand Tao together.
Boom.
This accumulation was unstoppable, enough to make anyone tremble. Of course, the combination couldn't exert the full power of each will. However, there were more than 100 connected here. Even if they could only use 10% of each will, the resulting power was quite terrorizing. Everyone shuddered as a reason. This was more than enough to render an 11-will emperor to ashes in the blink of an eye. He needs to run now or zero chance of surviving, one immortal monarch murmured in a daze. There hasn't been such a group assembled for killing outside of Emperor Hunt. Alas, Li Chia stood there with a smirk on his face while looking at World Emperor. World was staring back at him. As mortal enemies, they understood each other quite well. This was the time for them to test their killing moves against each other. Furthermore, they only considered themselves to be enemies. People like Darkness and the others weren't qualified to enter their sight. Geezer, you think you can win this time? Li Chia smiled at World while the power of the wills was still gathering. Dark Crow, you're that confident? World said coldly. Victory wasn't clear until the very last second because the two still had cards up their sleeves. This was only the beginning of the battle.
Boom.
The ancient world trembled. The great formation finally turned into an ancient hall, old enough to be from the very start of the world. It was mottled, full of spots, but had enough divinity to destroy everything around. It commanded respect and awe. Celestial Court. A high god shouted. It looked like these wills have turned into the court. It was something that could represent the high heaven, capable of delivering justice to the rest of the world. Boom. Li Chia had lost his chance. The murderous formation had been formed and came crashing down on him. Buzz. His body lit up with all 12 immortal physiques. They surged in power with multiple domains expanding. At the same time, the power of his heavens will emitted the most blinding radiance. The 13 palaces poured down endless chaos like an ocean filling out the entire ancient world. The 4 symbols of the palace also surrounded him with their monstrous power. Of course, the 3 vessels didn't need further elaboration. It was enough to overfill the 13 continents, causing Li Chia to grow into a giant. Even if he were to live till the end of time, he would still have boundless life and extraordinary power. The court made the world fall into darkness with its apocalyptic rush. Nothing would remain after suffering this blow. Activate. Li Chia crossed his hands and unleashed a retaliatory move. Chapter 2085. One could easily imagine the consequence of using bare hands against the ultimate power of these wills. Pluff. Blood and flesh went flying from Li Chia's battered arms despite his indestructible diamond physique and the other 11, his will and 13 palaces, his ability to break through all shackles. People finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the damage, especially the emperors on the other side. The Dark Crow was still a human made of flesh, which meant that he could eventually be defeated one day. After all, the long-lasting legend of the Dark Crow was too frightening for the emperors. If, say, he was completely fine before this attack, then everyone would fall into despair. What else in the world could hurt him? Ultimately, the injuries showed that he was still mortal, so there was a chance of destroying him. Crack. His body was creaking with blood oozing out, staining his robe in full. Go. He roared and utilized all of his abilities again to the limit. A resplendent glow illuminated the 13 continents as divine rings slowly emerged.
Boom.
The court finally halted from the descent. An ant trying to shake a tree. Fool. Darkness also let out a battle cry. The symbol of the Heaveners on his forehead lit up as he mustered all of his strength without holding back. His vitality melted into his wills and the formation. Gentlemen, we're about to create a miracle. Go all out now. Darkness even rotated his longevity wheel so that his most precious blood would join in the formation as well. It wasn't easy for him to live for so long, yet he was still sacrificing his longevity blood. This showed just how serious he was undertaking this risk. He's right, the 13 continents will be ours if we take the Dark Crow down now. Xueqi, immortal monarch, roared, and also poured his vitality and longevity blood despite his injuries. The rest of the emperors and high gods no longer hesitated and followed suit. Longevity blood was immensely precious. Vitality can be accumulated and recovered, but this wasn't the case for these drops of blood. Just one drop alone required an arduous refinement process. The group became quite excited at the thought of creating a miracle by killing the Dark Crow. This was an existence that could make emperors tremble, the ultimate leader of the 100 races. He had even killed epic overlords. Their feat today would establish their status. They would be immortalized in the historical annals. The river of time would be filled with writings about them. As long as they win, the Dark Crow would become a devil, one that was salivating for the 13 continents, wishing to massacre the emperors and devour the land. Meanwhile, they would become the heroes, the sages that have killed a monster, the bringers of dawn. This achievement was more glorious than becoming an emperor, since there was no lack of them in history. This battle would definitely be on the same level as Emperor Hunt or the Ultimate Expeditions. Plus, the ones that joined had no other choice. They needed to kill the Dark Crow, or he would end them later. Buzz. The court exuded a power holier than anything else in existence. It seemed to be the lord of all laws, the ruler of justice. Everything else was subjected to its punishment and adjudication. Xueqi was certainly its victim right now. It would absolutely destroy his everything without showing any mercy or leaving any trace left. An end feared by all. Crack. His body had cracks with blood gushing out. Just a slight touch would result in a total collapse. Everyone held their breath watching the deterioration of his body. Their heart was about to jump out of their throat, whether it be from anxiety or excitement. Only World Emperor remained cautious and continued to scout the area. His eyes gazed across the ancient world in order to avoid an ambush from the immortal emperors. The rest was fixated on Xueqi because they believed they were witnessing a miracle of the ages. The Dark Crow would die to the court if this continued. Only World Emperor remained skeptical, without bothering to watch. If the Dark Crow could die so easily, he wouldn't be the Dark Crow. He wouldn't have sent away his allies either. Finally, Xueqi's forehead cracked. This was his limit, unable to withstand the destructive capability of the court. Is it over? It wasn't wise to chase the immortal emperors away. A high god took a deep breath and murmured. The forehead was the toughest part of the body at this level of cultivation. It meant that Xueqi was hanging on by a thread. Xueqi happily shouted at this sight, "Fellow Taoists, a little more. We'll start a new generation after this." The party was jubilant, but they thought about it. How unreasonable would it be for someone to stay alive against so many emperors and high gods? Dark Crow, your demise is here. Celestial Court does not allow for a monster like you to cause trouble. Darkness roared despite knowing that the Dark Crow wouldn't go down so easily. Nevertheless, he still needed to boost the morale of his men. Xueqi suddenly smiled. Darkness, I'm a bit disappointed. Here I thought that you would come with something incredible, but it looks like this formation is it? What a stingy start. With that, his eyes turned fierce. I'm the one who is ending all of this, a bunch of fake gods thinking that you're the lords of the world, daring to represent the mandate of the heaven.
Die. Boom.
The high heaven palace oozed out a majestic and dazzling force. The sky unanticipatedly had a huge hole with the power of high heaven raining down. Meanwhile, the palace released countless runic symbols. These runic symbols turned into a supreme grand Tao, one that could represent the will of the high heaven. The palace then soared to the sky, empowered by the strongest force in existence, one that could create the 13 continents and all else, time, space, all living beings. Chapter 2086. Bam! The palace slammed into the court, creating a deafening impact ending with the court crumbling. Boom! The resulting shockwave blew all the emperors away. The weaker ones felt their blood churning, causing them to vomit blood. Die! Li Chia chose free sky again and lunged forward.
Boom!
The monarch was immediately torn in half, a grisly spectacle. Darkness came over with his banner swinging with the force of 3,000 worlds and slammed it on Li Chia's body. Break! Li Chia retaliated with his palms to crush the 3,000 worlds in a simple manner, yet sufficient power. Pluff! A rain of blood descended. Even someone as powerful as Darkness was almost severed completely. Clink! Sword Emperor slashed through the sky. The sword ray struck Li Chia bloodied, but the guy was gripping the sword now. Li Chia used this momentum and turned his palm into a devastating fist. He crossed through space and timed to punch sword in the chest. Dodging was out of the question, so his chest was penetrated. Flesh and blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, Li Chia tore free sky into 2 pieces before slashing down Darkness and ending with his fist through sword's chest. These 11 Will Emperors were rather helpless before him. This scene shocked everyone. Even the high gods nearly pissed their pants with their legs growing weak. The spectating emperors shuddered. They knew that the Dark Crow is terrifying but have never experienced it in person until today. He was even worse than the legends. Li Chia looked like a being made of blood right now, his blood and the blood of his enemies. He was ferocious and ready to kill everyone. The cowards would squirm on the ground after seeing this scene. Ah! Miserable screams echoed. Luo Wensong, Ing Xinyu, and the rest from 8 Pillar Society were annihilated. Their totems were destroyed, as well, so it was a true death. This made the advantages of the heavens will quite clear. Though emperors could certainly kill each other using their wills, but this process took some time. Nevertheless, it was still easier than a high god trying to kill an emperor. The totems were much more fragile in comparison. Free Sky was killed several times, yet he could still come back to life. However, the group of 8 was annihilated instantly with the destruction of their totems. In a one-on-one scenario, Li Chia was simply unstoppable. Meet God, slay God. Meet Buddha, slay Buddha. One emperor one after another exploded into blood. This resulted in rains of blood dripping down. Few were able to withstand even a single blow from him. They banded together, but it was not enough to contain or stop him. The ghosts lamented, and the gods wept before this massacre. Mountains and rivers crumbled. The reincarnation cycles destroyed. People finally realized why Li Chia said that he was afraid of himself once the kill switch was on. The emperors should indeed be afraid of him. There was a reason why he was in charge of the world's direction for so long.
Boom.
Free Sky was crushed into mincemeat again. Among the emperors, he was the biggest victim, being pulverized repeatedly. That's enough. World finally stopped watching and stepped out of the Tao portal. A man equal to the high heaven has finally taken action. The stars, Tao, and everyone else prostrated before him. Just a wave of his hand was enough to turn over the myriad ages. He had experienced millions of years as an unstoppable being with no peers. His true self was here, without emitting any oppressive pressure. Alas, just his gaze alone was shudder-inducing enough. Clink! He decisively attacked Li Chia with his world-awakened bell carrying absolute power without any technique or variation. All existences would be annihilated as a result. The ringing of the belt was ominous and awe-inspiring. World was strong to the level where he could take down an 11-will emperor with this move or change the tide of a battle. The Heaveners were jubilating since he could save them all. "Let's go!" Li Qie let out a battle cry and used his high heaven palace to subdue the Grand Tao.
Boom.
The ancient world nearly shattered and fell into complete darkness. Fortunately, the attacks weren't aimed directly at the ground. The attack was successfully stopped, but the resulting shockwaves made the beasts here all drop to the ground. It took a while before the light came back, revealing Li Qie and World Emperor standing face to face. The palace was fine and well, but World Emperor's bell had a huge hole. It wasn't due to the Emperor's lack of strength, but the palace was simply too powerful. The bell was a heaven bestowment artifact at the Grand Emperor level, yet it still received substantial damage. All beings right now didn't dare to breathe, afraid to disturb these two. "That's the best high heaven scroll," a monarch quietly murmured. "Maybe World Emperor needs to use his true immortal armament now." The emperors here all gazed at the high heaven palace, realizing that this was indeed a peerless artifact, perhaps comparable to a true immortal armament. Even if it wasn't the number one in history, it couldn't be that much inferior. Because of this, they naturally salivated with greed. One would be lying to claim otherwise. There had only been 5 true immortal armaments. 2 from Immortal Emperor Min Ren and 6 Tao Monarch were missing. Purewood was even more mysterious, so the only 2 that were in action were World Emperors and Crimson Emperors, the one he got from Flame Emperor. Obtaining this palace meant that one would be on the same level as World Emperor, at least in terms of weapons. The crowd truly wanted to see World put on his armament just once. It has been a long time since World was in battle. They were aware that he was powerful, but to what extent? Chapter 2087. The 2 mortal enemies glared at each other. They have fought in countless battles, but this might be their first actual bout. "Geezer, put on your armament so we can have a good fight. I want to see just how strong you are, especially when compared to Min Ren." Li Qie laughed heartily. The crowd pondered after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was not considered the most brilliant from the 9 worlds, but he was definitely a reliable one. An immovable pillar. He had fought against World Emperor back during Emperor Hunt, but no one knew who won that fight. He also had a true immortal armament on top of being the starter of the 5th expedition. Everyone wanted to know the stronger between him and World. "I'll wear it when it is time," World Emperor answered. Each of his words became a mantra or an unquestionable decree. "This is not out of contempt, but if you don't have anything else up your sleeve today, I'll make mincemeat out of you." Li Qie confidently smiled. "Don't be so complacent. No one can predict the tides of time." World remained calm. Li Qie smiled and said, "You know, I actually do like you. If it wasn't for you trying to break us apart, perhaps I would be calling you father-in-law right now." People glanced at each other after hearing this. A few older emperors were aware of the feud between these 2. The others did hear that back then, World Emperor's daughter was kidnapped by someone. The furious emperor then searched the entire continents. World didn't bother responding to the taunt. Meanwhile, Darkness and the others have retreated behind him to regroup for another assault. Clap. Suddenly, a faint lightning bolt flashed above World Emperor. Heavenly execution. The crowd naturally became aghast and looked up at the sky. "It won't be easy for the execution to come here, but old geezer, you have evaded it too many times now. The world won't allow you to do so for much longer. Are you afraid of it or not? I'm prepared to die to it, are you?" World ignored him again and told Darkness with a stern voice, "Use Celestial Quartz Ace now." Well, Darkness hesitated. Now is not the time for this. Either pay the price or be completely annihilated. "I will buy time for now, but I won't be able to stay for long." Darkness gritted his teeth and commanded, "Fellow Taoists, lend me strength to minimize losses." Having said that, he summoned a treasure.
Boom.
A huge figure landed from the sky, with its head touching the heaven and feet stomping on the ground. This was a giant among giants, a creation made of an unknown metal with a flashing crystallized radiance. Upon closer inspection, there were numerous engraveds on the hull. It looked as if someone had taken down stars and placed them there. On its chest was a galaxy-like maelstrom fueling the being. One could have an illusion that the metallic being was crafted from a universe, hence the stars on it.
What is that?
Everyone felt an ancient aura assaulting their face. This breath was not necessarily weaker than a 12-will emperor. Cosmic immortal carapace. A monarch shuddered and said, "This is the ultimate treasure of Celestial Court." They actually chose to use it this time. Normally, it is only meant to be the final line of defense. The Grand Emperors were shocked to see this as well, but were also confused. Why did Darkness bring it along but didn't use it in the beginning? Li Chia smiled and said, "Now that's a good item, but you all might not know its origin." He continued, "This item does not belong to our epoch and was crafted in a cruel manner. It used the highest grade of immortal metal in that epoch to be the shell intake for an entire universe. Next, the master carved 360 large planets in 360 generations to the important points. Keep in mind that each of these planets had trillions of life, beasts, birds, cultivators like us, and countless mortals." The crowd shuddered after hearing this. Planets with life were used? Their life force was refined in order to create this being. So, it's a paragon artifact? A monarch blurted out. Just a tiny bit away from being one. Li Chia smiled. If the creator was just a bit crueler and spent more effort, then this could have been a paragon artifact. Who knows how this item fell into Celestial Court? They have always kept this item and its origin a secret. The emperors who were aware of these items became amazed. Samsara Wild Ancestor also had one, but it was destroyed during the destruction. "Fellow Taoists, don't waste time with him. Help me kill him." Darkness didn't wish to dwell on this matter, not wanting others to trace the origin of this artifact.
Boom.
Darkness 11 wills flew into the silver maelstrom in front of the being's chest. He disappeared afterward. "Let's go." Sword and the others didn't hesitate and followed suit. Buzz. The silver maelstrom poured out endless light, just like the first explosion of the universe. A new one seemed to be born at this second while the other 360 planets lit up. A high god quietly said, "They're using their wills to activate the treasure?" An insightful Grand Emperor who knew about this artifact said, "It actually doesn't need anything to start killing. However, it alone is not enough to defeat the Dark Crow. Even if it could win, it might fall into a slumbering state, becoming scraps. But if all of these emperors use their wills, it will be much stronger, and the losses will be minimal." Haha, the court didn't want to take this out, probably afraid of damages. The guy seemed to be very unhappy with the court, so his tone was one of derision. Nevertheless, he was completely correct. This was the reason why Darkness wanted the other emperors to help him. Ultimately, this was their ultimate treasure, so they needed to preserve it.
Boom.
Immortal halos the size of galaxies stretched out from the being. Each could store 3,000 worlds and start an entirely new epoch. Buzz. When the treasure stood before Li Chia, World Emperor retreated behind his Tao portal, and the thunder in the sky also subsided. Chapter 2088. The crowd took note of World Emperor's retreat. One high god stated, "A 12-will emperor is invincible indeed. It's a shame that the execution is always looming above." Everyone saw how strong World Emperor was, but they could also see the lightning arcs above him. This place was not on the same level as exploration grounds in terms of avoidance, but the chance was indeed lower compared to the 13 continents. This was the reason why so many emperors were here, yet no execution has come down just yet. However, World Emperor was a different story. The terrifying execution showed itself nearly instantly. They understood why he would choose to dodge it. After all, none could stop it. Even the very powerful Flame Emperor and Wave Emperor were killed. This was the result of directly trying to oppose it. Thus, no one dared to criticize World for leaving.
Boom.
The glowing cosmic immortal carapace made it hard for others to keep their eyes open. Space was rippling from its power even before it did anything. This ancient world seemed fragile before this being, as if it could be crushed to pieces easily. Is this a power similar to a 12-will emperor? A monarch thought to himself, or even something greater? Both gods and emperors were palpitating before this scene. They didn't think they could last a single move against this being. No wonder why Celestial Court considered this their gem. It was infinitely close to being a paragon artifact. This only made them fear these paragon artifacts even more. Who in the world had a paragon artifact? The emperors contemplated this particular question. Let's see how strong you are. Li Qie laughed and took a step forward to gather a punch with his dazzling immortal physiques. The 13 Fate Palaces empowered his fist, allowing it to have an absolute power to destroy all laws. Profundity and mysteries of the Tao were useless before it.
Boom.
The armored being retaliated with a simple punch as well. The sky vault collapsed completely, resulting in a chaotic space.
Boom.
Flesh versus metal. The ancient world seemed to be punched out of its own space. Everyone was stunned and felt their heart hanging on a thread before this spectacle. Blood came out since Li Qie was at a disadvantage going against the most precious metal.
Die.
Li Qie flashed and appeared behind the being for a better attack. Alas, this being was even faster and teleported behind him with its fist aiming for his back. Li Qie raised both hands and created myriad worlds between them as a defensive barrier.
Boom.
The fist pierced through these worlds and made contact. He was blown flying into the ground, creating a huge pit with cracks emanating everywhere. So strong. The emperors took a deep breath. This might be one of the reasons why Celestial Court was able to stand strong for many generations. Rumble. Debris went flying as Li Qie leaped into the sky again. Earlier just now, his flesh was smashed and mutilated, but he was completely recovered and was still as fierce as a tiger. Die. Darkness' voice came from the being as it unleashed another wondrous attack.
Ha!
Li Qie laughed like a maniac and controlled the High Heaven Palace to retaliate.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Sparks ravaged this world. The creatures here were lamenting the potential destruction. Just one ember alone was enough to turn them to ashes. That so-called number 1 High Heaven Scroll is going evenly against the jewel of Celestial Court. It's incredible. A high god emotionally said. These two particular artifacts were so many times stronger than divine and imperial weapons. Darkness roared and activated the 360 planets carved around the hulls. The being created not just a world, but an entire epoch with countless existences. Generations came and went. Invincible creatures were being created. All of the epic's powers fueled the metallic being, the affinity of time, space, reincarnation, karma. Though it wasn't truly the power of an epoch, it was definitely more than the force of all 13 continents combined. The onslaught descended after a loud explosion. Buzz. High Heaven Palace also oozed out an everlasting Tao. It was as if it had become heaven, majestic and lofty, on the same level as any invincible existence. This transformation made everyone want to kneel down for the most respectful ceremony. Even emperors felt apprehensive because it was a power belonging to the high heaven. Bam! The two artifacts unleashed their strongest blows. The result was destruction for all around them. Rumble. The palace was incredible indeed, but it seemed to be at a disadvantage against the power of an epoch. It's unfortunate, Dark Crow. This weapon isn't yours, so you can't use its true power. You have miscalculated today, overestimating this palace. Darkness stated. This was indeed the case. Unlikely for the palace to turn the tides. This armored being is quite terrifying. Looks like Darkness had it for some time now. Someone murmured. The palace was unbelievably powerful, but Li Qie didn't have the chance to refine it into his weapon. This wasn't the case for Celestial Court and the cosmic immortal carapace. Darkness had a full grasp on the artifact, so he could use its strongest power. Unfortunate indeed, Darkness, but it is you who have miscalculated, not me. Li Qie smiled and said. Clink. The primordial will appeared, and 12 laws coiled around the carapace like spirit snakes. They locked the being completely with metallic clankings before drilling into the chest, the place where the stars and wills of the emperors were residing. They wanted to absorb the power of the being and all of the heaven's wills. Not good. Darkness felt that he was losing control of the heaven's wills. The rest of the emperor became aghast as well. The being staggered backward while the emperors inside were slamming into the hull, wishing to escape. However, the 12 laws of the primordial will have sealed the being. There was no chance to breaking the carapace to escape. This is as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. I wonder if you all will taste good, hopefully without a muddy stench, or my appetite will be ruined. Li Qie laughed and said, World Emperor, help us. The frightened Darkness had no choice but to ask World for help. He could feel the 12 laws piercing through the cosmic chest of the being and began to absorb their wills. For emperors, these wills were their everything. Even if they were to survive, they would become crippled, so they were rightfully horrified. Chapter 2089. No one expected for Li Qie to be able to seal this carapace, with more than 100 wills inside. Just how terrorizing would he be after absorbing them? Halt! World Emperor walked out of the portal and unleashed a strike surpassing the yin and yang.
Boom.
The strike was aiming for the carapace instead of Li Qie. Geezer, mind your own business. Li Qie laughed and released a galaxy-destroying palm strike. World punched again, and the two attacks collided, resulting in a quaking vibration. Meanwhile, he also unleashed another dozen strikes with his other hand towards the 12 laws locking the carapace. He was indeed a 12-will emperor. His domain was able to separate the other ruling affinities such as yin and yang, time and space, karma and reincarnation. He was the sole supreme ruler of his space. 11-will emperors were certainly no match for him. Finally, he was able to get the ones inside, out of the carapace. They were naturally horrified and all hid behind him. Move away! World shouted. The others could see the heavenly execution faintly appearing above World again, so they ran away and kept their distance. Incredible! Everyone was amazed that World was able to reverse the tide right away. The emperors from the 3 races were even more impressed. World has been able to do this during all the previous crises. Darkness Group heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunately that World was on the sideline. If he had also joined in like them and got stuck in that carapace, it would have really been over. There was no doubt that he was much more prudent and insightful than the rest. Thank you, Dao brother. This was the first time Darkness felt such fear despite living for so long. He cupped his fist and showed his gratitude. Though World was much more powerful and famous on top of having a greater prestige than Darkness, Darkness was much older. Plus, he was a founder of Celestial Court, so he had always viewed World as a junior. Nevertheless, World had just saved his life, so he felt deep gratitude. Thus, calling him Dao brother was completely reasonable. For the Dao, achievements trumped age. The other emperors also did the same. They would no longer be here if it wasn't for his interference. Nevertheless, their wills were saved, but their vitality suffered an immense setback. No need to be polite. We're on the same side. World Emperor retreated as well due to the threat above him. Geezer, you ruin my fun again. I will destroy your clan eventually for your continuous meddling. Li Qie laughed. World responded with a cold glare. Though I couldn't get your dog lives, this carapace is actually quite suitable for me. He pulled the armored being closer. We have to protect it. Darkness was aghast to see their treasure being taken away. The cosmic immortal carapace was too important for Celestial Court. It would be an unbelievable loss if the Dark Crow were to take it. World had no choice but to step out again and reached for the carapace. World Emperor, I've been waiting for this day. Suddenly, an old voice came about, signaling the descent of a mighty palm from the sky. It crushed everything in its path while aiming for World. Such a fierce palm astounded everyone. Who would dare to fight World outside of other top emperors or the Dark Crow? World immediately pulled back and raised his palm forward to face the incoming strike.
Boom.
The majestic shockwave emanating from the impact point scared even the emperors. A figure emerged and stopped World Emperor's path. This was a gray-robed old man with white hair draping over his shoulders. He didn't have an oppressive aura, but his tiger eyes were intimidating, capable of breaking everything. Even emperors didn't want to meet his gaze. Mortal reversion. World became serious, with his eyes narrowing. Mortal reversion, ancient god. A grand emperor shouted in astonishment. The high gods took a deep breath and became excited, even the stronger ones among them. The apex existence of the high gods. One of them cried out. The emperors took all the limelight this time during the assault on Celestial Academy. Multiple 11-will emperors, then even profound, Yi and World. The last three overshadowed all the high gods. It could be said that their side was no match for the emperors this time. The ones here reflected and found themselves lacking versus World and his peers. However, they became excited after seeing mortal reversion. At the very least, an apex existence from their group could win them some face again. Of course, there were more ancient gods around, but mortal reversion was the most active one. In terms of fame and prestige, Inconcealable Ancient God was the greatest among them. Unfortunately, he has been in seclusion after defeating darkness and challenging Origin Heaven Emperor. Meanwhile, mortal reversion was still active, so he became the hope and pillar of all high gods. Of course, he also had his own famous tales, such as chasing 3 grand emperors from Wildlad's clan all the way back to Celestial Court. In an older period, he even fought against Wave Emperor. The gods from the 100 races loved him even more because he was from their group. His origin was a demon. Some said that he used to be a tiger. Another rumor stated that he was an alumnus from Celestial, but others said that it was for such a brief period that he couldn't truly be considered a student there. Nevertheless, he was on the same level of prestige as immortal monarch Yi in the mind of the 100 races. An ancient god against a 12-will grand emperor? Will a victor be decided today? The high gods were lost in anticipation. In fact, ancient gods have fought against top emperors before. Inconcealable Ancient God had fought against Origin before. This was certainly the first battle between these two realms. Alas, no one knew the result, similar to the fight between Mortal Reversion and Wave. They never talked about the outcome, so the world had no idea about the result. I think World Emperor will win. He has a true immortal armament as well. A high god worriedly said. Not necessarily. His peer was on the other side. Remember, Mortal Reversion also has the Mortal King bloodline. That's why people call him the second coming of Six Dao Monarch. It's a shame that he doesn't have an immortal armament, or it would be an extremely brilliant fight. A few emperors felt a tinge of regret. World hasn't put on his gear just yet, but everyone knew that he would do so when the time called for it. It would be a completely different story then. He would reach the very top of the power ranking after wearing it. Mortal Reversion, you wish to fight? World uttered coldly after having his path blocked. And if I do? World, I can hang around, but can you? Are you not afraid of the execution above? Mortal Reversion laughed and said. Chapter 2090, Mortal Reversion's comment made people look around at each other. It was indeed something threatening World Emperor. Emperors had their advantages, but so did the high gods. First, putting aside the stronger argument between the two, Emperors had advantages in battle, such as being more resilient and harder to kill. Even a top high god would have a hard time killing one due to the underlying issue of destroying the heavens' wills. Of course, the pros for high gods included having a much lower chance of facing the heavenly execution. Thus, they could walk around after their own generation, unlike the emperors. Both mortal reversion and world were top existences, but world always had to evade the execution. Right now, world's own was looming above him, while mortal reversion's was nowhere to be found. Unless world could kill mortal reversion in around 5 moves, the situation would only get worse for him. Who knows if he could survive dealing with both the execution and mortal reversion at the same time. Of course, it was impossible for him to take a rare ancient god down so fast. Yep, a good item. Because of mortal reversion's interference, Xie obtained the carapace and clapped his hands. Darkness' expression became unsightly after seeing their jewel fall into the hand of an enemy. He had tried to recall his carapace, but it had been locked by the primordial will. Possessing the summoning chant wasn't enough unless he was capable of forcefully taking the primordial will. Of course, this was impossible. Dao brother, help me get it back. He had no choice but to ask World Emperor. A thunderous growl seemed to be answering Darkness instead. World wasn't happy to see this, while the rest kept their distance from him, not wanting to deal with the extremely powerful execution. Use the Peacebringer art. I'll watch over. Having said that, he went back inside his Dao portal. Very well, World, if you don't attack, I won't either. Mortal Reversion also manipulated space and stood inside a different Dao portal. Both of them came prepared with these 2 world-crossing portals. Only they were capable of crafting such a thing. It was clear that Mortal Reversion came to hold World back with no intention of joining the fight. Darkness' expression changed after hearing World, the part about the Peacebringer art. In the end, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Fellow Taoists, help me use that art to destroy this person." All the emperors were not ready for this, especially the ones from the 3 races. "We must do this." An emperor hesitated. They only came for the treasures and didn't expect for the situation to deteriorate like this. What is this art? A new high god became curious. The cruelest incantation in this world. Losing control would mean bringing down everyone. Death is assured even with the heavens' wills. An older high god spoke with austerity. This art was created by the 3 races to deal with the ancient Ming. It was neither a merit law or an offensive art, just a spell for the user to add their life force, heaven's wills, and vitality into it. If the opponent was not strong enough to withstand this spell, only death awaited them. However, in the opposite scenario, the casters would die. Back when the ancient Ming ravaged the 13 continents, they were extremely hard to kill due to the evil nature of their race. The 3 races had no choice but to muster all of their efforts and came up with this cruel spell. Some said that its foundation originated from pure wood and eventually perfected by the Grand Emperors. Other sources didn't include pure wood, only the Grand Emperors. Victory will be decided today. Darkness roared after seeing the hesitating emperor. "We have so many heaven's wills. How are we going to fail? But hesitate? Even if you manage to run today, you won't be able to escape later." He was indeed speaking the truth, not just an empty threat. All right, we'll do it. The other emperors decided to go all out. They didn't give the Dark Crow any face today, so even if they were to leave this place alive today, he would come for them later on. Everyone knew of his style, murderous and merciless towards his opponents. Peacebringers. Darkness chanted, and runes flew out. The words engraved themselves on the forehead of the emperors. Peacebringers. Their mind became connected right away, ready for Darkness to carry out this spell. This was the culmination of the old Grand Emperor's effort. They would never teach it to outsiders, but today, Darkness had given the ones who didn't know about it the seal. They didn't need to understand it, and still could work together with him. Buzz. Their wills, vitality, longevity, blood, and grand Tao fused into the spell, turning into a faint energy of death. This energy engulfed the entire place, and anything with life. Even if the enemy were to run far away, There was no escaping this curse. Li Chia was no exception either. His body was also shrouded by this lingering and omnipresent curse. Li Chia laughed after feeling the power of the curse. When you all chased the remnants of the ancient Ming down to the 9 worlds, I came up in order to ask for a way to destroy them, yet you all hid this from me. And now, you use it on me? When the ancient Ming had total sovereignty in the 9 worlds, Li Chia had no choice but to come up for help. This evil race was too hard to kill. The 3 races certainly had something to deal with the Ming since they successfully repelled this race down to the 9 worlds. Of course, the 3 races refused the request. Li Chia was left all by himself before eventually coming up with a new way to kill the ancient Ming. Buzz. He channeled all of his vitality and grand Dao to hover around him. However, this massive defensive energy didn't stop a tiny, black spot from appearing on him. Suddenly, it started expanding. He focused his power again to expulse this particulate. His vitality was powerful enough to make it small again. Alas, another appeared in a different location and began expanding as well. Buzz. A holy glow erupted around him. Chapter 2091. Li Chia's holy light was able to chase away the second, but a third one appeared. Mighty he was, yet this was not enough to stop more dots from appearing on his body.
Die.
Li Chia stepped forward and aimed for Darkness Group with an all-destroying fist. However, they became illusory once he got closer, just like phantoms. It made the powerful strike useless, even though a direct impact would mean pulverization. The group dispersed like smoke before coming together again. Buzz. This attack only increased the number of dots on him. It seemed that its power had only empowered the curse. What's going on? A high god didn't understand and became surprised. A grand emperor quietly said, "This is the backlash of the curse. Darkness and the others have become part of the spell. Destroying them would be useless. Any attempt would only magnify the spell's power and directly lead it back. Thus, it would be akin to helping the enemy and attacking himself." This curse is really horrifying, the god murmured, not seeing how the dots were that scary. An insightful monarch said, "Don't look down on those dots. It means there's no coming back from death. It will destroy his Tao and heaven's will after failing to withstand it. That's how the 3 races killed the ancient Ming back then." "You are completely right, fellow Taoist." A grand emperor nearby nodded. "This is a direct death. Not even the heavens can recreate the sufferer. The only way to defeat the users is to overcome the spell, then the users would be destroyed by it instead. This is why it is so cruel. Casualty is guaranteed." Buzz. More and more black spots emerged all around Li Chia's body, acting similar to nether fire. They were slowly burning away his life. "Dark Crow, you have lost." Darkness' indistinct voice came about. "Your vitality and will can't match up with all of us, and definitely not all the ancient Ming back then. Don't you remember how they died? Today is your doom, and this date next year is your death anniversary." Darkness wasn't exaggerating. All of their vitality, power, and wills have turned into this terrible and majestic spell. Back then, they used this method to destroy the ancient Ming. This race was very powerful, but their 3 races have taken roots in the 13 continents for countless years. They had ample emperors and experts. In a regular battle, they couldn't take on the ancient Ming, but the Peacebringer's spell strengthened by the mass was too much for the ancient Ming. The race suffered a heavy casualty, on the verge of extermination, so they had no choice but to rely on the corporeal zone to run down to the 9 worlds. "Too early for excitement, we'll just see about that." Li Chia laughed. This laughter issued an immortal light, but the dots continued to increase in number. Naturally, Li Chia's vitality and grand Dao power were decreasing. The spell was accelerating the time till his death. Boom. Suddenly, World Emperor took action again and unleashed a palm strike at Li Chia. Ha! Mortal Reversion immediately went into this space again to attack the Emperor. Buzz. A grand formation appeared out of nowhere with starry glimmers. A majestic figure emerged in the middle. World Emperor. This figure was comparable to the high heaven, capable of looking down on all. The figure was identical to World Emperor. No one could tell which one was the real one. It stopped mortal reversion in his path. What's going on? Even the emperors were confused. The second one is not real. A monarch was able to see through it. Behind the second world was a lofty land with dragons and phoenixes, a scene of paradise. There were emperors guarding and chanting within, real emperors, not just illusions or accumulations of power. Generations of descendants prayed for him with sages and high gods among them. Numerous kingdoms presided over this land with billions and billions of citizens. They lived and prospered for one generation to the next, praying for a single person, world. The power of their faith through time fused into the body of the second world. Thus, this body had more than its own power. It had the strength of the grand emperors, the descendants, the citizens, and all of the land. The first is real, the second isn't. One grand emperor spoke with certainty. What is the second one, then? A high god asked. There was no debating this because the heavenly execution would never make a mistake. However, the second one was not an avatar. An avatar had limitation, but this second one seemed to be as strong as the first. The 9 emperors of the Qian, well, not counting World and Sword, they themselves are empowering this being. Someone commented. This could be considered a world avatar. A top monarch said seriously, the entire Qian clan is working together to create this second world emperor. Many emperors took a deep breath. Creating a second body was easy in the form of a Tao avatar. Of course, this second body was much inferior. This wasn't the case for World. This second body was just like the real thing. Even a grand emperor using their heavenly gaze couldn't tell a difference, same with their power level. This was doubly impressive because an emperor was already so mighty. Creating a perfect imitation was virtually impossible. Nevertheless, World Emperor was able to do so with such little differences. This world avatar was countless times stronger than a Tao avatar. It required the effort of the Qian for many generations before creating something like this. Chapter 2092. The crowd was shocked. The depth of the Qian far exceeded their imagination. Everyone knew that it was the current #1 sect in the 13 continents, with 9 emperors. They were also aware of its unfathomable resources and foundation. Nevertheless, this was still an intangible estimation. Today, they had a better view after seeing the second world emperor. Relying on the long years to create this being? Quite a terrifying achievement. A grand emperor from the heaven race quietly said, not that far from the real thing. If the Qian doesn't have anyone holding them back, they might be able to unite the continents. Everyone shuddered at the sight. Some heaveners were even rejoicing about the existence of the Dark Crow. This terrifying existence was capable of holding back World and his clan. If it wasn't for this dark hand behind the curtains looming around, who else could stop the Qian clan? They would definitely be able to sweep through all oppositions.
Clink, clink.
The pleasant sound of equipping came about. Others could listen to it all day. The second emperor had a set of outfits on, filled with a blue ocean of energy. This blue expanse was unreasonably vast, enough to contain the entire 13 continents. A single wave from it could extinguish the sun and drown everything. There was a round moon hanging in this ocean, emitting its cold radiance and basking the ocean with a silvery glow. It looked as if this ocean was hugging the moon. Sea Shroud Moon. A top monarch startlingly exclaimed, "That's World Emperor's immortal armament, 1 of 5. People were shaken to hear this. Though they have heard of these artifacts before, this was their first time seeing it in action or hearing the true name of this particular one. This name also represented the core Tao symbols of the armament. People were smacking their lips while salivating with greed. There were only 5 of them around, but 2 were missing. It was such a rare Tao artifact. They also realized why he wasn't wearing them in the beginning. So it turned out that his second body had it. Clank. This second body held a shield with his left hand. Just a casual swipe of it could block all paths. A simple shake could take down the stars from the sky. A hymn also came about as he lifted a heavenly sword with his right. It was refined from a galaxy with a silvery glow. A plain slash alone could sever the earth. The sword and shield were also part of this true immortal armament, not just the armor. Damn, your clan is quite something. Mortal Reversion laughed heartily, yet his expression became serious. A world avatar wearing a true immortal armament. Quite a matchless being. An invincible ancient god like him still felt pressure before this avatar.
Boom.
His vitality erupted. His 12 totems flew up and turned into a vast firmament. His force was a budding seed that was crazily growing, overfilling the ancient world to the brim. All the emperors combined couldn't match his vitality. Mortal King bloodline. A spectator shouted. So many members of the 100 races became envious. This was their race's immortal blood, starting from 6 Tao monarch. It had an extraordinary power desired by all the monarchs. It continuously multiplied for more power, resulting in something comparable to the immortal bloodline of the 3 races. Die. Mortal Reversion crushed the void and leaped forward like a primal beast towards the second world emperor. This murderous force would suffocate other emperors. An ancient god was certainly no joke. The second world blocked it with his shield by severing his spatial location from Mortal Reversion. Boom. The strike still struck the shield, causing numerous stars to die. On the other hand, Lichia had to fight against the real world while withstanding the curse.
Boom.
Lichia's primordial will in the form of 12 laws wove together to stop the invincible blow earlier. World was going all out now by releasing his supreme grand Tao. His 12 wills was pressuring everything nearby. Emperors paled in comparison. Other spectators actually had the urge to bow before him and perform the most respectful ceremony. His grand Tao was one of the mortality, the mundane world, and its people. He seemed to melt into this mortal world filled with riches and destitution, difficulties, but not without hope. Nothing in this world could truly stop hope. Hope was the driving force, the most impressive affinity of the mortal world. World Tao was the name. The emperor got his title from this Tao. I toil for the living beings. World disappeared after his thunderous declaration. He became one with his world as hope continued to rise. The power of hope was sharp and unstoppable. It wished to crucify Lichia. You are an imperious emperor. The living beings aren't something on your mind. Lichia laughed and shouted before retaliating with his own Tao. May there be desires on the 5th night, down with the world Tao. Hope was the most beautiful thing in this world, and desire gave birth to even more hope. They blossomed like beautiful and tempting flowers. As hope was gradually turning into desire, people had the illusion that they were enjoying the debaucherous and lively world of mortal men. The warmness of springs, the blossoming of flowers, the allure of sex beneath the lamps and moonlight, all of this tempted the heart of men, leading them into a befuddled state. This world that was once full of hope quickly declined from rising too fast. The flowers bloomed rapidly, but also withered at the same pace. The grand momentum of the world was gone. All things deteriorated and fell into darkness. Buzz, this power of hope assaulting Lichia slowly disappeared into nothingness. World was unable to kill Lichia with this attack. Mercy for all men. World let out a chant echoing for an eternity. In this blink of an eye, he walked out from his mortal world with a resplendent aura. His rays of mercy crossed through the generations and saved the damned men from their own desires. Lichia's weakened grand Tao was crushed by mercy, compassion, and forgiveness. These forces were omnipresent and warmed the heart of men as hope rose again. Chapter 2093. Because of the mercy Tao from World Emperor, the flame-burning Li Qia intensified with more disappearing. Half of his body had turned gray like ashes. His vitality weakened severely. World Tao, a Grand Emperor murmured while watching. In fact, many thought World was confusing. It wasn't that he was hiding secrets or anything. People knew about his stories like the palm of their hand. But a few things of his were still ungraspable, such as the World Tao. Remember, he came from the Qian, a clan that had produced numerous emperors. Back in his generation, someone like him was unreachable, destined to be nobility. People believed he would create a supreme imperial Tao, fierce, regal, noble, profound, and unreachable. That would be appropriate to his background and status. Strange enough, his Tao belonged to the mortal world, just like him. However, he remained untouched by the mundane realm, quite an unbelievable miracle. No one knew why he created this Tao. Some said that it might have to do with his youthful experiences, albeit the details were unknown. You were born adored by the heavens with the bearing of an emperor, mercy, and other beings? Don't be like a little girl. May there be destruction on the sixth night. Let the devils roam free for an eternity. Li Qia still laughed boisterously and cried out despite his feebleness. The Grand Tao suddenly diminished with everything rotting away. From declination came darkness. From darkness came devils and fiends. These little monsters continued to devour and grew stronger in greater number. In the end, these monsters were also swallowed up and a devil king was born. It devoured everything in the world and became the supreme, the only remaining entity. Of course, World Emperor's mercy was eaten as well, so Li Qia's vitality recovered by a bit. Everyone shuddered after seeing this devil king, even emperors. They felt that there was a pair of eyes gazing at them from the darkness. Everything was mere food for this monster. Is this a premonition of what to come? A knowledgeable emperor wondered about the future. They began thinking about the legends of the incoming darkness. Would a monster like that truly be born? One capable of swallowing all living beings and the emperors as well. I kill for the sake of the living beings. World Emperor shouted. A huge explosion blew the darkness away, and came the light. His radiating light of mercy cured the heart and augmented life. Buzz. But in the very next second, his Tao suddenly changed to an emotionless and cruel one, like a Vajra taking down an evil demon. The crowd became suffocated. There was no escaping this unstoppable offense. A cold glint flashed, and off with the Devil King's head. The darkness dispersed, replaced by the light. The world became prosperous again with a golden era. Boys and girls came into being and enjoyed the peace, intoxicated with the joy of life once more. It seemed as if he had started a new epoch with prosperity everywhere. Pluff. Though this attack couldn't kill Li Qia, blood was certainly spilled. Buzz. The terrible curse maintained its course. A visible dark flame was burning him now. Dark Crow, today is your doom. Darkness loudly gloated. No, it is yours. Li Qia was staggering back and forth, but his smile was still as bright as ever. Geezer Qian, who do you think will die today? Are you ready to go? I am. Go for it, Dark Crow. It is time to end our feud. World Emperor spoke confidently. Everyone felt that the Dark Crow was dead for sure. All right, open your eyes and behold. Li Qia looked up at the sky and laughed. Villainous heaven, heed my words. I am the ruler of this world today, the lord of all the laws. I am releasing all the constraints right now. With that, his eyes became dazzling like a pair of diamonds before releasing boundless light. A hole suddenly expanded above, and came a pond of lightning. Mortal reversion, go! He gave the order before his eyes turned even brighter than the explosion of a million suns. It instantly blinded everyone due to its unreasonable luminosity. The light, amusingly enough, made everyone unable to see anything but darkness. However, the actual darkness in the world had nowhere to hide. Rumble. A heavenly execution came down, an endless source of annihilation. Heavenly execution. The emperors cried out. The ones watching in the distance fled with the greatest agility. Even World Emperor was shocked and couldn't react in time before a thick, golden bolt struck him. Smoke billowed, and one could smell the scent of burning flesh. The second World Emperor, who was fighting against mortal reversion, was long gone now. He had run back inside his Tao portal. After the first bolt, World Emperor summoned his true immortal armament and also ran away. Rumble. More executions came down with heavenly flames and lightning, resulting in an apocalyptic scene. What do the emperors fear the most? Of course, it was the heavenly execution. The ones here wanted to run, but they were fused together by the Peacebringer art, stuck together like grasshoppers. Some ran to the east, others to the west. This ended up with none of them being able to go anywhere. In this moment of desperation, they took out their weapons and wills in order to stop it. The first to fall was immortal Emperor Xueqi. His body was split open by the bolt. His Tao, blood, and wills instantly ignited. Only ashes were left. Another scream came from outside of the battlefield. A low-level monarch was too slow to react, and got annihilated as well. The first to successfully flee was World Emperor. He put on his armament, and was able to withstand the execution long enough to run back into his lair. Rumble. These bolts came down, and injured the emperors on the battlefield. Darkness, Sword, and the others became bloodied. Some have lost their body, and were hanging on with their heaven's wills. Chapter 2094. The emperors were running for their lives before the executions. It certainly wasn't out of cowardice, only reasons. No one has ever been able to withstand these executions. Flame and Wave Emperors were the best examples. Even 12 Will Emperors have fallen, let alone them. The High Gods also escaped to the horizon. A few emperors didn't react in time and became ashes after letting out a miserable scream. People finally understood why the Dark Crow told his people to leave. He had already planned on using the executions to take down the enemies. Only the ones stuck on the battlefield like Darkness Group couldn't run in time due to being stuck together from channeling the curse. Immortal Emperor Xueqi was dead, while the others grievously injured, while still holding on. Rumble. The bolts weren't only hitting at Darkness, the emperors in the distance and world. They were also aiming at another location on the battlefield. This place was empty, yet the execution was still destroying everything there. No one could hide from this attack, so the person was forced out.
Boom.
He fought against the execution with their heaven's wills. What's going on? People saw 11 black heaven's wills floating around this person. No one has seen something like this before. Normally, these wills were luminous, but not these ones, as black as the darkness. Isn't that brilliant, Devil Emperors? Emperors who made a safe distance looked back and said with uncertainty, "No way, didn't he die to the execution already?" A monarch skeptically said. This naturally shocked the crowd. Brilliant was one of the strongest grand emperors of the devil race. He had 12 palaces and 11 wills, but most importantly, he also had their immortal bloodline bestowment. He was considered the successor of Flame Emperor, so he was able to control the large imperial organization of his race. Brilliant platform. Maybe being considered Flame's successor was a curse because his fate was the same, dying to the execution. But now, he was here out of nowhere. People became uncertain because no one could come back to life after being killed by the execution. Even those who had met him before were doubting this as well. It is Brother Brilliant. A devil emperor was certain of this. Alas, the tinge of darkness flashing in Brilliant's eyes made him skeptical. Why did you become like this? He wondered. Brilliant focused his eyes and caused darkness to rise. He became an existence of darkness with black flowers blooming in order to stop the execution. Alas, this was still useless. The darkness exploded into nothingness, and the emperor's body got split in half. He relied on his heaven's wills to survive now. Why was he hiding here? Questions emerged in everyone's mind. Screw it, let's go. Darkness Group came to a consensus and headed for World Emperor's Tao portal. As they were running, a cry of a crane echoed across the entire ancient world. A white crane soared to the sky with its wings blotting out everything. A crystallized barrier instantly locked everything and sent this place to a different and unknown dimension. No one was able to escape from this prison. Even World Emperor's portal was banished instantly. Who knows where this crane came from or how it possessed such incredible power? That's not a white crane. It's a gigantic formation that has become one with this world. Someone recognized this right away. More importantly, this formation was created by existences at the same level of emperors. Perhaps even some top emperors, maybe with 12 wills, have participated in creating this formation. It couldn't be created in a day or two since it contained the blood and effort of many across the years.
Boom.
Darkness and his group unleashed a devastating attack at the barrier. The entire ancient world quaked, but the barrier remained firm. They have spent too much power stopping the execution on top of casting the curse. Their combined attack was much weaker now. Under normal circumstances, they could definitely break through this prison easily. Doing so right now would require a lot of time, but time was not on their side. It's time for the white crane to soar. Xueqi sneered while looking at the trapped group. Brother, please help us. The execution was still raining down on them. Darkness had no choice but to ask World for help. Meanwhile, World was calculating the spatial coordinates. Not only was his Tao portal expelled, but the ancient world itself has been moved to a different dimension. Though the portal was visibly close to the ancient world, they were extremely far apart. Calculating the location of an unknown dimension was not easy, not even for someone of World's level. He needed time as well. Alas, the group couldn't wait for much longer. Immortal Emperor Shur was the next victim to the execution. His heaven's wills and everything else turned to ashes.
Boom.
Brilliant Devil Emperor, on the other side, exploded into bloody mist as well. Another person falling to the darkness. Xueqi coldly uttered after seeing the death of this particular emperor. Buzz. Brilliant's body was reconstructed. He crazily roared, "Please come down. It is time to end him." His body oozed out a black glow, instilling chills into everyone. It wove together to form a diagram, seemingly wanting to summon something.
Boom.
Something crossed through the ancient eras and instantly appeared in the ancient world, carrying the chaotic temporal affinity. An old coffin was now looming above Brilliant's head. Chapter 2095. This coffin made out of stone lacked carvings and decorations, as if this was its natural form upon inception. It carried the traces of time, with spots everywhere. Perhaps it was even older than heaven and earth. It emitted a strange and unfathomable aura not belonging to any power affinity in this world. Because of this, the emperors felt suffocated by its immense might. Only a 12-will emperor would be able to withstand it. Xueqi smiled with his eyes slightly batting. Death Coffin. It truly exists and has finally decided to show its face. Death Coffin. Even Sword Emperor was shocked. One of the 9 heavenly treasures. The rest of the emperors felt the same astonishment. They naturally understood the significance of one, especially when it had a master. Even a paragon artifact couldn't compare to one. Rumor has it that when the ancient Ming ravaged the 13 continents, it wasn't just because they were evil and fierce. Rumor has it that they also had one of these treasures, corporeal zone. The death coffin was also one of them and corresponded with the death scripture.
Creak.
The lid slowly opened to the halfway point. One could see more light coming in and out. There seemed to be a terrifying power within. Rumble. It actually managed to suck in all the heavenly executions. It was able to withstand and absorb these lightning bolts. Darkness heaved a sigh of relief after the sky became clear. They looked over at Brilliant Devil Emperor and became slightly confused about the validity of his rumored death. Fellow Taoist, thank you. Darkness cupped his fist towards Brilliant. Our three races come from the same race, so we're on the same side. No need to be so polite, Brilliant said with a smile. Nevertheless, some emperors still remained cautious, such as Sword. Brilliant's wills were dark, and this gave them a terrible feeling. Brothers, we need to kill the Dark Crow now, Brilliant told them with a serious tone. The group hesitated for a bit, unlike before, because the previous attempt had left a shadow in their mind. The Dark Crow could call down the heavenly executions. Brothers, there will never be a better opportunity. Our three races won't be able to rise if we miss it. We might be able to run today, but he'll take care of us, one by one, in the future. Will we ever be able to gather in such great number again to use Peacebringer? Brilliant persuaded. The others naturally understood this, but the fight earlier truly frightened them. The damned crow was too terrifying. Plus, brothers, we have the death coffin backing us up. All conditions are on our side. When do we kill him? If not now. Brilliant raised his voice. Who is using that death coffin? Sword shouted back. You'll find out in the future. Brilliant said, 12 Will Emperors aren't necessarily the strongest in this world. Our three races have even more powerful beings yet to come out. Brothers, think about it. If you don't want to fight for our races, then I'll be leaving. The guy wasn't only spewing righteous rhetoric. This was also a veiled threat. If he were to leave, the executions would come again. All right, we must work together for the sake of our three races. Kill the Dark Crow, and the future shall be ours. Darkness finally gave the order. The others exchanged glances, realizing that they had no other choice. It was either to withstand the execution and wait for World Emperor to kill his way back, or to work with Brilliant. Perhaps there was still a chance of victory with the death coffin on their side. In fact, they truly wanted to know who was behind Brilliant, an existence capable of grasping the death coffin. They also understood why Brilliant didn't die to the execution back then. Good. Let us be of one mind. Brilliant rallied the men. I will open the way for everyone. You just need to perform the Peacebringer art. He did exactly that, and was the first to jump at Li Chia. In fact, Li Chia has been standing there just looking at the coffin, not giving a damn about the rest. Only the coffin could enter his sight. Remember, he had the death scripture. If he could obtain this corresponding coffin, it would be akin to a tiger growing wings. When Brilliant finally sealed his area, he looked over and smiled. An 11-Will Grand Emperor of the Bestowment bloodline, considered to be the successor of Flame Emperor. What a joke. You are not qualified to be his successor. He had an unparalleled battle record, a majestic man. You are a mere dog to the darkness, a slave to an overlord. No need to flatter yourself by assuming the successor role. The others remained quiet. Though they didn't know the details, they were aware that Brilliant was no longer the same as them. Brilliant was naturally humiliated by the comment. Ultimately, he used to be a famous Grand Emperor who controlled the strongest organization of the Devil race. But now, he had become someone else's servant, a guide of darkness. Dark Crow, you have been arrogant for so long. Others are annoyed and have decided to punish you. Brilliant coldly uttered. Arrogant I am, but to send you to punish me?
Haha.
Li Chia retorted. He continued on with a gaze of disdain. I have experienced the darkness and death more than you. Tell your master to come out. I'll see how he compares to Samsara wild ancestor. Haha, stop thinking so highly of yourself. Samsara was indeed amazing, but he was from the past, not belonging to our epoch. Thus, he faced limitations, but there are those beyond imagination. They have lived even longer than you. They are the real rulers of this epoch. Brilliant sneered. Yes, they are cowardly turtles hiding in their shell. Li Chia laughed. The strongest turtles are still only turtles. Tell your master to come out now. If I can slay a past overlord, I can also kill a present one. Brilliant's expression became twisted. Dark Crow, You are still only a chess piece. What is there to be gloating about? Lichia chuckled. I'm a chess piece? Who do you think are the players then? Your master? You think he can beat me? No, I have been waiting for your appearance. The only thing surprising me is that I only let out a guide like you. In my eyes, you're a disposable pawn that can be thrown away at any moment. The truth was that Lichia had waited and prepared to lead out a dark overlord today. Killing Samsara was only the beginning. He wanted to let them know that he was capable of killing them. At that point, they wouldn't be able to sit still. The disaster of the academy was the best opportunity. As long as he was surrounded by the emperors, some of them would use this chance to eliminate him. Unfortunately, this particular overlord was still hiding and as careful as ever to Lichia's disappointment. Enough talk. We'll see who will fall today. Dark Crow. Brilliant cried out. Chapter 2096. Only an ant, not worth mentioning. Lichia glanced with contempt at Brilliant before turning his focus back at the coffin. Fine. Dark Crow, die. Brilliant was furious and turned his palm, revealing a devil mirror spewing out dark energy of death. Buzz. This death ray shined on Lichia, causing his spots to spread again. Peacebringer art. Darkness and the other emperors once again channeled the curse on him. They didn't give a damn anymore, and went all out, wasting their longevity blood. Lichia was too terrorizing. If he were to survive today, they would never have a day of peace again. He would eventually kill them in the future. Buzz. The executions earlier made the spots go away because the emperors didn't have the energy to curse him. But now, the chanting once again intensified the spread. His body ignited with fire again, and his skin became ashes. Nevertheless, he remained nonchalant and smiled. You think I care for your Peacebringer art? Just a child's play for me today. The darkness is nothing in my eyes. This curse is also only a side branch. I'll show you a real Tao today in the form of an unstoppable Tao heart. With that, rays of light oozed out from his chest. They were holy and pure. This power didn't come from cultivation or any external source, only from his heart. As long as I am a saint, there will be no devils in this world, Lichia said slowly. The light became thicker and more majestic during this holy transformation. He was a saint standing at the apex of the world. His light eliminated all darkness and led the way for all living beings. This was the power of the Tao heart, one that was creating a holy presence. He was simply unstoppable, with a force capable of expelling all evil. As time passed through the epoch, so would his eternal light. It was as if he had melted into the epoch. His light was everywhere. All darkness would turn to ashes after seeing it. Is this a holy Tao? Many high gods were shocked to see the light flowing on the river of time itself. They were affected and had sparks lit up inside them. No, it's a Tao heart. A monarch took a deep breath and said his Tao heart is simply unbreakable, allowing him to transform to whatever he wants or do whatever he pleases with a single thought. Yes, this guy had surpassed everyone in terms of Tao heart. Buzz. The black dots on Lichia receded like the tides. His vitality slowly returned. The power of the terrible curse was not enough to deal with his holy power stemming from the unbreakable Tao heart. Ultimately, the curse was still not a main branch of the Tao and was helpless against the light. Hurry, hurry, remove the spells. Darkness and the others were scared out of their mind and tried to recall their wills. Alas, it wasn't that easy to remove this spell once cast. Otherwise, they would have been long gone when the executions descended. I want your holy heart. Contrary to the group, Brilliant was not afraid at all, but rather ecstatic. Pop. He suddenly had two wings popping out of nowhere. Darkness engulfed the ancient world. All the forage and trees instantly withered after being touched by this darkness. A starry formation emerged on this emperor's chest, causing him to tremble as if someone else has taken over. When he opened eyes again, only darkness, death, and greed could be found within. Anyone who fell into this dark world would never be able to enter the reincarnation cycle again. Pluff. He stretched out his devil claw and reached for Li Qia's chest. It was unreasonably swift, intending to take out Li Qia's heart. Nevertheless, the claw was stuck in an ocean of holy light. The power of light restrained the darkness. These dark rays fell apart until the claw only had bones left. The emperor had no choice but to pull back. You think you're stronger than Samsara? Even you didn't try to attack my Tao heart. Li Qia smirked. Is that so? Brilliant's voice was no longer his. It was an ancient and terrifying voice. People instantly realized that Brilliant has been taken over since he was only a guide of darkness. Today, I shall take your Tao heart as my meal. I've been waiting a long time for this. The emperor declared. I've been waiting for a long time too. You think you're ambushing me instead of falling into my traps? Li Qia laughed. Having said that, the entire ancient world lit up and poured out ancient laws. These laws were incomparably thick and sealed the whole place. Earlier, the white crane had expelled and sealed this place into a prison. Right now, this prison had become even more fortified. For example, if it was made from stones earlier, the walls were now made from steel. Just child's play, Dai. Brilliant released primal darkness. It was as if he was the Devil King. All other devils came from his lineage.
Boom.
The death coffin flew at him. This would end in absolute destruction. Not even an emperor could survive a direct smash. The earth was crumbling to pieces beneath its trajectory. Not good. The spectating emperors who were safe now became aghast. The 9 treasures were too much. Imperial weapons were not worth mentioning before them, mere scrap metals. Pluff. Li Qia couldn't block it and was rendered into a bloody mist. It dripped all over the coffin. The world became quiet while the emperors gasped. Everyone knew just how strong he was, virtually invincible, capable of fighting against a horde of emperors. But now he was finished in just one move. Suddenly, his blood was moving all around the coffin. He was using his longevity blood to leave behind a mark. Don't even think about it. The possessed Brilliant knew exactly what he was doing and poured down a dark flame in order to incinerate his blood. Chapter 2097. Bang. The ancient world turned into a mirror with the academy at the center. A boundless holy light surged from every inch of the land as if it had permeated deep in the mud long ago. The thickest of them all came from the academy with the shape of a pillar, capable of refining all darkness and washing away the impurities in the world. Buzz. The light overwhelmed the darkness, so remnant ashes scattered from the sky. The dark flame was blown away, so Li Qia's blood remained on the coffin. The academy still has this power? Everyone was shocked. They thought that it had used all of its resources earlier just now. Just hanging on for this long was impressive enough. But now, it exuded a power capable of fighting against Brilliant. Destruction. Brilliant smashed down on the pillar of light coming from the academy with a hammer. The strike was so devastating that the entire academy was shaking, on the verge of extinguishing. You need my permission first before destroying the academy. A handsome middle-aged man appeared above the academy, out of nowhere. His life force was majestic, causing spring to return to the land. Immortal monarch Yi. A monarch from the 100 races shouted. Why is he here? The crowd became slack-jawed. Earlier, Profound Emperor had led him away for a chess match, so this counter surprised everyone. Haha, Profound's chess abilities are bad. No need to continue playing with him. Yi laughed and said.
Clank.
An armored suit appeared around him while spewing immortal radiance. A mark floated above him. Mortal King Seal, that's 6 Tao Monarch's true immortal armament. This artifact was named Mortal King Seal by 6 Dao monarch. When he fell to the heavenly execution back then, it became missing, never to be seen again. Thus, the crowd was astounded again. Immortal monarch Yi had been hiding too much. The 100 races have been pretending to be weak, one grand emperor shuddered. Everyone realized that the monarch probably obtained this armament a long time ago, perhaps even before his ascension. However, no one in the 13 continents was aware of this. The question became, why did he hide it so well? They immediately thought of someone else, the Dark Crow. These two had a good relationship together, so perhaps the Dark Crow had something to do with the monarch possessing this armament. Of course, their clandestine intent became more obvious now. This fight didn't come without planning on the other side. Perhaps they were ready for this from many generations ago, starting with the ancient world. Darkness and the others foolishly walked straight into this trap.
Boom.
Yi was unstoppable with his armament and 12 wills. The possessed Brilliant became serious after seeing this new challenger. Immortal armament on a 12-will emperor. Yes, all of this was meant for you and this death coffin. Li Chia had successfully recreated his body and left a bright red mark on the coffin. People shuddered after hearing this. That's the Dark Crow for you, scheming for years until today, and was going to take down so many emperors in the process. With just you two? Brilliant was unperturbed. His gaze remained stern and disdainful towards all.
And me?
A domineering voice came about. Mortal Reversion, ancient god, was now standing next to Li Chia. The crowd became breathless. Just the Dark Crow was scary enough, but now Mortal Reversion and Yi made it even worse. I knew you would come today. Killing Samsara would have alarmed your group, realizing that there were still people in this world who could threaten you. Thus, you all must kill me and take my Dao heart. And when is a better time than the siege of the academy? Haha, so easily baited. An even bigger net. A monarch thought that the Dark Crow was terrifying not because of his power or political influence, but rather his schemes. No one would be able to escape from his plans spanning for millions of years. So what? You don't know the extent of the terrible beings you are facing. Brilliant revealed a malevolent smirk. Stop thinking so highly of yourself. Li Chia retorted, you think you can compare to the villainous heaven? I have returned alive from the final battle, so I do not fear your group. It's just that you all are so good at hiding, so I can't kill you all. The emperors glanced at each other. One Grand Emperor whispered, so it is true, he has experienced an ultimate expedition before. They have heard of a few legends about this before, that the Dark Crow managed to return from an expedition. The man himself had verified it just now. All right, let's see how tough you are. I am not someone Samsara can compare to. The darkness possessing Brilliant was still as confident as ever facing the trio. Let's go. Li Chia laughed heartily.
Boom.
The high heaven palace fused into his body. His eyes turned bright as he sucked away the executions inside the coffin. Rumble. The bolts naturally attacked him, but they were absorbed by the palace. Of course, it alone wasn't enough, due to the sheer amount of power. The 4 images in his palaces were also doing the same thing: Ancient Void Rune, Heavenly Tao Primal Chapter, Life Origination, and Epic Leaf. Of course, the Ancient Void Rune was doing the most work, like a whale swallowing water. Crackle. After taking in the bolts, lightning currents channeled around him, making him look like a heavenly execution in human form. Damn. Another ace card topping the previous. One spectator murmured. However, people simply didn't understand how he could call down these executions and even control them to an extent. One must start with Immortal Emperor Muzhua. This was someone who had peered into the high heaven and had written down what he found. He gave all of this knowledge to Li Chia. Li Chia had even taken a step higher, having traveled to the end of the world before. He understood that place even more, so he filled in the blanks and eventually created a supreme merit law, Heaven Seer. This became one of his key moves in this plan. As long as the emperors left exploration grounds, he could call down their heavenly executions. Chapter 2098. The bolts of the execution coursed through Li Qia's body like an overflowing ocean of tribulation. Each bolt started a huge wave assaulting the sky, capable of destroying the 13 continents. Nevertheless, the 4 symbols inside his palace were able to devour the bolts. He was powerful enough to judge any emperor and the world itself. His imperious glare made everything else seemingly insignificant. Stay and play. Li Qia spread his palm, and bolts shot out of his fingers like arrows straight for Darkness Group. Ah! They were pinned by the execution bolts to the ground, unable to do much because they were preoccupied with dealing with the backlash from the curse. Thus, there was very little resistance against Li Qia's judgment. Time to end this and begin my harvest. Li Qia shouted. The primordial will and its 12 iron laws locked the death coffin.
Boom.
This artifact was immensely heavy. Just moving it a little bit made the entire ancient world shake. It was as if Li Qia was dragging the whole place along with the coffin. It already had a master and was groomed for millions of years. Seizing control was no easy task. Don't even think about it. Brilliant saw the forceful takeover and wanted to kill Li Qia with a palm strike. You need to get past us first. Immortal monarch Yi smiled and attacked with his suppressive seal that could make other emperors look like ants in comparison. The armament allowed him to have a flame engulfing the sky. It didn't take long before the area and all affinities were frozen. The monarch was able to utilize his bloodline to the fullest potential. Damn right. Mortal reversion, ancient god also roared and put on the cosmic immortal carapace. He gained a massive form capable of severing the sky and earth. His technique of choice was a dual palm strike to stop Brilliant. Boom! The two of them managed to repel the possessed Brilliant. All existences trembled before this attack, while the ancient world showed signs of crumbling. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. One of them alone was monstrous enough, but the two together? Nevertheless, Brilliant was simply pushed back. The strikes weren't enough to take this monster down. This puzzled the crowd. Who is this guy? How could he take on both the ancient god and immortal monarch at the same time? Clank! Brilliant unsheathed 2 swords. Both were completely shrouded in darkness and wielded its most terrorizing power. It could replace the light and swallow up everything.
Die!
Brilliant crazily shouted, and the darkness surged like an ocean, making all beings fall into depravity and sin. One slash aimed for the ancient god's armor, while the other went for the monarch's seal. His sword techniques kept on transforming with different variations. The tyrannical slashes created sword energies everywhere. The first successfully stopped the Mortal King's seal, while the second sword momentum coiled around the carapace like a large spider web. Metallic ringing and fiery sparks were everywhere. Just a single ember could turn the entire ground to lava, drowning everything with death. Alas, Brilliant couldn't break through these 2 powerful beings capable of mass destruction. The crowd was shaking. This gave them the opportunity to truly see how invincible these top beings were. Same with Brilliant. Whoever possessing him was also a behemoth. Meanwhile, Li Qia was using his 12 laws to forcefully drag the coffin over to seize control. Alas, his blood mark and the blinding laws were still having difficulties. Nevertheless, it was still moving ever so slowly towards him. It meant that he still had a chance of taking it from the Dark Master. Brilliant could see this and shouted, "Go!" The coffin suddenly started flying for Li Qia. Brilliant no longer tried to pull the coffin back, but rather used it as a weapon. This was a force capable of rendering any emperor or god into powders. Li Qia was already wary of this, so his body became resplendent with the heavens' will crystal physique. It slammed on him, and the crystallized barrier actually shattered. The physique was broken. This was quite unbelievable because it was supposed to be completely impervious to any damage. That's a heavenly treasure for you. An immortal emperor who knew about this physique took a deep breath. The coffin went on with a weakened momentum, but still mighty nonetheless. Li Qia also had a plan for this by adding the human skin. It successfully lessened the impact, but he still vomited blood. During the impact, he latched onto the coffin like a magnet, intending to swallow the whole thing. The runes from the death chapter covered the coffin. Meanwhile, his blood that was engraved on it started blossoming into a lotus. "This is my time," Li Qie laughed and said. An ancient book appeared, and the sound of pages flipping came about. They shouldered the coffin, wishing to become one with it. Death scripture. A monarch recognized it and shouted in horror, "He has the death scriptures." "No, you must die now," Brilliant cried out after seeing the book. Chapter 2099. Boom. Darkness ravaged the area. Brilliant's body was opening a space leading to an ominous world. Even the 13 continents were affected by the opening of this dark portal and a feeling of despair. Monsters seemed to be ready to crawl out of the ground at any second in this atmosphere. Buzz. All the darkness combined into a pair of real wings growing from his back. These black wings flapped and unleashed a sky-destroying wave. Now it's interesting. Immortal Monarch Yi and Mortal Reversion, Ancient God became fanatical after seeing the new boost of power in their foe. Their wills and totems turned bright as they used their supreme Grand Tao and crushed everything in their path. The Monarch's bloodline and the God's cosmic immortal carapace were also exerting the highest level of divinity. The first exchange could be felt everywhere in the 13 continents. Ordinary living beings were prostrating on the ground, unaware of the circumstances, and trembled in fear. If a strike of this magnitude was aiming for the 13 continents, it might pierce through the very core, all the way to the other side. Ultimately, this torrential being of darkness was still unable to break through the god and emperor to reach Li Qie. On the other side, the Death Scriptures pages were flipping. Death energy was now an ocean trying to soak the coffin completely. These death strands were making their way inside. The Emperor and God prevented Brilliant from controlling the coffin while Li Qie wanted to refine it for total control. Not to mention the ancient world, the 13 continents themselves were having earthquakes everywhere. Furthermore, nefarious energy was now present to the dismay of the inhabitants. Outside of the ancient world came a Tao portal, one as black as ink. The world behind this portal was actually even darker. No one could see through what was inside. It was a black hole that would swallow any curious spectator.
Bah!
Pairs of eyes suddenly opened. People could actually see these eyes inside the dark world because they were unbelievably darker than that world. They were the origin of darkness for this epoch, capable of destroying it in entirety. Surprisingly enough, they didn't look that invincible nor had an incredible aura. Nevertheless, people felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping their neck. People opened their mouth, but no sounds would come out. They all felt suffocated, including the emperors. These were ancient and terrorizing forces. Is the darkness descending? Or are they just here to watch? An apprehensive emperor saw everything. However, there was actually someone standing before this Tao portal with a smile on his face. It's the Dark Crow. Another one. The emperor didn't know where this second Li Qie came from. Gentlemen, we haven't met yet, but I have heard of your fame. Li Qie waved and greeted the eyes. What is your intention in coming here? Of course, this was his copy from the World Seal. The eyes focused on him. Anyone else would feel their hair standing on ends, but Li Qie remained nonchalant. If you all just want to watch your brother lose to me, then feel free to do so. But wishing to interfere? Go back from whence you came before I force all of you into submission. Li Qie smiled and said. The eyes glistened with dark rays on the verge of materializing into physical essences. No one ever dared to talk to us like this. A deep voice came from the dark. That's other people, not me. Li Qie smiled. It's one thing when I'm in a good mood, but when I'm mad, I'll stomp all of you to death. Having said that, he casually played with an item, throwing it up and down. It was a crystal pillar. If he wasn't careful enough, it could actually fall to the ground. The eyes in the shadow narrowed as they followed the pillar, seemingly worried about it touching the ground. If I throw this crap into your dark world, you think it'll destroy all of you? Li Chia mocked them. You know the consequences. The voice replied. Li Chia said, Of course I do. It'll be game over. No need for all of you to hide in the dog pens any longer. Everyone will be done for at that point. No point in waiting for the destruction of this world. The darkness was silent. Ultimately, they feared the item, yet also wanted it desperately. Good boys. Li Chia put away the crystal pillar and laughed. All right, just sit here and watch. We'll see how capable your brother is. The top emperors, keeping an eye on this, were speechless. They naturally knew about the beings behind the darkness due to the ancient rumors. They couldn't help but admire the Dark Crow for being so calm in all situations. This was his best characteristic. Even a 12-will emperor might not be as calm. Do you all have something as nice as the death coffin still? Take it out to broaden everyone's horizon. Show the emperors that you're the real masters of this world. Li Chia continued chatting happily with the dark beings, as if he was close with them. No one responded. All of you have lived for a very long time, but this is the world of young people like us now. Li Chia killed more time. Look, your brother is strong enough to be one of the top dogs among your group, but now, he can't even break through our immortal monarch and ancient god. Let's be honest, if those two went all out, they'll make a stool out of your brother's skull. He finally got snorts and scowls from these existences after saying this. Buzz. The Death Scripture's last page finally flipped. The coffin was filled with runes from the entire scripture now. Brilliant continued to try and break through, but the monarch and god stopped several attempts. You deserve death. Brilliant was furious because he could sense his control over the coffin eroding away. This was definitely a nightmare, because the coffin was one of his ace cards. He finally unleashed a slash with an apocalyptic presence. Crack. The entire ancient world crumbled even more. It wouldn't be able to handle another strike of this magnitude. Chapter 2100, Booms. This destructive force was ready to shoot down all 13 continents into pieces. The emperors nearby were blown flying while vomiting blood. The low-level high gods were lacerated with blood gushing out, so they ran far away. Just the shock waves were this powerful. Imagine being struck directly by the attack. Brilliant had a sword made out of bones in his hand now. Waves of destruction continuously emanated from it, enough to extinguish everything in the world. His body couldn't handle it and started to have cracks as well. Remember, this was an emperor with 11 wills. One needed to be even stronger than him before using this incredible weapon. True bones. Immortal monarch Yi shuddered after seeing the skeletal sword. Only the top existences knew what it was, such as World Emperor and Mortal Reversion. This was a terrible paragon artifact, refined from trillions of bones, the evilest and strongest weapon of an entire epoch. Back at Hope, Li Chia had created an imitation with the bones there. Just that copy alone was mighty enough. The sword in Brilliant's hand right now was the real thing. A true paragon artifact. Everyone was amazed. This person not only had the death coffin but also a paragon artifact.
Who would be able to stop this dark being?
Time to end this. Brilliant shouted as his body crumbled inch by inch. It wasn't the swords doing this time. Something else, seemingly hiding inside, was trying to break out of the flesh. Let's go. Yi and Mortal Reversion gave each other a quick glance before attacking with their main weapons again. Fools. Brilliant unleashed another casual slash with true bones. The galaxy above, spanning for billions of miles, became ashes.
Boom.
This simple swing managed to stop the full-on assault of the duo easily. With that, Brilliant's body was finally gone. Another finally came into being from within him. He was tall and steady, surrounded by darkness. He seemed to be born from the darkness, yet he could also be its source at the same time. In the middle of his brows was a symbol of the Heaveners. It was larger than anyone else. Even World Emperor with his 12 wills didn't have one as big as large. Normally, the stronger the person, the more golden their symbol would be. However, this person's symbol was completely black. Who is that? There was no doubt this person was also a Heavener. However, these older emperors had no idea about the exact identity. Nevertheless, he was simply untouchable, especially with true bones as his weapon of choice. World Emperor put on an austere expression after seeing the heavenly symbol. I am unbeatable. This dark overlord let his voice be heard across the 13 continents. The living beings quivered in horror. All seemed so tiny before him when he raised his skeletal sword. Just one swing would be able to massacre emperors. Juniors like you dares to show such impudence before me? His stern eyes spewed out dark rays, drowning everything like a massive river. Boom! He unleashed a slash straight for the duo. The yin and yang were annihilated. The entire path of the slash was no longer habitable. Though the slash was aimed at Yi and mortal reversion, some of the spectators were turned into bloody mists from the shockwaves. The duo was surprised by this sheer power, but they channeled their monstrous vitality. 12 totems and 12 wills came down to form the toughest world. The Mortal King Seal and Cosmic Immortal Carapace built a massive temporal river of defense, consisting of the past, present, and future. Boom! All 3 lives were annihilated along with the toughest world. The duo got blown flying with blood being spilled. The emperors took a deep breath in astonishment. One was a monarch with a true immortal armament, while the other was an ancient god with a supreme treasure, yet they still got defeated in this exchange. True Bones was simply unparalleled. The myriad ages started with me. Ants. The dark overlord roared and sent out countless darkness. The most terrible thing was he looked to be the origin of the myriad Tao. He also had a maelstrom by his chest that was devouring the essences and Tao of the current world. The myriad Tao. Return to me. The maelstrom rotated like crazy and absorbed the Tao from the 13 continents. What's going on? Cultivators everywhere lost control of their cultivation and Tao. These affinities flew out and were controlled by someone else. Their power was being used by him now. Even the emperors felt the same way. Their Tao has been extinguished, so they only had the wills left as the source of power. They were naturally stunned, akin to a carriage going fast, but the horses suddenly got free from the reins, leaving the body behind. If it wasn't for their wills, they would be completely helpless right now. Though their cultivation and Tao foundation were still there, the Grand Tao had been taken from them. This also applied to World and Yi. The only thing left for them was their wills, and also anima. I am the source of the Grand Tao. Ants. The Dark Overlord in his empowered state loomed over all existences. Even emperors were ants in his eyes.
Boom!
The assault began on the duo again. Yi and Mortal Reversion were considerably weaker after being robbed of their Grand Tao. Nevertheless, they still leaped upward and unleashed powerful strikes against this Dark Overlord. Meanwhile, the 3 Maelstrom, Silver, Gold, and Iron, from Li Qia's primordial will also rushed forward and acted as a shield against the majority of True Bones' power. The 3 of them managed to stop this particular slash, capable of one-shotting anything below 12 wills. Chapter 2101. Li Qia, Immortal Monarch Yi, and Mortal Reversion, Ancient God formed a triangle, ready to take down the Dark Overlord. Just you 3? No one in this world can stop me. My coming will herald the end of time. We'll end this with your death first. The Overlord snorted with disdain. Yes, time to end this. We have been waiting for your real form to come. Li Qia smiled. Want to slay my true forms? The Overlord was completely arrogant and didn't give a damn at all. He believed that no one in this world could kill his true body, not even the 12 will emperors.
Boom.
Suddenly, heavenly execution came from the sky and pierced through his body. Down with you! He roared and slashed the high heaven with his true bones. The strike pierced through numerous firmaments, but still wasn't enough to destroy this execution. It continued to rampage through his body. Zzz, his body was lit on fire. This execution was different from anyone else. The emperors had lightning bolts attacking them, but the one assaulting this overlord had boundless light affinity aiming straight for his darkness. The overlord was one with the darkness, so when it was being burned by the light, his body itself was turning to ashes. If he were to fail, death would certainly be his fate. Don't forget, you have thrown yourself into the darkness. You will never be able to show yourself in this world again. Li Chia smiled. Let's go. The overlord roared as his forehead lit up with a faint image of the death coffin. This image shot chain-like rays straight at the coffin itself and coiled around it. He forcefully pulled it over against the resistance of Li Chia's 12 laws, stretching them to the limit. The coffin was opened again and devoured the execution. Come here. Li Chia roared as his death scripture kept on flipping its pages. The primordial will exuded an endless power. The 12 laws became tighter, so the coffin was shifted back closer to him, allowing a small portion of the execution to still attack the Dark Overlord. Rah! The Overlord roared, and his vitality turned into darkness. The pair of wings grew larger with enough power to withstand this weaker execution. The guy was simply too strong. He probably couldn't handle an execution in full force, but this tiny one was just fine. I will annihilate all of you today and take everything. The furious Overlord glared frightening at Li Chia. The rays emanating from his eyes wished to refine his foes. He wanted Li Chia's everything, especially the primordial will. This was something worthy of his desire. You need to be thinking about how to leave this place alive first. Li Chia laughed. Go. The 12 laws and the scripture continued to refine the coffin. At the same time, his vitality and grand Dao power became boundless. The power of anima created a new domain, an endless battlefield. This overlord could use everyone else Dao, including the emperors. However, Li Chia had 13 palaces. He had jumped out of all restraints. Buzz. The academy that had virtually turned into a mirror had an even smaller mirror made out of jade appearing in the center. It was as white as snow and completely flawless as if made from the purest light in the world. Monarchs and emperors appeared one after another in order to control this jade mirror. Tunri, Ren Xian, Mu Tian, soaring immortal prince, Life Peach. They sent the power of their wills into the mirror. This caught everyone off guard. These emperors have left the ancient world before, but now they came out from the academy? Their retreat must have been a ruse earlier.
Boom.
The jade mirror unleashed a pillar of light straight at the Dark Overlord and burned away his unholiness, instantly weakening him. Primordial Lightstone. The Overlord was shocked, not expecting this group to find such an item. That's right, just a little piece, but more than enough to deal with you. So now, who is the chess player today? Li Chia laughed and said, as part of the darkness, these overlords only feared the lightstone outside of the executions. What is this primordial lightstone? An emperor didn't know what it was. A legend that has never been seen before, but His Excellency has found it. A top-level Grand Emperor murmured. Even a Grand Emperor from the 3 races was addressing him as His Excellency at this second. Rumor has it that at the start of the world, only chaos was present. Next, the heaven and earth were split open, then came light and darkness. The light actually originated from a single stone before illuminating everything. Li Chia spent years to find this particular stone. Of course, this was only a broken piece, not the complete thing. Nevertheless, its holy power was terrorizing enough. He engraved it on a mirror before leaving it at the academy. Its powering source was the heaven's will. Seize the opportunity and kill him now. Li Chia roared and turned into an arrow of heavenly execution, aiming straight at the overlord. One leaf to create the world. Yi turned into leaves scattering everywhere. Each leaf gave birth to one world. Their emergence had chaos powers that were connecting together. After a full connection, the force came back to Yi as true fate and fused together with his anima. All grand Tao start from simplicities. Mortal reversion's 12 totems returned to nothingness and disappeared. There was no grand Tao, no power of chaos. However, this reversion to simplicity and mortality created a supreme force of will beyond the Tao. A new god seemed to have been born, no longer restrained by conventional cultivation. The two of them returned to their apex state once more. Previously, the Overlord had taken away their Tao power, but these two finally used their secret techniques, allowing them to recover back to peak power. This meant that in the future, even the gravest injuries wouldn't stop them from being at full power. Mortal King reaching immortalities. Yi also added another move that he has been hiding all along. The armament paved out a supreme path with its Tao symbols for Yi to walk on as a being resembling a newly ascended true immortal. He was above the 9 firmaments and the ages, something comparable to the high heaven. He used his Mortal King seal, intending to annihilate the Dark Overlord. This power could instantly annihilate an 11-will emperor. Lunar Dual Slash. Mortal Reversion had 2 bloodied crescent sabers, a pair of heaven-punishing weapons, adequate enough to judge the heaven and massacre the world. Its sharp snow-white glint illuminated the entire area. Just these rays alone could kill emperors and gods in an unopposable manner. Lichia, Mortal Reversion, and Yi all unleashed their killing moves in order to take down the Overlord. They had been scheming and waiting very long for this moment. Chapter 2102. Dives. The Overlord roared against the combined effort of the trio. His True Bones swept forward, intending to stop the attack. True Bones was simply unstoppable. Emperors were indeed ants before its sweeping strike. Break. Li Chia utilized his 13 palaces, Heaven's Will, 3 vessels, Anima, 7 Night Tao, 12 gods and devils into the heaven-suppressing fist. At the same time, the 3 Maelstrom turned into a gigantic shield and flew forward. This full-power attack could destroy the stars. Even a 12-will emperor would find it hard to stop it. Moreover, the Maelstrom contained a primordial power of chaos. At the same time, that primordial lightstone was also emitting its strongest pressure. The darkness filling the sky earlier weakened and dissipated.
Boom.
Lichia's fist with his shield slammed into True Bones and managed to stop it. This Overlord was insane. This slash could destroy everything. Lichia, at full strength, was still swept by the remnant ray of the slash. Despite wearing the human skin, he still staggered several paces backward with blood dripping from the corner of his lips. On the other side, the Overlord stopped Lichia's frontal assault, but he was struck by Mortal Reversion sabers. His wings were severed in the process of trying to block the slashes. Without this line of defense, the monarch's Mortal King seal slammed into his body. Boom. His body got destroyed right away. Ordinary emperors wouldn't be able to harm him, but this was the ultimate attack from Yi. Nevertheless, his true fate was still there. However, the real killing blow was coming in the form of a heavenly execution arrow. His true fate was frighteningly tough, but this arrow consisted of more than 10 emperors' executions. It could definitely kill just about anyone. Without the protection of his body, the true fate couldn't handle the arrow and got penetrated. Ah! A miserable scream came about from the Overlord. The destruction of the true fate meant death for any existence. Coffin. The open coffin was closed again, and the 12 laws finally stabilized under Lichia's absolute power. The ones in the darkness became serious, evident by their eyes contracting. This particular Overlord was among the very top of their echelon, a lord of overlords. He had the death coffin on top of a paragon artifact. But today, he still got put down by Li Qia's group. This truly threatened them, a sense of fear that they have not felt in a long time. Is that the end? A spectator murmured before this shocking scene. Buzz. The coffin actually had runes moving around with a true fate appearing inside, trying to recreate the body. The Overlord was trying to come back to life. Rebirth. How can this be? Emperors gasped after seeing this. Everyone knew that the destruction of a true fate meant true death.
Down.
Li Qia roared and tightened the laws in order to close the lid of the coffin. Mortal King reaching immortality. Yi unleashed his killing move again. Lunar Dual Slash. Mortal Reversion followed suit with his sabers. Die. The furious Overlord couldn't handle the humiliation of being killed by juniors. Alas, his body didn't come back in full just yet, so the slash from his true bones wasn't half as strong as before.
Boom.
The incomplete form of the Overlord failed to handle the attacks from the duo and exploded again. At the same time, the Emperors controlling the primordial lightstone aimed for his true fate. Smoke sizzled from it. Perhaps burning it would kill him completely. The true fate was distracted and couldn't control the death coffin, so Li Qia closed it completely. Li Qia laughed and said, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to rebirth again. Rumor has it that a death coffin can bring anyone back to life once, 9 times for its master. How many times have you used it so far?" Open. A majestic figure came out of the coffin, his real body. It fused together with the true fate, empowering the true fate once more.
Boom.
This new body lit up and tried to run away with all of its might. The Overlord wanted to run with the coffin, so he let his true bones unleash an all-encompassing strike in the sky to stop mortal reversion and Yi. Suddenly, eradication came from the 9 heavens in the form of an unbeatable attack straight for the true fate. A dreadful feeling was born in the pit of the Emperor's stomach. Emperor Suppression Art. A monarch recognized this ultimate attack and shouted in astonishment. Everyone immediately thought about a particular existence, one woman that had swept through the 13 continents. The Overlord already used his sword to stop the other duo. There was no way he could handle this sudden ambush. His true fate was smashed completely and weakened once more. "Obey me." Li Qia pulled back with all of his strength, so the coffin fell down from the sky. Click. In this split second, a click resounded, as if something has been unlocked. The broken true fate of the Overlord abandoned the coffin and fused with true bones instead. He shattered the void to create a terrible black hole. He jumped into it in order to cross through time and space. Don't give chase, there might be an ambush ahead. Li Qia shook his head and prevented Yi and mortal reversion from following the Overlord. Boom. Li Qia caught the falling coffin. What a shame, the guy is too smart, or I would be able to gain so much more after capturing him. Li Qia was disappointed since he could get so much useful information from a dark Overlord. In a moment of life or death, the Overlord decisively let go of the coffin. A very wise move. No one else would drop such a supreme treasure, but he knew that holding onto the coffin would end with his death since Li Qia had won completely. He was also aware of the terrible consequences of captivity. Chapter 2103. The world was hushed into silence. A dark Overlord left in indignation after nearly losing his life, while leaving behind his heavenly treasure, the death coffin. The Overlords by the dark portal had nothing to say either. The outcome of this battle was unexpected. They thought their side would certainly win. After all, that guy was oppressively powerful on top of having true bones and the coffin. Not too many in this realm would be able to take him. However, he still ran in defeat while suffering grievous losses. Years and years, and he might not even be able to reach back to this top form again. Unfortunately, He wanted my Dao heart for himself. If he were to work with you all and share some soups, then maybe I could have been destroyed. Li Chia smirked before the Dao portal. Boom. He got no response from them, and the portal crumbled. They didn't wish to take action due to not knowing whether Li Chia had other ace cards or not. Plus, his group had the upper hand right now. If they were to come unprepared, they might be walking into a trap and be toyed with like their brethren just now. A quick cost analysis made them leave right away. The second Li Chia dispersed as well, and the crystal pillar returned to Li Chia's palace. His real body glanced towards the horizon, aware of the person who stopped the Dark Overlord from escaping earlier. He gently sighed and became relieved. At the very least, she was still alive. Boom. At this time, World Emperor finally made it to this spatial coordinates. World, you want to fight again? Mortal Reversion stopped his path. Immortal Monarch E joined in as well. World became serious after seeing these two. Geezer, you're here at the perfect time. Li Chia smiled and said, how about a deal? I, Qian Daoxing, will not negotiate with you. World said sternly. Everyone held their breath while watching these two. They all felt bad for World because he was alone working for the three races. Meanwhile, the Dark Crow had both Mortal Reversion and E. His camp was certainly stronger. Don't be so sure, Geezer. Your descendant is in my hand. It's not good to say no so quickly. Li Chia smirked. Dark Crow, kill me then. See if I utter a single scream. A Qian is never afraid of death. Sword Emperor shouted. Their group was pinned to the ground by the executions and couldn't escape. How brave, Qian descendant, but don't be hasty now. You might not be afraid of death, but your ancestor might not want that to happen. Li Chia smiled. Clink, Li Chia channeled the 12 laws and pierced completely through Free Sky and Oblivion's groups. No, they screamed, knowing that it was over. Their wills were being sucked away, all was for naught. They turned into dried corpses as the remaining laws became brighter. The leftover wills were then taken by the three Maelstrom. They seemed to be bottomless, capable of absorbing so many more. I hate scums like them most. Li Chia said emotionlessly while looking at the corpses. The surviving Grand Emperors such as Darkness and the ones from Celestial Court felt the fear of death, knowing that it was before them. Geezer, can we talk now? Of course, I'm patient enough to kill them one by one until you decide to talk. Li Chia said. World remained cold. Let go of this idea. I won't be negotiating with you. Is that so? He looked over at Sword Emperor, such a good boy, a bit arrogant and crazy, but quite a firm Dao heart. If I kill him, your clan will be without a successor. Do it, Crow. My clan has plenty of descendants. They will surpass me in time. Sword remained staunch. I will, but saving you for last. Li Chia said before turning his eyes towards the other Grand Emperors from Celestial Court and Heaven Authority. Brother, there is no lack of firewood as long as the verdant hills remain. We Heaveners require capable talents. A few things could be regained again, but talents are hard to groom. Darkness told World. World also looked at the Emperors from Heaven Authority while they stared back at him. He was the only one who could save them right now. What do you want? He acquiesced in the end. I know your clan has an item, something I want. Of course you get it. Li Chia smiled. No. World refused instantly. Their clan would never hand over the thing he wanted. In fact, he already had a good guess when the Crow wanted to talk. There was only one thing from their clan that could tempt the Crow. All eyes were on World. They didn't know what this item was. I'd rather die instead. Sword screamed. Though he has never seen the real version, he was aware of its importance. It was priceless to their clan, and only World knew its location. Brat, you have a big mouth. Li Chia sealed Sword completely before clapping with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not asking for much. Just a copy will be fine. World pondered for a bit, seemingly hesitating. Brother, you can get it again in the future. Darkness hurriedly told World. World glanced at the group once more before gritting his teeth. Only if you release all of them. You're being greedy, geezer. But alright, I'll make an exception since you are essentially my father-in-law. 9. You may pick 9. As for the rest, I will have to apologize for refusing. This is me being quite generous already. Li Qie teased. Your Majesty. The surviving emperors addressed him in the most respectful manner. World eventually spoke with a dark expression. Fellow Taoists, I have tried my best. He eventually picked 9 Grand Emperors including Darkness and Sword along with 7 members from both Celestial Court and Heaven Authority. I'm a man of my words. Li Qie laughed and removed the executions on them. Congratulations, gentlemen, for surviving. Sword and the others slowly retreated behind World Emperor, ready to listen to his orders henceforth. As for the rest, I'll send you guys off now. He then smiled at the ones left behind. These ones closed their eyes, knowing that no one would be able to save them today. World had tried his best to protect the Heaveners in order to leave behind sparks for the future. Pluff. The 12 laws pierced through their body and dragged out their wills. The survivors watched this scene with difficulty. This would have been their fate as well. Brother, I owe you my life again. Darkness bowed deeply at World in order to show gratitude for his concession and sacrifice. Chapter 2104. The other survivors stared at World with reverence after being spared from becoming dried corpses. World had sacrificed his clan's benefits in order to save them. This was showing kindness, a debt as heavy as a mountain. Buzz. The wills were all absorbed by the 3 maelstrom. Of course, lighting them up completely would need even more wills. Let's go. World was ready to leave. The 3 races have lost all momentum. It was meaningless to linger around. Darkness and the others were waiting for this, wanting nothing more than to leave. They came with absolute confidence in the beginning and left with despair. So many emperors have lost their lives today. They had the number advantage while the academy had its own problem. In their mind, killing the Dark Crow was not out of the question. Alas, as time went on, they realized that their plans seemed so silly and naive before him. They schemed against him, but he had also prepared for this a long time ago, waiting for them to jump in. Plus, his real prey wasn't them. They were only side characters. The plan they tried so hard to come up with was not worth mentioning against the grand situation he concocted years ago. They had no complaints since the plan stemmed from greed. Alas, their strategies and vision were inferior to the Dark Crow, so they could only blame themselves for losing. Geezer, don't forget our deal. Remember to bring me the copy. Having said that, he waved his hand as a goodbye gesture towards World. World had a cold expression and left with the rest, not bothering to respond. In the end, so many died here, including more than 10 emperors. This was several times more devastating than Emperor Hunt, an unprecedented loss. No one commented since they were still stupefied. The 3 races have been so arrogant, especially before Emperor Hunt. After this, the 100 races rose up, but they still weren't on the same level. Alas, the 3 races would need a long recovery period after the battle today. Of course, the 100 races also lost more than 10 monarchs. However, many believed that they deserved that outcome. Ah! A scream interrupted the pensive crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Virtuous being pinned down by South Emperor. It wasn't easy to kill another emperor, but South Emperor had 4 primary wills, a clear advantage on display here. South Emperor destroyed the guy's wills as he screamed in despair and unwillingness. He had only just become a monarch, no chance to have awesome contributions and magnificent deeds. In fact, this particular fight was brilliant and moving. Both sides used incredible techniques, but it was overshadowed by the contest between the Dark Crow and the Emperors. No one paid attention to their fight. A moment of silence was given to Virtuous. He was once the proud son of the 100 races. Everyone had high hopes for him, thinking that he could lead them to a golden age. No one expected this sudden demise. In another direction, Lu Jinxing's hands were stained with blood with 9 swords corpse next to him. Both were 11 totem high gods, but Jinxing was considerably stronger. This outcome wasn't surprising at all. Buzz. A while later, everyone suddenly felt the power of passing time, so they changed their focus once more. No. Immortal Emperor Yin Yang inside the temporal domain couldn't find his own path. He failed to withstand the endless time and turned to ashes. Magu recalled her domain and floated downward just like a fairy. Even the beautiful Yu Qianxian was inadequate in comparison.
Boom.
The thunderous detonation of the heavenly executions in the sky came about once more. Li Qie seemed to be controlling them the entire time, not letting them disperse. He aimed this power straight for study room to the astonishment of the crowd.
Boom.
This terrible execution struck a small peak there. Even an emperor would go down from this strike, let alone a pitiful landscape. Alas, this peak remained standing, albeit with cracks. Muds and pebbles continued to fall down, leaving only a big boulder resembling a wall of sorts. As the bolts assaulted it, luminous light lit up and the currents flowed through the wall. Strangely enough, the executions seemed to be wanting to activate the runes on the surface. Everyone found it unbelievable that this wall could withstand the execution. What the hell was it made of? In fact, the ancestors of the academy themselves had no idea about this wall. Only the prince knew a little bit because his father and grandfather had researched it. The bolts gently draped down like a stream on the surface of the cliff. Of course, it still required more times before it could light up the entire thing. The emperors were staying the hell away. Being too close might invoke the wrath of the execution, a suicidal attempt. All right, gentlemen, the fun is over. Go back now. Li Qie clapped his hands and laughed. All existences didn't dare to refuse him. Even World Emperor had lost. There was no point for them to act cool or tough before the Dark Crow. They retreated in such a prudent manner, not daring to cause any noise. Don't forget, it's better to play it safe in this world. No need to run your mouth. Li Qie said flatly. It didn't sound like a threat due to the tone, but it was more intimidating than anything. Even the top characters felt suffocated. They have heard about the legends of the Dark Crow and his forbidden rules. Talking about this event was out of the question now. In the past, they assumed that the storytellers tried to be mysterious with exaggerations. This was no longer the case. An existence indeed existed, one that should never be talked about. Chapter 2105. Apocalyptic signs engulfed the 13 continents and frightened the living beings. Alas, they didn't know what was going on, including some high gods. The emperors that didn't come to watch had guesses, but only time will tell. After a long period, news finally came. After all, no walls could truly block all winds and flames. Messages about the disaster at the academy and the attack of the 3 races came about. More than 10 immortal monarchs lusted after the treasures there and joined the ranks of the attackers too. However, the academy was powerful and had help from monarchs like Life Peach and other high gods of the 100 races. Eventually, immortal monarch Yi and mortal reversion, ancient god, came in person to stop the experts from the other side. Furthermore, beings in the darkness also stretched out their claws for the treasury. The end result was the academy and its allies triumphing over the 3 races and taking down more than 10 grand emperors. The 3 races would need a long time to recover from this. Li Qie was not mentioned in these news at all, neither did the Dark Crow. It was he who killed the emperors and defeated the Dark Overlord, but the message excluded him completely. Yi and mortal reversion became the main fighting force of the 100 races. Of course, these 2 also played a pivotal role. This version made Yi and mortal reversion even hotter in the 13 continents, especially when people found out that Yi had a true immortal armament. He became the prime rival against World Emperor. The 100 races were elated while the opposite was true for the 3 races. This battle could be considered the most glorious for the former. House arrest was placed on the young disciples for many lineages of the 3 races. Some even closed their doors completely. In fact, numerous imperial lineages of the 100 races also did the same. Moreover, these orders were from the monarchs themselves. It was understandable why the 3 races would act with such caution, but the 100 races were the winners. They should be utilizing this momentum in order to expand if the 3 races chose to be reclusive. Thus, people didn't understand the choices. There would have been a backlash if it wasn't for the fact that the emperors wished for this. This was mainly because they didn't know of an even more terrifying existence behind Yi and mortal reversion. Some time had passed, yet people continued on talking about this battle. The tales got out of touch with reality. Eventually, it finally had a name: Emperor Demise. The Academy didn't return to arrogance yet from the ancient world. The emperors started to leave. Li Jie personally sent Yi and mortal reversion away. He said, "You two are the pillars in the future. Your decisions will change everything. We'll try our best to not let you down." Yi bowed deeply towards Li Jie. "There are many more dark overlords. An alliance will be necessary between you and the other emperors," Li Jie stated. "Don't worry. We'll discuss this with them," Mortal Reversion said seriously. The two were aware that there were hope and endless possibilities in the future, but the darkness was too big of a threat. Those beings were too powerful. Li Jie chuckled and said, "I believe. The 13 continents are very powerful too. There will be hope with solidarity, but do not show mercy to those who choose the darkness." "We'll keep that in mind, teacher." The two bowed again before leaving. The other immortal emperors were setting off as well, so Li Jie told Ren Xian and Tun Ri, "Soaring immortal sect is destroyed." Tun Ri smiled wryly before sighing. "The descendants have their own fate. I can only say that they have picked the wrong path." He was aware that there was only one reason behind its destruction: involvement with the ancient Ming. Li Jie wouldn't have done it for any other reason. He himself had spent a lot of effort in building that power. "It's my fault." Ren Xian spoke with regrets. "I couldn't keep a closer eye on my wife. I'm too ashamed to see the ancestors." Having said that, he deeply bowed towards Tun Ri. Before leaving the 9 worlds, he had warned his wife and children before, since he couldn't personally put her down. "Forget it." Tun Ri gently waved his hand and lifted Ren Xian up. No lineages last forever. It was only a matter of time as well for soaring immortal. Its existence doesn't matter. The lineages didn't matter as much at their level. Li Jie said, "Celestial Academy is still here. It's fine to not have soaring immortal, but when the Academy is gone, that will be the withering day of our human race. Once the 13 continents are done for, so will the 9 worlds. It won't be hard for someone who can take down the 13 continents to do the same for the 9. The two realized that this potential day wasn't that far away. Li Jie's intent was not to scare them. "The future requires your protection." Li Jie continued on. "We'll try our best." The two bowed at him. "Go now." Li Jie nodded. "Maybe I won't be able to see you two on the battlefield again." "Teacher?" The two shuddered. Li Jie stared at the horizon with a future-piercing gaze before turning back at the two. "There is an even bigger danger than the dark overlords. Thus, they are your responsibilities. I have other things I must do." The two were aware of Li Jie's goal, but they couldn't help him since they need to stay and protect this world. They left after another deep bow. Li Jie then called for Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger. "How does it feel to be back home?" The two beasts were originally from the 13 continents. They had a divine bloodline, not true divine beasts, but were still quite powerful. "Feeling pretty old," the dragon said sentimentally. These two have been mortal enemies and fought each other during their entire lives. Alas, the two fell into the 9 worlds by chance and couldn't return. "Not too bad." The tiger was much more optimistic. "There's time to teach some disobedient children a lesson. Nothing else to do." One could only imagine how many juniors in his race were about to pee their pants from the punishments. Lichia looked at the two and said, "Seriously, I have promised you two something. It is time for me to carry it out." The two beasts became spirited and sat straight up with flashing excitement in their eyes. You're tuning into the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.